state. The BJP is questioning the JDU once again. This is over the crackdown on government job seekers in Patna and how the cops came out on them. Lalan Singh has spoken on this. Let's listen into that statement.
छात्रों पे लाठीचार्ज हुई है।
लाठीचार्ज हुई है, होता रहता है वो, उसका इसका थोड़ी मतलब है। पहला बार हुआ है क्या लाठीचार्ज? मैंने इस देश में अगर पहला बार हुआ हो इस पर
छात्रों पे लाठीचार्ज हुई है।
लाठीचार्ज हुई है, होता रहता है वो, उसका इसका थोड़ी मतलब है। पहला बार हुआ है क्या लाठीचार्ज? मैंने इस देश में अगर पहला बार हुआ हो इस पर।
Remember, the BJP has hit back strongly at the JDU once again, I beg your pardon, questioning this attitude towards the people. Listen in.
Today, the true face of JDU has been exposed, and also the return of Jungle Raj has been exposed by JDU senior leader Lalan Singh ji. When asked about the lathi charge and the brutal crackdown on the BSSC students, the BSSC aspirants in Bihar, in Patna, by the police, Mr. Lalan Singh says, JDU says, that lathi charge कोई पहली बार हुआ है? देश में क्या लाठी चार्ज पहली बार हुआ है? ये तो होते रहता है. This is the level of insensitivity, and this shows the mindset of the JDU. The Mahagathbandhan government had said that they would give 10 lakh jobs to the youth. Instead of giving jobs to the youth, they are giving lathis and dandas to the youth.
So the BJP not just raising questions over how job seekers, job aspirants are not getting employment in the state of Bihar, but also the very attitude of the Bihar government towards its people, where you heard Lalan Singh, a close aide of Nitish Kumar, who went on to say, लाठी चार्ज वगैरह तो होता रहता है. And you would remember how Nitish Kumar earlier in the huge tragedy had said, piyoge to maroge, where he had really left the people to fend for themselves. Once again, it is Lalan Singh of the JDU who stoked a massive controversy. He said, lathi charge वगैरह तो होता रहता है. This as the people in the state of Bihar are out on the streets asking the government to provide them jobs, and these are government job seekers. This is the JDU, and their very attitude towards the people speaks of how they are looking into the people's woes. Prakash Singh is with us on the phone line. Very good morning to you, Prakash. The JDU doing it once again. We saw their attitude during the huge tragedy. Now, when people are out on the streets and these are government job seekers, the BJP hitting out at them.
Well, yes, these protesters had gathered at the Dagmangla Choraha in Patna, and there are allegations and counter-allegations from both the sides. The government machinery and officials say that the protesters, in fact the students who were protesting, tried to enter into the prohibitory area, and they had to resort to lathi charge in order to disperse the crowd, and they're turning violent, as well as the students who were alleging and protesting against the paper leak said that they were peacefully protesting in Patna, but the police tried to curb their protest and cited it as a violent protest, and it was wrong. And they had there were lathi charge in which several students got injured, and now a shocking incident coming in, and a statement coming in from JDU National President Lalan Singh saying that it is normal because these students were in anguish because of a continuous paper leak by the BSSC examinations controller. And this comes as a shocker that the students were assaulted. And in the recent past, a couple of months back also, we had seen that how an ADM of Patna had assaulted the students who was holding a tiranga in his hand. So this goes to show the high-headed attitude of the government machinery here in Bihar. Back to you.
Right. Absolutely, Prakash.
तक पानी पहुंचाने के लिए जल जीवन मिशन आपके राज्य का एक बड़ा डेवलपमेंट पैरामीटर हुआ है। कई राज्यों ने इसमें अच्छा काम किया है, कई राज्य इस दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। अब हमें ये सुनिश्चित करना है कि एक बार ये व्यवस्था बन गई तो आगे उनकी देखरेख भी उतने ही अच्छे ढंग से चलती है। ग्राम पंचायतें जल जीवन मिशन का नेतृत्व करें और काम पूरा होने के बाद ये सर्टिफाई भी करें कि पर्याप्त और स्वच्छ पानी उपलब्ध हो गया है। हर ग्राम पंचायत मासिक या त्रैमासिक रिपोर्ट भी ऑनलाइन सबमिट कर सकती है कि उसके गांव में कितने घरों में नल से जल आ रहा है। पानी की गुणवत्ता सुनिश्चित करने के लिए समय समय पर वाटर टेस्टिंग की प्रणाली भी विकसित की जानी चाहिए। साथियों, हम सभी जानते हैं कि इंडस्ट्री और खेती दो ऐसे सेक्टर्स हैं जिसमें स्वाभाविक रूप से पानी की आवश्यकता बहुत रहती है। हमें इन दोनों ही सेक्टर से जुड़े लोगों से विशेष अभियान चलाकर उन्हें वाटर सिक्योरिटी के प्रति जागरूक करना चाहिए। पानी की उपलब्धता के आधार पर ही क्रॉप डाइवर्सिफिकेशन हो, प्राकृतिक खेती हो, नेचुरल फार्मिंग खेती को बढ़ावा दिया जाए। कई जगह ऐसा देखने में आया है कि जहां प्राकृतिक खेती होती है, नेचुरल फार्मिंग की जा रही है, वहां जल संरक्षण के भी सकारात्मक प्रभाव दिखाई दिया है। साथियों, प्रधानमंत्री कृषि सिंचाई योजना के तहत सभी राज्यों में तेजी से काम हो रहा है। इसके अंतर्गत पर ड्रॉप मोर क्रॉप अभियान की शुरुआत की गई थी। इस स्कीम के तहत देश में अब तक 70 लाख हेक्टेयर से ज्यादा जमीन माइक्रो इरिगेशन के दायरे में लाई जा चुकी है। सभी राज्यों को माइक्रो इरिगेशन को लगातार बढ़ावा देना चाहिए। ये जल संरक्षण के लिए बहुत आवश्यक योजना है। अब डायरेक्ट कैनाल की जगह पाइपलाइन आधारित नई योजनाएं लाई जा रही है। इसको और भी आगे ले जाने की जरूरत है। साथियों, जल संरक्षण के लिए केंद्र ने अटल भूजल संरक्षण योजना की शुरुआत की है। ये एक संवेदनशील अभियान है और इसे उतनी ही संवेदनशीलता से आगे बढ़ाने की जरूरत है। भूजल प्रबंधन के लिए बनाए गए प्राधिकरण सख्ती से इस दिशा में काम करे, ये भी जरूरी है। भूजल रिचार्ज के लिए सभी जिलों में बड़े पैमाने पर वाटर शेड का काम होना जरूरी है। और मैं तो चाहूंगा कि मनरेगा में सबसे अधिक काम पानी के लिए करना चाहिए। पहाड़ी क्षेत्रों में स्प्रिंग शेड को पुनर्जीवित करने का कार्यक्रम शुरू किया गया है।
Bihar, the scooty was hit by Balino, and exactly this area, because we saw when the scooty was passing this entire road of Kishan Bihar, at that time there was no trail, there was no line in this entire road, but when Balino exactly crossed this path, there was a trail of blood, and just we saw a beam of light. That means gypsy police PCR van, that gypsy stopped at a point where scooty got hit by Balino.
खट्टर साहब, संदीप सिंह पे जो आरोप लगे उसमें आप क्या कहेंगे? जो संदीप सिंह पे आरोप लगे, पांच जन के बाद आप इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है।
Right now we are standing in the Madrovoil High Road where the accident took place yesterday, which took the life of a young IT engineer. You can clearly see the spot here. This is the exact place where the accident took place. There was a pothole here till yesterday, and now the local civic authorities closed the pothole.
Right now I'll just show you around that there's a lot of crowd right on the road, and this is only because of the SP delegation that has arrived here. Everybody has poured out on the streets here in Banbhulpura in Haldwani. All this is under the scanner. This is the part of the 78 acres of road that has been demarked by the railways, and they are contending it is theirs. So if the demolition drive happens, this is the entire area that's going to go down.
इस वक्त एफएसएल की टीम वहां पर पहुंची हुई है और ये जांच पड़ताल कर रही है, सीन को रिक्रिएट करके ये समझने की कोशिश कर रही है कि आखिर ये कैसे हो गया। देखिए आपको तस्वीरों में नजर आ रहा होगा, सीसीटीवी भी वहां पर खंगाले जा रखे हैं और उस हर चीज को देखा जा रहा है। जो फोटोज उस दौरान एफएसएल की टीम ने लिए गए थे, जो वीडियोस एफएसएल की टीम ने उस दौरान यहाँ पर बनाए थे, उन चीजों को भी यहाँ पर डीसीपी देख रहे हैं और अभी जब ये सीन पूरा रिक्रिएट हो रहा है उससे मैच कर रहे हैं कि आखिर किस तरह की चीजें रही होगी।
Bihar. The scooty was hit by Balino, and exactly this area, because we saw when the scooty was passing this entire road of Kishan Bihar, at that time there was no trail, there was no line in this entire road, but when Balino exactly crossed this path, there was a trail of blood, and just we saw a beam of light. That means Gypsy police PCR van, that Gypsy stopped at a point where scooty got hit by Balino.
I'm Niranjan Narayanaswamy in Mumbai, and this is Republic.
In the dock for negligence and delay, Delhi police personnel to be questioned in the hit and run case. All 5 accused to be produced in court. Anjali's family demands capital punishment. Anger mounts across the country over Air India's inaction on the man who urinated on an elderly woman. The Pathan controversy is back. Bajrang Dal tears down posters, protests in Ahmedabad Mall during promotions. Mega showdown by Jain community over Soren government's move to declare shrine as tourist site.
Sincerely, I would like to only question in which way Annamalai has supported any woman.
An actor turned politician, Gayatri Raghuram, hits out at Annamalai, says no equality in the party. Welcome to this edition of Live and Breaking here on Republic. I'm Rukma with you, and breaking news coming in now. The stone pelting incident on the Howrah New Jalpaiguri Vande Bharat Express in West Bengal's Malda district on the 2nd of January this year was recorded on a CCTV installed on the newly launched train. In the video footage, 4 people are seen throwing stones at the express train. Meanwhile, Railway Protection Force, as the RPF, is conducting an in-depth investigation along with the state GRP and state police in relation to the stone pelting incident on the Vande Bharat Express. So this is CCTV footage which shows 4 people pelting stones at the premium train that was a gift for West Bengal. It was this train, the Vande Bharat Express, that was attacked with stones twice in a row.
While the BJP has hit and it has led to a major war of words between the BJP and the Trinamool Congress. The Trinamool Congress has asked the BJP not to politicize the issue, while the BJP has hit out at the lackluster attitude of the state government. Piyush Ori joining us for the latest on the investigation as well as on the war of words. Piyush, it's over to you to take us through what's happening as far as the stone pelting incidents are concerned, the war of words that has erupted over it. Is there any continuation? Are there any more new reactions coming in? Also, investigations, how are they progressing? Because we are seeing new CCTV footage regarding the incident.
So yes, good morning Rukma, and good morning to all our viewers who are viewing us at the moment. And you just mentioned two aspects. First, the breakthrough as far as the investigation on the stone pelting incident of Vande Bharat, which happened on Tuesday. Now, as far as this is concerned, the latest CCTV image has come wherein 4 unidentified people are seen pelting stones at Vande Bharat. Now, will this provide the lead to the state police authorities for arresting these people? It will be interesting to see from here on. Having said that, the second aspect now comes of the war of words and the huge political issue which this pelting of stones on Vande Bharat has gathered. Mind you, this is the second incident in less than 2 days where Vande Bharat has been targeted by stone pelters. And this has resulted in major political slugfest between the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Trinamool Congress. The Bharatiya Janata Party is saying that the Trinamool Congress, through its rowdy workers, is trying to harm the asset of the country, Vande Bharat, which is definitely one of the premium trains of India. And the TMC on its part is saying that they are trying to politicize the issue. So from here on, it will be interesting to see that how actually there will be turn of events. But more importantly it is important for the law enforcement officials to now quickly arrest the perpetrators in this entire incident. Back to you in the studio.
Well, we are seeing available to us is this new CCTV footage. That would be a major help, Piyush, when we talk about the investigations. It's now a joint investigation, we believe. Tell us more about it.
So yes, you rightly said that the CCTV image which has been retrieved will in a way provide some amount of leads to the police authorities. But now it is going to be interesting to see that how proactive actually the state police authorities will be, and will they try to get a lead from this CCTV image to arrest the people who are actually involved of harming not only the asset to West Bengal but to the country. Now, what is even more worrying is that Vande Bharat trains is being attacked repeatedly in West Bengal, and so far it seems that the West Bengal police and the railway police have not taken stern action against these incidents. So now from what we have been told is that now there will be a joint investigation, and will this lead to a breakthrough? Only time will tell. Back to you in the studio.
Right, Piyush there giving us all the details as they are available right now. Meanwhile, Piyush, what updates on the movement of the train? Have the services begun again? Also, have there been any injuries as far as these stone pelting incidents are concerned?
So far as what we've been told is that there have been no injuries, thankfully. And yes, the resumption of trains have also begun. So far, following this incident on Tuesday, we haven't heard that there has been another kind of incident like this. So hopefully everything goes off well from here on. Back to you.
Many thanks, Piyush, for joining us there. And you keep your eyes on that story. Piyush Ori reporting from the ground on the stone pelting incidents. Incidents of stone pelting reported in West Bengal on the Vande Bharat Express for 2 days in a row. Let's move on now to other news stories. Stoking a fresh row, Rahul Gandhi is at it again. Breaking news that's coming in regarding Rahul Gandhi. He is now fear-mongering over Agneepath. Rahul said regarding Agneepath, and I quote, earlier the youth used to serve in the army for 15 years and get a pension, but Narendra Modi thought to keep pension aside, train for 6 months, hold the gun, stay for 4 years, then kick you out and you will be unemployed. This is New India. Let's take a look at the statements that Rahul Gandhi has made as far as the Agneepath scheme that has been introduced by the government as far as recruitment into the services is concerned, into the armed forces is concerned. He has started fear-mongering regarding this.
अच्छा, एक रास्ता था युवाओं के लिए अग्निवीर वाला। उसमें क्या था? सुबह युवा उठते थे, 4 बजे उठते थे, दौड़ते थे। यूपी में आपको हर सड़क पे दिखेंगे, देश की रक्षा करने के लिए दौड़ते थे और सपना था एक दिन बॉर्डर पे जाके देश की रक्षा करेंगे, तिरंगे की रक्षा करेंगे, सपना था। युवा 15 साल सेना में सेवा कर सकता था, उसके बाद उसको पेंशन मिलती थी। नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने कहा नहीं भाई, ये 15 साल वाली बात छोड़ो, पेंशन वाली बात छोड़ो, ऐसे करते हैं 6 महीने ट्रेनिंग करो, बंदूक पकड़ो, 4 साल रहो, फिर जूता मार के बाहर निकाल देंगे और उसके बाद बेरोजगार हो जाओ। नया हिंदुस्तान। और जब युवाओं ने कहा कि हमें यह अच्छा नहीं लगा और जब युवा सड़क पे उतरे, नरेंद्र मोदी ने क्या कहा? नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने क्या किया? उन्होंने उनसे कहा कि अगर तुम्हारी फोटो ले ली गई सड़क पे तो तुम्हें सरकारी नौकरी नहीं मिलेगी।
So Rahul Gandhi there, fear mongers regarding Agneepath and ridicules the concept of 4 years of service. And Tanisha Avasthi joining us on this. Tanisha, give us some context into this statement made by Rahul Gandhi, fear-mongering about the Agneepath scheme, ridiculing the concept of 4 years of service for the nation and the kind of benefits that the scheme has as of now. How were his statements received and when did he make them?
Well, good morning to you, Vikma. These statements are coming amidst his Bharat Jodo Yatra that is taking place. Remember, it has entered Uttar Pradesh now, and this is in Bharat, where Rahul Gandhi made this statement undermining the forces actually and instigating them, wherein he said that it is the Modi government that has brought this new Agneepath scheme, which is not benefiting the army personnel because they'll have to train for 6 months and then go on do their duty and then hence pension is cancelled. So clearly, scathing attack coming out from the Congress leader on the BJP government, on the central government scheme of Agneepath, where he has clearly hit out, questioned that scheme and said that it is the Modi government who is trying to undermine the forces, trying to stop...
Tanisha, we'll be coming back to you, but right now on the phone line, we are joined by Colonel Rohit Dev. Colonel Dev, you just heard the statement that Rahul Gandhi made, ridiculing the Agneepath scheme, ridiculing the kind of benefits he has, the 4 years of service to the nation. Your response?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Are you asking me? Okay, right. So I just heard that clip which your channel has sent to me, and I believe it is very unfortunate that people of this stature and holding responsibility as a parliamentarian are making such loose and irresponsible comments. I'm quite sure, as a member of the Committee on Defence Matters and also MP and also as a budding star, walking the streets of India, this person knows that what the government is doing in the backdrop. I'm very hopeful that he's aware of the letter which was taken out when the planning for Agneepath was done, in which more than 18 departments were directly addressed. And just to give you an example, the Railway Ministry, the Home Ministry, the Aviation Ministry, the Shipping Ministry, They all have been given guidelines to incorporate how should they absorb the Agneevees. The Ministry of Finance has been given directions of how to include them, how a 4-year age relaxation will be given to the Agneevees when they come out, how the absorption will take place of 25% minimum by the armed forces, and balance will go into various sectors. He's also aware of the buzz created by the corporate sector to say that, you're getting district force and how useful they are. Now, to make a comment like that, that they will be used for 4 years and thrown onto the street, I think it is absolutely childish. It is, chiding the policy making of this country and the future. Today, the country is is nearly at the all-time low of people being jobless. The figures are very high. The population is increasing exponentially. When people are not getting jobs, this person wants to say that if you're getting an opportunity to make your life and earn money and respect and skill sets, you should not go for it. I mean, in the civil street, people change jobs every 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. They are in demand in the civil street. There are news channel people you will understand and appreciate who change channels, right, with opportunities. So this person does not know how jobs function, how structured jobs, unstructured jobs function in the country. And to come on air and have balloons behind you and talk this kind of a nonsensical thing, I think it is very jarring, because this shows that some component of the polity of this country does not know what is being created for the future for this country. They don't know how to debate. They don't know how to analyze. But they will shoot their mouth off at the first irresponsible moment they can have, and try to demean and belittle the efforts being made to carry the country ahead. So I am quite appalled as a military person at how come this person is commenting on a military policy where the military itself has, taken this up and it has been, structured and executed and rolled out. Yes, there will be some, inhibitions. There will be some kind of lessons learned in 2-3 years. It will be structured.
Right.
What do you mean by saying कि 6 महीने training करके बंदूक दे देंगे? I mean, we are not talking about some God-forsaken bloody army. We're talking about the Indian army. We know how to train our people and how to execute our operations. So what is this man saying? I'm quite appalled. I mean, this
exactly, sir.
Across the street,
absolutely
the country
right.
Has shivered.
Absolutely right. It's not just running down a scheme. It's also trying to provoke the government, but it's also make provocative statements about the government. It's also about running down the army, the Navy and the Air Force as well. Many thanks, Colonel Rohit Dev, for sharing your thoughts with us. Joining us now is Brigadier Hemant Mahajan as well. Sir, you just heard, Rahul Gandhi saying that this is new India, bringing down the Agneepath scheme, saying that the Narendra Modi government wants to do away with pension, and that is why they've brought in, ridiculing the kind of benefits that Agneepath has, bringing down the morale of the young people who would like to go in for the kind of training and the kind of benefits that it would offer. Your response?
What Mr. Rahul Gandhi is saying is completely wrong. What he must understand is that there are two important issues. The first is the soldiers' age has to be kept young, because younger the soldier, physically he is better off to fight in the high altitude areas and in various difficult areas where they have to serve anti-terrorist operations in the northeast, anti-terrorist operations in Kashmir, etc. So younger people definitely perform better, because physical aspects are very, very important, and younger you are, the more stronger, the more tougher, the more flexible, the more quicker you are. So that one aspect, keeping army young is a very important aspect, and that was why even earlier also Jawans were retired at the age of just about 35, 18 years. They used to get recruited, and 35 they were out of service also. So with Agniveer, they will still be younger, and obviously our response to any operational situation will be much better because of younger people. That is number one. And younger people also take a lot of, they're also not worried too much about their families, etc. So as a quality of, purely as a quality of soldier, it definitely helps. Second issue that we have to understand is that the technology is changing at a very, very fast speed. And it is generally accepted that younger people understand technology much better. Today, the senior lot don't even want to touch a smartphone or a smart mobile or other things, and they are not using the technology to the fullest possible capability. While even a child of 14, 15, 16 also is using technology to the maximum. And technology is a big driver. Ukraine war has told you that all kinds of technology in surveillance and all other fields have been used, and younger soldiers will be more quicker on the uptake as far as technology is concerned. So that is the second issue. Third is what you have to understand is that this decision has been taken by the uniformed community. No chief of army staff or chief of defense staff would want to weaken his army. I mean, he would be most foolish if he would ever do it, because after all, at the end of the day, he has to fight. So they have taken a very considered decision, and when you take any decision,
sir.
there are always pros and cons. So they have weighed out, and they feel that the advantages are much more than disadvantages, if there are any.
Clearly, also, sir, a very considered decision, and thinking of taking into consideration many factors. But now we hear Rahul Gandhi during his Bharat Jodo Yatra in Uttar Pradesh running down the entire scheme. As we just heard, Brigadier Hemant Mahajan saying the scheme is such because it suits the purpose not just of the armed forces, but it also provides youngsters an opportunity for the best in training and then to start afresh with resources independently as and when they wish to. Well, many thanks for joining us there, Brigadier Hemant Mahajan, as also our other guests. Let's move on now to more updates that are coming in. More breaking news, getting you an update in the Air India case. Sources have informed that the accused is not in Mumbai or Delhi. The location traced is a few kilometers away from Mumbai. Meanwhile, teams of Delhi police have already left for Mumbai in search of Shekhar Mishra, who is the person in question who has, who was on that flight to New York, where to Delhi from New York, where he misbehaved with an elderly woman. He was apparently drunk during that flight. Shekhar Mishra police are on the lookout for Shekhar Mishra now. Police sources have also informed that he could be in Mira Road, but there seems to be no trace. The address clearly that Shekhar Mishra had given, not correct in many ways. The hunt is on to search for him. Tanisha joining us now. Tanisha, what can you tell us about the police hunt for Shekhar Mishra, the culprit who misbehaved in the most obscene way, urinating on an elderly woman? Drunk and then urinated on an elderly woman. How can this be done? Well, it's over to you now to take us through what are the latest updates you have regarding the case.
Right, Rukma. Well, this man who has outraged the modesty of a woman is identified as Shekhar Mishra. He's a businessman. He's staying in Mumbai, and he has been located few kilometers from Mumbai. That is Mira Road. Mira Road is the location that we are getting where he has been traced. However, it is all through sources, and a team of Delhi police has left to nab the accused, because remember, it was a flight bound from New York to Delhi, wherein this intoxicated man, he outraged the modesty of a woman by urinating on her. And not just this, Air India, taking late action, has just barred the flyer from flying for just 30 days. So clearly this action is not enough, but Delhi police team has left for Mumbai, and they are on the process of nabbing the accused.
Well, Tanisha, stay with us. We also have with us Harsha on this story as well. Harsha, outraging the modesty of a woman, an elderly woman, that too while on a flight. A drunk man urinates. Well, the airline itself, the action it has taken, raising many questions, but the DGCA acting now. We believe that there is some progress, that Shekhar Mishra has been located. What is the kind of action that we can expect now, and what is the latest update you're getting?
Exactly, Rukma. It's very shocking and surprising to understand that when someone takes an airline, that the safety and comfort of the passenger should be the first priority. But in this entire case, the modesty of a woman was not even seriously taken, and that is what. And in fact, the case was registered 39 days later. It was Air India which didn't even take the cognizance of this entire matter when women didn't feel safer and comfortable in the flight. They only spread the disinfectant and changed the seat of the passenger. Now we have got to know on Wednesday the FIR was lodged in National Capital in Delhi. A team of Delhi has already left for the location, because right now we have got to know that the accused is missing. He's not at his residence in Mumbai, which is at Mira Road. His location is traced some kilometers away from Mumbai. It could be the outers of Mumbai. So team of Delhi police right now is have already left to apprehend the accused, and they've clearly stated if the accused will support the investigation, if they will support the arrest, they will take him along with him to national capital. Arrest will be shown here itself in national capital. But if the accused doesn't support, at that time the arrest will be shown at that very location. He will be produced in the local court over there, and then he will be brought to national capital. But this incident is very, very shocking, as Air India took the cognizance of this incident 39 days later. DGC took cognizance of the entire matter 39 days later, when woman advocated herself for what happened with her. No one amongst the crew, in fact, thought about the comfort and safety of a woman. Rukma, back to you.
Right, many questions. It's shame on the airline, in fact, that a man can, like we are reporting, expose his private parts. An elderly 70-year-old woman who's helpless. And, well, of course, right now we are hearing that the businessman has been identified, Shekhar Mishra identified, and his home has also been located. But we'll have to wait and watch how early he can be located, because he is missing from his residence. That's what we're hearing as of now. Harsha and Tanisha with us on this story. Many thanks, Harsha and Tanisha. Let's move on now to other top stories that we're tracking in the Delhi hit-and-run case. All 5 accused to be produced in a Rohini court. Earlier, the court on January 2nd had granted 3 days police custody to all the accused. Delhi police personnel, including those from the PCR unit, will be questioned as part of the inquiry in the Delhi hit-and-run case. Inquiry will also be looking if all standard operating procedures were followed by the police. Supreme Court will be hearing petitions challenging Uttarakhand High Court's decision ordering the state authorities to remove encroachments from railway land in Haldwani's Banbhulpura area. Union Minister of Road Transport and Highways Nitin Gadkari likely to inspect the work going on in the Bengaluru-Mysuru Expressway today. Gadkari is also scheduled to conduct an aerial inspection, since the expressway is likely to be open before the assembly polls. Union Home Minister Amit Shah scheduled to flag off a BJP Rath Yatra in Tripura today. According to sources, 50,000 BJP workers at both places expected to be present. This is seen as a big move by the BJP ahead of the assembly elections. Main accused in Uttarakhand's Ankita Bhandari murder case, Pulkit Arya, given a list of 6 questions which he wants to be asked to him during his narco test scheduled for today. The case pertains to the death of the 19-year-old girl Ankita Bhandari, whose body was recovered from the Chilla Canal in Rishikesh on September 24th last year. In a shocking video from the RK Nagar constituency in Chennai, DMK MLA Ebenezer is found inspecting a water pump where a corporation worker is forced to clean the blockage in the ditch using his bare hands. A man belonging to the SC community is forced in front of the MLA, while manual scavenging is prohibited in the country. A drunk man reported to have urinated on a woman co-passenger in the business class of an Air India flight in November, leaving without facing any action. Weeks after the incident, DGCA has sought a report from the airline. Meanwhile, NCW has also taken cognizance of the incident on the Air India flight and sought a report within 7 days. Bihar police arrest a madrasa teacher from Nevada for allegedly making obscene videos of minor students and blackmailing them. The incident came to light after a girl student lodged a complaint at Kavakol police station, after which the accused was arrested. BJP President JP Nada to start his 2-day visit to Karnataka from today onwards, scheduled to attend several public programs and organizational meetings. Also likely to participate in the BJP's Shakti Kendra meeting in Tumkur. And time now for a short break. But coming up after that, big controversy over Pathan Bajrang Dal tears down posters, massive protests in Ahmedabad. Also coming up, in the dock for negligence and delay, Delhi police to be questioned in hit and run case.
I'm Shekhar reporting from New Delhi, and this is Republic TV.
खट्टर साहब, संदीप सिंह पे जो आरोप लगे उसमें आप क्या कहेंगे? जो संदीप सिंह पे आरोप लगे, पांच जन के बाद आप इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है।
Right now we are standing in the Madrovoil High Road where the accident took place yesterday, which took the life of a young IT engineer. You can clearly see the spot here. This is the exact place where the accident took place. There was a pothole here till yesterday, and now the local civic authorities closed the pothole.
Right now I'll just show you around that there's a lot of crowd right on the road, and this is only because of the SP delegation that has arrived here. Everybody has poured out on the streets here in Banbhulpura in Haldwani. All this is under the scanner. This is the part of the 78 acres of road that has been demarked by the railways, and they are contending it is theirs. So if the demolition drive happens, this is the entire area that's going to go down.
इस वक्त एफएसएल की टीम वहां पर पहुंची हुई है और ये जांच पड़ताल कर रही है, सीन को रिक्रिएट करके ये समझने की कोशिश कर रही है कि आखिर ये कैसे हो गया। देखिए, आपको तस्वीरों में नजर आ रहा होगा, सीसीटीवी भी वहां पर खंगाले जा रखे हैं और उस हर चीज को देखा जा रहा है। जो फोटोज उस दौरान एफएसएल की टीम ने लिए गए थे, जो वीडियोस एफएसएल की टीम ने उस दौरान यहाँ पर बनाए थे, उन चीजों को भी यहाँ पर डीसीपी देख रहे हैं और अभी जब ये सीन पूरा रिक्रिएट हो रहा है उससे मैच कर रहे हैं कि आखिर किस तरह की चीजें रही होगी।
Bihar. The scooty was hit by Balino, and exactly this area, because we saw when the scooty was passing this entire road of Kishan Bihar, at that time there was no trail, there was no line in this entire road, but when Balino exactly crossed this path, there was a trail of blood, and just we saw a beam of light. That means gypsy police PCR van, that gypsy stopped at a point where scooty got hit by Balino.
खट्टर साहब, संदीप सिंह पे जो आरोप लगे उसमें आप क्या कहेंगे? जो संदीप सिंह पे आरोप लगे, पांच जन के बाद आप इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है।
Right now we are standing in the Madrovoil High Road where the accident took place yesterday, which took the life of a young IT engineer. You can clearly see the spot here. This is the exact place where the accident took place. There was a pothole here till yesterday, and now the local civic authorities closed the pothole.
Right now I'll just show you around that there's a lot of crowd right on the road, and this is only because of the SP delegation that has arrived here. Everybody has poured out on the streets here in
It's a big controversy over the film Pathan. Bajrang Dal has teared down posters, massive protests in Ahmedabad. Anger mounts over inaction against inebriated man. Cops forced to act, say passenger identified, hunt is on. Fresh footage of attack on Vande Bharat emerges. Pelters caught on camera. In the dock for negligence and delay, Delhi police to be questioned in the hit and run case. Yogi Adityanath on a 2-day visit to Mumbai, big meetings and mega rallies lined up.
छात्रों पे लाठी चार्ज हुई है सर।
लाठीचार्ज भी है, होता रहता है वो, उसके इसका थोड़ी मतलब है। पहला बार हुआ है क्या लाठीचार्ज?
Brutal crackdown on job seekers by Nitish's cops, but aide says lathi charge is normal.
करो, बंदूक पकड़ो, 4 साल रहो, फिर जूता मार के बाहर निकाल देंगे और उसके बाद बेरोजगार हो जाओ।
India roars Agneepath, but Rahul Gandhi is at it again. He says fear-mongering on Agniveers. Thank you for staying with Republic. I'm Suesha Sawant and we are getting you details from Gujarat. Bajrang Dal workers staged a protest against the promotion of Shah Rukh Khan's film Pathan. This was at a mall in Karnavati area of Ahmedabad. Republic crew went on the ground and we are getting you this exclusive report filed by my colleague Priyanka. Take a look.
Now it seems as though Bajrang Dal has taken the religion in their own hands, become custodians of the religion, and now they're also creating hooliganism in the name of it by saying that they have taken offense on the movie Pathan, and they had in fact just here at the theatre come yesterday, and you see several posters of the movies that have been put up, and one such poster was that of Pathan, and that's exactly what we saw, that several such posters of Pathan movie had been torn, and the Bajrang Dal workers had come here and they had created ruckus, and they had also threatened the multiplex owners, and they had stated that if you release this movie here, there will be consequences, and that they will be stopping people from coming here and watching this movie as well, and that you are not allowed to do any promotional events of an anti-national movie is something that the Bajrang Dal workers have also stated, and that is why we see hooliganism in the name of protecting the religion that is being perpetrated by Bajrang Dal, and no cognizance as of now by the police has been taken. With video journalist Vipin Mori, I'm Priyanka Sharma for Republic.
Priyanka, I want to come to you because this pattern only seems to be escalating. First, they created a ruckus over the song and took out a very different meaning. There was this whole controversy over the saffron outfit that the actor had worn in that song, and now tearing down posters. This is not seeming to go down any bit.
Well, that's right, Suesha. In fact, we are seeing that the mall owners and the multiplex owners, in fact, also having a flashback of various such incidences when this has happened, that Bajrang Dal workers and VHP workers, in fact, have stormed the multiplexes, the theatres. They have torn down the posters as well. And once again, we are seeing such an incident happening in the movie Pathan, for the movie Pathan. And we had seen that the Bajrang Dal had been stating that this is a movie that is offensive to the religion. And as you pointed out, that the outfit of the actress, in fact, had been also offensive. The color of the outfit had been offensive. So these are the things that had been said earlier as well. When the song had been released, we had seen that there was a lot of protest across the country by Bajrang Dal, by VHP, and they had stated that they have taken offense to this song, this particular outfit as well, and claiming that because of this, they have in fact carried out this kind of a vandalism in Ahmedabad one mall. That is the mall where in fact they had stormed yesterday late night, and they had torn down the posters. Now they have also stated that they had just gone there because the first posters of Pathan had been put forward in Gujarat, in Ahmedabad, and the promotional activities had started, and that is why they were targeting this particular theatre. In fact, they have stated that they don't have any remorse. In fact, they have stated that they will be doing it again, and they will be giving out these threats. They will be stopping the people from going inside of theatres and watching this movie. So they want an overall ban of this movie by the multiplex owners, by the theatre association here in Gujarat, here in Ahmedabad as well. And all of the multiplex owners in fact have stated that they did not get anything in return. But we do see that late last night is when this entire incident that had occurred, where Bajrang Dal had gone inside, stormed inside of the mall. They had torn down the posters. They had threatened the multiplex owners, and they had stated that they will be creating a ruckus. So we had seen this kind of a threatening image of Bajrang Dal and the VHP regarding movies also during the time of Padmavat. And that's exactly what had happened. They had burned down the effigies. They had stopped the people from coming, and that had turned into a very violent protest as well. And what we see yesterday is another image of that, where Bajrang Dal trying to act as the custodian of the Hindu religion, and they are stating that they have taken offense with respect to this particular outfit of the actress, and that they cannot in good conscience allow this movie to be released. But the question, of course, Suesha, remains that who really are they to allow this movie to be released or not? There is a law and order in place, and we have also seen that the police officials in fact have not taken cognizance of this. We are waiting if multiplex owners or the theatre association will be coming out and registering a complaint, at least for the yesterday's incident when this had happened, where Bajrang Dal had stormed inside of the mall and they had torn down the posters of Pathan movie, and they had also given out these threats to the theatre owners, the theatre association, and they had stated that they will not allow this movie to be released in the state of Gujarat, at least. Suesha.
Oh yes, absolutely. And turning into the fringe themselves, like you're saying, Priyanka, this is nothing but hooliganism. And not just custodians of the Hindu religion, they're becoming custodians of the color orange also. And literally imposing their set of value system upon everyone is highly questionable. We'll try and get more reactions to this. For the moment, thank you for joining us.
First of all, for past 2 months, there have been various issues which has been popping up in Tamil Nadu. That is from BJP only. Okay. And sincerely, I would like to only question in which way Annamalai has supported any woman. In which way he has supported. Be it there was a audio leak with Daisy Charan and Trichy Surya. He actually made a compromise and he actually suspended the person, Trichy Surya. But it just vanished away. The problem, he did not accept his resignation. Basically, he's a habitual offender, Trichy Surya. And he's not only done that to one person, he's done it to Alish Abdullah, which also came in the same month. Yes. And then she has also openly came out to the press and told that, the person is spoken very badly. And he's apparently very close aide of Annamalai. Now, today, he's saying that I will not accept his resignation. And in which way is he voicing out for women? Where he has actually openly spoken about me in front of 150 people, speaking about Dubai in a very absurd way, in abusive way, inducing a very wrong idea about a woman, especially me. And then, now, he doesn't even have an answer to come out. He doesn't have an answer. Recently, I just saw a interview where press meet. He's saying that let Gayatri Raghuram put more allegation on me, so I will become famous, popular. So people will talk about me. So is he using me as for his popular agenda? So women are. So he cannot answer a women's question for the abusive comment he had made, but he wants to keep me as a agenda to make this issue as a popular. And how absurd is that? Which leader would come say something like that?
And moving on, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath is on a 2-day visit to Mumbai. A fresh controversy has been stoked by Congress leader Hussain Dalwar over this, where he's gone on to say that rather than wearing saffron clothes, Yogi Adityanath should be a little modern. Only then will businesses get attracted to the state of Uttar Pradesh. Let's listen into that statement by Hussain Dalwar, followed by how the BJP has responded.
ते उद्योग उचलून कुठेतरी नेण्याचा प्रयत्न करण्याऐवजी आदित्यनारायणला मी असं सांगेन, तुम्ही हे का नाही करत की तुम्ही तुमच्याकडे वेगळे उद्योग का नाही तयार करत, ते करा आणि त्यासाठी वातावरण तयार करा. त्यासाठी रोज काही धर्माच्या आणि ह्याच्या गोष्टी करण्याऐवजी आणि भगवे कपडे घालून फिरण्याऐवजी जरा मॉडर्न व्हा, आधुनिक व्हा. उद्योग हे आधुनिकतेचे असतात. ते आधुनिक विचार घ्या तर उद्योग येतील.
कांग्रेस के नेता मुख्यमंत्री योगी जी से कह रहे हैं कि वे भगवे रंग के वस्त्र न पहने, मॉडर्न वस्त्र पहने. क्या यह बयान देश के साधु संतों का, भगवा पहनने वाले हमारे पूजनीय वंदनीय संतों का अपमान नहीं है? कांग्रेस दल और उनके नेताओं को क्या हो गया है? भगवे रंग से इन्हें क्या आपत्ति है? हिंदू धर्म के ध्वजा का रंग और केवल साधु संतों का पहराव का रंग नहीं है भगवा. भगवा रंग त्याग, बलिदान, समर्पण, ज्ञान, शुद्धता एवं अध्यात्म का परिचायक है.
Sandeep is now joining us live on the broadcast. Sandeep, this is a very, very bizarre comparison because to begin with, the state of Uttar Pradesh has been attracting a lot of investments and has been flourishing in that sense. And also, if it was really the clothes that were to decide how much business one is getting, then all those clad in suits would have been doing all the business. Is this what our netas are now speaking about?
Hussain Dalwai, the former Rajya Sabha MP of Congress Party, has been in news for his controversial remark. In the past also, he had made statement over Lord Rama. Apart from that, he has given another controversial statement wherein the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath is in Mumbai for 2 days, and this is the official visit wherein he will be meeting business tycoons and CEOs of several multinational companies in order to get businesses in Uttar Pradesh. Now, this statement has come at this point of time wherein he is here to, in fact, address the business members. And this is, in fact, as we go with the statement given by BJP leader Ram Kadam, he has in fact mentioned that it is a very pathetic statement that is being in fact made by the former Rajya Sabha MP Hussain Dalwai. Although there is no reaction from Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister on this, but yes, he is, he's been wearing those saffron attires since he has taken Diksha from the Gorakhnath temple. So at this point of time, when he is on the official visit, it is indeed a controversial remark by Hussain Dalwai.
Absolutely, Sandeep. And Atul Bhatkarkar from the BJP is now with us on the phone line. Atulji, the BJP is saying that it is the Congress that has a problem with saffron. They have a problem with the Hindu religion, and they are critical of everything on those lines.
Definitely, this is the old practice of Congress. The Congress which divided the whole country, partitioned the country on the religious line. Despite that, they never officially expected that partition took place on the basis of religion. And after in independence period, Congress always indulged in fake secularism, appeasement of Muslims. Not only that, Maharashtra Congress people always flourish on the basis of hatred for the Uttar Bharatiya, Bihari and all other state people. And that's why they are making such a derogatory statement against the Uttar Pradesh successful Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath.
And even to say that it is not attracting businesses, a very elitist, classist comment by the Congress, not just putting down the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, but really objectifying on all those clad in such robes.
See, really this Mahavikas Aghadi, Uddhav Thackeray group, Congress and NCP, all three are gone out of their mind. In COVID time, when Yogi Adityanath ji came to Mumbai, that time what Samna stated, he is a pakitmar, pakit churane wala aadmi hai. As it is, Mumbai is the Jagir of their ancestors. Mumbai is Mumbai because of the sacrifice of Marathi people. At the same time, many other states people also toiled and sweated in Mumbai. And that's why Mumbai has become Mumbai. Mumbai is an international financial city of the country. And that's why Mumbai, anybody can come to Mumbai legitimately. He can start his business, find his job. And that's why this is nothing but hatred. And if really his statements come into the law, ambit of law, Mumbai BJP may think to file the case against this concerned Congress leader who had stated this hatred statement.
Atul Bhatkarkar, many thanks for speaking to Republic this morning. Also with us on the phone line is Mr. Manjinder Singh Sirsa. Sirsa ji, your response to what this Congress leader has said, and really to make this bizarre comparison between how Maharashtra is a business-led state but UP is not doing enough because the Chief Minister is clad in a saffron robe is the most bizarre comment.
देखिए कोई नई नहीं है, कांग्रेस की इतनी नफरत जो है एक धर्म के प्रति वो बिल्कुल जगजाहिर होती है। और इस कदर आप किसी के पहरावे पे, वो भी एक रिलीजियस पहरावा हो, उसके ऊपर आप इतना नफरत दिखाएं और यहाँ तक कहें कि महाराष्ट्र में तो आप तभी व्यापार ले जा सकते हैं अगर आप अपना पहरावा बदलेंगे। इट इज जस्ट लाइक सेइंग समबडी दैट यू नीड टू सरेंडर योर रिलीजन, जैसे कि धर्म को छोड़ने को किसी को कहा जाए। और अगर कांग्रेस के लोगों की अभी भी यही मानसिकता है, यही कारण है कि आज देश ने उनको नकारा है। लेकिन अब वो किस कदर तक फ्रस्ट्रेशन में है कि किसी के धर्म के ऊपर भी सीधा हमला कर रहे हैं। ये कह देना योगी जी अपना पहरावा बदल कर आए, तो जो इंसान ऐसी चीजों में यकीन रखते हों, पहले तो उनको समझ होना चाहिए कि पहरावा जो है वो दिखावा नहीं है, वो एक धर्म के साथ जुड़ा हुआ पहरावा है। इसलिए आप तो अपना पहरावा अपनी योग्यता और अपनी उसको दबाने के लिए बदल सकते हैं, लेकिन योगी जी को ये कहना, वो योग है, उनका पहरावा जो है उनको धर्म को रिप्रेजेंट करता है और वो खुद स्टेट को रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं। लेकिन इनकी नालायकी कांग्रेस की है, जो जग जाहिर है कि उनकी इतनी नफरत है एक धर्म के प्रति।
All right, Manjinder Singh Sirsa, many thanks for speaking to Republic this morning. With that, we slip into a short commercial break. On the other side, we get you details of the JDU leader who's said that Lathi charge is normal after a brutal crackdown on job seekers by Nitish's cops. And fresh footage of the attack on Vande Bharat has emerged where pelters are caught on camera. Their faces have been identified.
Right now we are standing in the Madrovoil High Road where the accident took place yesterday, which took the life of a young IT engineer. You can clearly see the spot here. This is the exact place where the accident took place. There was a pothole here till yesterday, and now the local civic authorities closed the pothole.
Right now I'll just show you around that there's a lot of crowd right on the road, and this is only because of the SP delegation that has arrived here. Everybody has poured out on the streets here in Banbhulpura in Haldwani. All this is under the scanner. This is the part of the 78 acres of road that has been demarked by the railways, and they are contending it is theirs. So if the demolition drive happens, this is the entire area that's going to go down.
इस वक्त एफएसएल की टीम टीम वहां पर पहुंची हुई है और ये जांच पड़ताल कर रही है, सीन को रिक्रिएट करके ये समझने की कोशिश कर रही है कि आखिर ये कैसे हो गया। देखिए आपको तस्वीरों में नजर आ रहा होगा, सीसीटीवी भी वहां पर खंगाले जा रखे हैं और उस हर चीज को देखा जा रहा है। जो फोटोज उस दौरान एफएसएल की टीम ने लिए गए थे, जो वीडियोस एफएसएल की टीम ने उस दौरान यहाँ पर बनाए थे, उन चीजों को भी यहाँ पर डीसीपी देख रखे हैं और अभी जब ये सीन पूरा रिक्रिएट हो रहा है उससे मैच कर रखे हैं कि आखिर किस तरह की चीजें रही होगी।
Bihar, the scooty was hit by Balino, and exactly this area, because we saw when the scooty was passing this entire road of Kishan Bihar, at that time there was no trail, there was no line in this entire road, but when Balino exactly crossed this path, there was a trail of blood, and just we saw a beam of light. That means gypsy police PCR van, that gypsy stopped at a point where scooty got hit by Balino.
खट्टर साहब, संजीव सिंह पे जो आरोप लगे उसमें आप क्या कहेंगे? जो संजीव सिंह पे आरोप लगे, पांच दिन के बाद आप इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है।
Right now we are standing in the Madrovoil High Road where the accident took place yesterday, which took the life of a young IT engineer. You can clearly see the spot here. This is the exact place where the accident took place. There was a pothole here till yesterday, and now the local civic authorities closed the pothole.
Right now I'll just show you around that there's a lot of crowd right on the road, and this is only because of the SP delegation that has arrived here. Everybody has poured out on the streets here in Banbhulpura in Haldwani. All this is under the scanner. This is the part of the 78 acres of road that
And moving on to the story that is making headlines from Bihar. This is a day after Nitish's cops crackdown on government job seekers in Patna, when JDU leader Lalan Singh has now stoked a fresh controversy. He said Lathi charge वगैरह तो होता रहता है. The BJP has hit back. Listen into both responses.
छात्रों पे लाठी चार्ज हुई है सर,
लाठी चार्ज हुई है, होता रहता है वो, उसका इसका थोड़ी मतलब है। पहला बार हुआ है क्या लाठी चार्ज? मैंने इस देश में अगर पहला बार हुआ हो इस पर।
Time now for a short commercial break. On the other side, there is a lot of anger over the inaction against inebriated man. The cops have been forced to act. They say the passenger is Shekhar Mishra. He's been identified and hunt is on to nab him.
right now I'll just show you around that there's a lot of crowd right on the road, and this is only because of the SP delegation that has arrived here. Everybody has poured out on the streets here in Banbhulpura in Haldwani. All this is under the scanner. This is the part of the 78 acres of road that has been demarked by the railways, and they are contending it is theirs. So if the demolition drive happens, this is the entire area that's going to go down.
इस वक्त एफएसएल की टीम वहां पर पहुंची हुई है और ये जांच पड़ताल कर रही है, सीन को रिक्रिएट करके ये समझने की कोशिश कर रही है कि आखिर ये कैसे हो गया। देखिए आपको तस्वीरों में नजर आ रहा होगा, सीसीटीवी भी वहां पर खंगाले जा रखे हैं और उस हर चीज को देखा जा रहा है। जो फोटोज उस दौरान एफएसएल की टीम ने लिए गए थे, जो वीडियोस एफएसएल की टीम ने उस दौरान यहाँ पर बनाए थे, उन चीजों को भी यहाँ पर डीसीपी देख रखे हैं और अभी जब ये सीन पूरा रिक्रिएट हो रहा है उससे मैच कर रखे हैं कि आखिर किस तरह की चीजें रही होगी।
Bihar, the scooty was hit by Balino, and exactly this area, because we saw when the scooty was passing this entire road of Kishan Bihar, at that time there was no trail, there was no line in this entire road, but when Balino exactly crossed this path, there was a trail of blood, and just we saw a beam of light. That means gypsy police PCR van, that gypsy stopped at a point where scooty got hit by Balino.
खट्टर साहब, संजीव सिंह पे जो आरोप लगे उसमें आप क्या कहेंगे? जो संजीव सिंह पे आरोप लगे, पांच दिन के बाद आप इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है।
Right now we are standing in the Madrovoil High Road where the accident took place yesterday, which took the life of a young IT engineer. You can clearly see the spot here. This is the exact place where the accident took place. There was a pothole here till yesterday, and now the local civic authorities closed the pothole.
Right now, I'll just show you around that there's a lot of crowd right on the road, and this is only because of the SP delegation that has arrived here. Everybody has poured out on the streets here in Banbhulpura in Haldwani. All this is under the scanner. This is the part of the 78 acres of road that has been demarked by the railways, and they are contending it is theirs. So if the demolition drive happens, this is the entire area that's going to go down.
इस वक्त एफएसएल की टीम वहां पर पहुंची हुई है और ये जांच पड़ताल कर रही है, सीन को रिक्रिएट करके ये समझने की कोशिश कर रही है कि आखिर ये कैसे हो गया। देखिए आपको तस्वीरों में नजर आ रहा होगा।
After quitting the BJP and blaming Tamil Nadu BJP President Annamalai for the move, former BJP leader Gayatri Raghuram spoke exclusively to Republic, where she reiterated that Annamalai has failed to provide safety and security to the women in the party. Bajrang Dal workers staged a protest against the promotion of Shah Rukh Khan's new film Pathan at a shopping mall in the Karnavati area of Ahmedabad. The workers were captured in a video damaging the property in the mall and shouting slogans against the film.
This is Alisha Ajanar reporting from Mumbai, and this is Republic.
इस वक्त एफएसएल की टीम वहां पर पहुंची हुई है और ये जांच पड़ताल कर रही है, सीन को रिक्रिएट करके ये समझने की कोशिश कर रही है कि आखिर ये कैसे हो गया। देखिए आपको तस्वीरों में नजर आ रहा होगा, सीसीटीवी भी वहां पर खंगाले जा रखे हैं और उस हर चीज को देखा जा रहा है। जो फोटोज उस दौरान एफएसएल की टीम ने लिए गए थे, जो वीडियोस एफएसएल की टीम ने उस दौरान यहाँ पर बनाए थे, उन चीजों को भी यहाँ पर डीसीपी देख रहे हैं और अभी जब ये सीन पूरा रिक्रिएट हो रहा है उससे मैच कर रहे हैं कि आखिर किस तरह की चीजें रही होगी।
Bihar. The scooty was hit by Balino, and exactly this area, because we saw when the scooty was passing this entire road of Kishan Bihar, at that time there was no trail, there was no line in this entire road, but when Balino exactly crossed this path, there was a trail of blood, and just we saw a beam of light. That means gypsy police PCR van, that gypsy stopped at a point where scooty got hit by Balino.
खट्टर साहब, संजीव सिंह पे जो आरोप लगे उस पर आप क्या करेंगे? जो संजीव सिंह पे आरोप लगे, पांच दिन के बाद आप इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है।
Right now we are standing in the Madrovoil High Road where the accident took place yesterday, which took the life of a young IT engineer. You can clearly see the spot here. This is the exact place where the accident took place. There was a pothole here till yesterday, and now the local civic authorities closed the pothole.
Right now, I'll just show you around that there's a lot of crowd right on the road, and this is only because of the SP delegation that has arrived here. Everybody has poured out on the streets here in Banbhulpura in Haldwani. All this is under the scanner. This is the part of the 78 acres of road that has been demarked by the railways, and they are contending it is theirs. So if the demolition drive happens, this is the entire area that's going to go down.
इस वक्त एफएसएल की टीम वहां पर पहुंची हुई है और ये जांच पड़ताल कर रही है, सीन को रिक्रिएट करके ये समझने की कोशिश कर रही है कि आखिर ये कैसे हो गया। देखिए आपको तस्वीरों में नजर आ रहा होगा, सीसीटीवी भी वहां पर खंगाले जा रखे हैं और उस हर चीज को देखा जा रहा है। जो फोटोज उस दौरान एफएसएल की टीम ने लिए गए थे, जो वीडियोस एफएसएल की टीम ने उस दौरान यहाँ पर बनाए थे, उन चीजों को भी यहाँ पर डीसीपी देख रहे हैं और अभी जब ये सीन पूरा रिक्रिएट हो रहा है उस
Good morning and thank you very much for staying with us. This is Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We begin with a look at the headlines. Yogi's saffron robe spooks the Congress party leader, says stop talking about religion for investment. Controversy over Pathan, Bajrang Dal tears down posters, massive protest in Ahmedabad. Anger over inaction against an inebriated man, the cops forced to act, said passenger Shekhar Mishra identified hunt on. In the dock for negligence and delay, the Delhi police is to be questioned in the hit-and-run case.
लाठीचार्ज हुई है,
लाठीचार्ज हुई है, होता रहता है वो, उसका इसका थोड़ी मतलब है, पहला बार हुआ है क्या लाठीचार्ज?
Brutal crackdown on job seekers by Nitish Kumar's Bihar police, but the aide says Lathi charge is normal.
छह महीने ट्रेनिंग करो, बंदूक पकड़ो, 4 साल रहो, फिर जूता मार के बाहर निकाल देंगे और उसके बाद बेरोजगार हो जाओ.
Rahul Gandhi is at it again. He is now fear-mongering over Agneepath. Well, we are now getting an update on the Air India case. Sources have told Republic TV that the Delhi police will record the statements of the crew members of Air India. So far, the police have sent out notices to 4 people associated with the airline and asked them to record their statements. The police have also said that the passengers' statements will be called into, will also be recorded. Do remember that this, of course, pertains to a passenger who has now been identified as Shekhar Mishra. We are given to understand that the police are looking for him, and even as notices have been sent out, we are given to understand that the police is also questioning co-passengers as well as the crew of that flight. Let's go across to Harsha. She has more details on this. Harsha, give us more details in terms of the action that is now being taken.
Exactly. Nupur, many teams have been constituted by Delhi police. So airport police is looking into all the findings of the of this accused who is named as Shekhar Mishra. He hails from Mumbai. He came from New York to Delhi, and from Delhi on 28th of November he left from Mumbai. He hails from Mira Road in Mumbai. His residence is in Mira Road, and right now what information we are gathering is that the accused is missing. He got to know that police has made a team and the raids are being conducted to nab him. He is missing right now. He's underground. He has fled away. So teams have been constituted. We have got to know he has got not much far from Mumbai. He is few kilometers away from Mumbai, and therefore Delhi police and Mumbai police together are working on this matter to apprehend and nab the accused. Now we have also got to know that in this flight from JFK to Delhi, there were many co-passengers who knew about this entire incident, and there were almost 6 crew members. And Delhi police, the team which has been made in Delhi, which has been interrogating with the Air India officials, a team has been constituted by Delhi police who in coordination with DGCA is working, and the interrogation and investigation with the crew members and the co-passengers is still going on. 2 to 3 co-passengers who hail from Delhi have till now been investigated and interrogated regarding this entire incident, exactly what happened in the airlines, because we have got to know that there are several sections like 294, 354, 510. These sections have been imposed against the accused, because this is very shocking that in the airlines, after the lunch was served, the person exposed himself and urinated on the female, a foreign national, and that too in the business class, and the crew member didn't take cognizance of this entire matter, they were not concerned about the safety and comfort of a woman, of a fellow passenger who was traveling. They just spread the disinfectant and change the seat. And not that, they didn't even take any action at that time on the accused. The accused walked scot-free from the airlines. This incident is of 26th November and Air India didn't take action for almost 1.5 months. After 39 days, this action has been taken. Delhi police have registered an FIR on Wednesday, and then the team has been made who is traveling to Mumbai. Right now, the team of Delhi police is in Mumbai. Raids are being conducted to nab the accused, but this is very shocking. We have seen many incidents, mid-air incidents in several flights like Indigo, SpiceJet, Thai Smile, but this incident, it's very shocking because the woman has to advocate for herself. She had to write to the Tata Group chairperson for this entire incident, and then the action was taken. And that too, the punishment of 30 days, that the accused has been banned for 30 days is not enough. And everyone is saying that this 30 days is not enough because he has clearly outraged the modesty of a woman. And that too not realizing the crime he has committed, which is too much. And therefore, it is also being said that that passenger, the accused, is influential. He is very close. He is a regular flyer in Air India. And these all aspects are also being
Absolutely, Harsha. Right, Harsha, do stay with us. We're going to come back to you, but we're given to understand that the Delhi police have said that they will issue a lookout circular if the suspect doesn't cooperate. Now, do remember, this is an incident that goes back almost a month. There are questions being raised as to why Air India, the crew on board, as well as others, did not act in time. Yes, Harsha, coming back to you now. Harsha, as you were saying, of course, it's been about a month since this incident took place, and the other side of the story also is as to why did the crew allow him to leave?
Exactly, and this is what the part of investigation is, Nupur. At that time, Air India, that is what is being said continuously by a group of people, the group of co-passenger. They are saying that he was a very influential person. He travels with Air India in the flight from New York to Delhi. He's a regular flyer, a businessman, very influential person. That was the reason. Might be that could be the reason that the crew member didn't take cognizance and didn't take any action. But not only this, they didn't even inform their seniors. The crew members, the pilot, they didn't even inform the seniors of Air India. The management team who sits in Delhi, no one knew about this. The entire incident came to know with the management of Air India and the Tata Group when the woman advocated, wrote to and clearly mailed to the Tata Group chairman. That was the time when Air India also took the action and a statement was released. This clearly the fault and the negligence of the crew members who were that time serving in the airlines, that after lunch lights were off, the passenger allegedly urinated on a fellow passenger. She's a 70-year-old female and no action. And in fact, at that time also, we were getting to know that after that man exposed himself and urinated, he was not leaving that spot. When the fellow co-passenger who was sitting behind, he came forward and asked the unruly passenger to just change and just go away from that side.
Yes, absolutely.
And that woman at that time was in much fear. We are getting
outrageous incident that was reported on that flight, Harsha, and what's more shocking is that it actually took a letter from this passenger for people to wake up and take action. Thank you for the moment, Harsha, for joining us. And here's a quick look at what else is making news this morning. Bajrang Dal workers staged a protest against the promotion of Shah Rukh Khan's new film Pathan at a shopping mall in the Karnavati area of Ahmedabad. The workers were captured in a video damaging property of the mall and shouting slogans. A drunk man who had urinated on a woman co-passenger in the business class of an Air India flight in November has been identified. The Delhi police have filed an FIR against businessman Shekhar Mishra for allegedly urinating on a woman co-passenger in the Air India flight. Meanwhile, sources claim that teams of Delhi police have already left for Mumbai in search of this businessman. Sources have also informed Republic TV that the accused businessman Shekhar Mishra is not in Mumbai or Delhi currently. Search operations are continuing. Based on a video footage and photograph taken by CCTV cameras, stone pelters on the Howrah Vande Bharat Express have been identified and strict legal action is being taken. Uttar Pradesh's Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath is on a two-day visit to Mumbai ahead of the Global Investors Summit in Lucknow. Meanwhile, Congress leader Hussain Dalwar had called out the Bihar Chief Minister for wearing saffron clothes. A day after Nitish Kumar's police cracked down on government job seekers in Patna, the JDU leader Lallan Singh has now stoked a fresh controversy, saying that Lathi charge is commonplace.
छात्रों पे लाठी चार्ज हुई है सर।
लाठी चार्ज हुई है, होता रहता है वो, उसका इसका थोड़ी मतलब है। पहला बार हुआ है क्या लाठी चार्ज? मैंने इस देश में अगर पहला बार हुआ हो इस पर।
Rahul Gandhi has hit out at the Modi government over the Agneepath scheme, saying that the Modi government has taken away the pension of army officials by limiting their tenure to 4 years.
छह महीने ट्रेनिंग करो, बंदूक पकड़ो, 4 साल रहो, फिर जूता मार के बाहर निकाल देंगे और उसके बाद बेरोजगार हो जाओ।
The Supreme Court will hear petitions challenging Uttarakhand's High Court order, where state authorities had been asked to remove encroachments from railway land in Haldwani's Banbhulpur. And the Delhi police personnel, including those from the PCR unit who were supposed to have responded to calls that were made in the hit-and-run case, will be questioned as part of the inquiry process. And getting in more details of the investigation that is being carried out in the Delhi hit-and-run case, we are now given to understand that the probe that is being done by the Delhi police is likely to focus on claims of the accused that they did not realize that there was anything stuck under their car. The Delhi police are also likely to seek a polygraph or a narco analysis test for the accused. So do remember that all 5 accused will be produced today before court as their 3-day remand gets over. There is also another plea that has been made by the family of Anjali that her friend Nidhi be made the 6th accused in this case. So a lot of action taking place. Now, even as all of this, of course, happens, we are learning that the Delhi police's PCR team, which should have responded to the phone calls that were made, is being questioned. Tanisha is joining us live. She is reporting on this from New Delhi. Tanisha, we are now given to understand that the focus of the probe from the Delhi police's side is going to be on the claims that were made by the 5 accused, where they had said that they could not hear any sort of noise and they could not feel that there was anything stuck under the undercarriage of their car because they were playing loud music. So give us more details.
Well, right, Nuput, the focus today will be on examining whether the 5 accused are telling the truth or not. Because remember, the accused have been claiming that the music was loud and the windows were rolled up, and hence they could not feel anything that was there under the car. But according to the eyewitness that was there on spot, they said that there was no loud music being played and the windows were not rolled up, similar to that of Nidhi, who has also once claimed that it was an intentional hit and run case where the accused knew that there was something under the car. Remember, it was also one of the accused who had admitted in front of the Delhi police that they had told the driver, the one who was driving the car, that is Deepak, that there was something inside the car to stop and check, but the driver did not stop. So version on versions are coming forth where the focus will today be on the accused version, where they have claimed that they did not know about anything coming under the car, and that is why they drove. They knew they had hit somebody, but they didn't know that was something, a 20-year-old was under the car. The focus will now be on if they are telling the truth or not. The police could also likely conduct a polygraph test in this regard to ascertain if the version given by the 5 accused is true or not. Nupur.
Mishra reporting on this from New Delhi. Thank you very much for joining us. So lots of developments expected in this hit and run case, I beg your pardon, from Delhi. Now, Uttar Pradesh's Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath is on a 2-day visit to Mumbai, and stoking a fresh controversy, the Congress leader Hussain Dalwar has said that if, rather than wearing saffron clothes, the Chief Minister should be a little modern, only then businesses will get attracted to the state. In fact, we are now getting to understand that the BJP has reacted to this statement. Let's listen into those reactions that we are now getting.
उचलून कुठेतरी नेण्याचा प्रयत्न करण्याऐवजी आदित्यनारायणला मी असं सांगेन, तुम्ही हे का नाही करत की तुम्ही तुमच्याकडे वेगळे उद्योग का नाही तयार करत, ते करा आणि त्यासाठी वातावरण तयार करा. त्यासाठी रोज काही धर्माच्या आणि ह्याच्या गोष्टी करण्याऐवजी आणि भगवे कपडे घालून फिरण्याऐवजी जरा मॉडर्न व्हा, आधुनिक व्हा. उद्योग हे आधुनिकतेचे असतात, ते आधुनिक विचार घ्या तर उद्योग येतील.
All right, so that was the comment that had come in from the Congress leader over this earlier. Now we are given to understand that the BJP has already reacted to this. Let's listen in to a reaction that we got from the BJP Shehzad Poonawalla as well as Ram Kadam then.
Hussain Dalwai has made this statement attacking saffron color and the saffron clothes of Yogi Adityanath ji. He says saffron is not modern. This is the same Congress party which said Hindu terror, saffron terror, Hindutva is like ISIS, Gita ji mein jihad hai, Ram Mandir should be opposed, Shri Ram does not exist. This was their stand on affidavit. They opposed the Bhumi Pujan of Ram Mandir. Hindu is a dirty word is what they said. And now they are attacking saffron color. Saffron is a pratik, is a symbol of sacrifice. Saffron is part of our tricolor. Does the Congress party oppose that also? Today Rahul Gandhi must tell us, because he claims to be a Janyudhari Hindu, does he stand with these anti-Hindu comments of Hussain Dalwai, or will the Congress party take action on Hussain Dalwai and sack him?
All right, so the BJP asking for action to be taken against this Congress leader. Do remember that this comes at the back of the fact that the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh is in Mumbai for 2 days ahead of the Star Summit that takes place in Lucknow. So pictures on your screen, of course, are of the Congress leader who has spoken out against Yogi Adityanath. Let's also listen in to other comments that have come in from the BJP.
कांग्रेस के नेता मुख्यमंत्री योगी जी से कह रहे हैं कि वे भगवे रंग के वस्त्र न पहने, मॉडर्न वस्त्र पहने। क्या यह बयान देश के साधु संतों का भगवा पहनने वाले हमारे पूजनीय वंदनीय संतों का अपमान नहीं है? कांग्रेस दल और उनके नेताओं को क्या हो गया है? भगवे रंग से इन्हें क्या आपत्ति है? हिंदू धर्म के ध्वजा का रंग और केवल साधु संतों का पहराव का रंग नहीं है भगवा। भगवा रंग त्याग, बलिदान, समर्पण, ज्ञान, शुद्धता एवं अध्यात्म का परिचायक है।
All right, so as we are talking about, of course, the BJP hitting out against the comment that was made by this Congress leader. The Congress leader, of course, had questioned the saffron clothes that Yogi Adityanath wears, going on then to say that he needs to adopt a modern mindset, and that is what will attract investment into Uttar Pradesh. This, of course, is a comment that has been lashed out against by the BJP. The BJP, of course, wants action to be taken against this minister, also asking whether the senior leadership of the Congress party essentially actually endorses this comment. So we've had senior leaders from the BJP react to this, but let's also again listen into the comment that came in from the Congress leader Hussain Dalwar. All right, on the phone line with us right now is BJP leader Shehzad Poonawalla. Shehzad Poonawalla, good morning. Thank you for joining us. This comment that's come in from the Congress party, do you feel perhaps that this is something, that is totally not required? Do you also believe that this comment many would, categorize as being elitist and a classist comment?
This is not a सहयोग, this is a वोट बैंक का प्रयोग of Congress party क्योंकि हिंदुओं का अपमान चलनी है वोट बैंक की दुकान. Rahul Gandhi has vote bank की दुकान, not मोहब्बत की दुकान, and therefore, if you see the series of statements, and by the way, Hussain Dalwar is a serial offender, but what started from Hindu terror, saffron terror, Hindutva is like ISIS, Ramji does not exist, Hindu is a dirty word. Now it has come to saffron is not modern. It's not only classist and elitist, it is actually hurting the sentiment of 135 crore Indians because saffron is also part of our tricolor. Saffron is the color of sacrifice. Saffron is the color of tap, tyag and samarpan. So the question today is that does Rahul Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi agree with this? Does he oppose saffron? Does he oppose this kind of statement? Will he take action on Hussain Dalwar or will he condone the statements of Hussain Dalwar? Because Hussain Dalwar in the past, and I would request the panel, please see the statements he has made about Hindus. He has gone on to make many atrocious comments on Hindus, and this is being done because Congress party is providing him patronage and platform to make these comments time and again to attack Hindu Asta. Otherwise, they would have removed them. Congress says, I'm the biggest Hindu Janibhari party. Then how can they tolerate such kind of language from a person?
Right, Shehzad Poonawalla, thank you very much for joining us on Republic TV. So comment there coming in from the BJP. They, of course, are asking whether this comment is endorsed by the senior leadership of the Congress party. Well, moving now to news that's coming from Gujarat. Bajrang Dal workers have staged a protest against the promotion of Shah Rukh Khan's film Pathan at a mall in the Karnavati area of Ahmedabad. Our Republic crew is on the ground, and here's an exclusive ground report that's been filed by Republic TV's Priyanka Sharma.
Now it seems as though Bajrang Dal has taken the religion in their own hands, become custodians of the religion, and now they're also creating hooliganism in the name of it by saying that they have taken offense on the movie Pathan, and they had in fact just here at the theatre come yesterday, and you see several posters of the movies that have been put up, and one such poster was that of Pathan. And that's exactly what we saw, that several such posters of Pathan movie had been torn, and the Bajrang Dal workers had come here and they had created ruckus, and they had also threatened the multiplex owners, and they had stated that if you release this movie here, there will be consequences, and that they will be stopping people from coming here and watching this movie as well, and that you are not allowed to do any promotional events of an anti-national movie is something that the Bajrang Dal workers have also stated, and that is why we see hooliganism in the name of protecting the religion that is being perpetrated by Bajrang Dal, and no cognizance as of now by the police has been taken. With video journalist Vipin Moria and Priyanka Sharma for Republic.
You are watching Republic TV, and still to come, Rahul Gandhi is at it again, fearmongers over Agniveers.
छात्रों पे लाठी चार्ज हुई है,
होता रहता है वो, उसका इसका थोड़ी मतलब है, पहला बार हुआ है क्या लाठी चार्ज?
Gursimran Singh in Jammu, and this is Republic.
Bihar. The scooty was hit by Balino, and exactly this area, because we saw when the scooty was passing this entire road of Kishan Bihar, at that time there was no trail, there was no line in this entire road, but when Balino exactly crossed this path, there was a trail of blood, and just we saw a beam of light. That means gypsy police PCR van, that gypsy stopped at a point where scooty got hit by Balino.
खट्टर साहब, संदीप सिंह पे जो आरोप लगे उसमें आप क्या कहेंगे? जो संदीप सिंह पे आरोप लगे, पांच दिन के बाद आप इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है।
Right now we are standing in the Madrovoil High Road where the accident took place yesterday, which took the life of a young IT engineer. You can clearly see the spot here. This is the exact place where the accident took place. There was a pothole here till yesterday, and now the local civic authorities closed the pothole.
Right now I'll just show you around that there's a lot of crowd right on the road, and this is only because of the SP delegation that has arrived here. Everybody has poured out on the streets here in Banbhulpura in Haldwani. All this is under the scanner. This is the part of the 78 acres of road that has been demarked by the railways, and they are contending it is theirs. So if the demolition drive happens, this is the entire area that's going to go down.
इस वक्त एफएसएल की टीम वहां पर पहुंची हुई है और ये जांच पड़ताल कर रही है, सीन को रिक्रिएट करके ये समझने की कोशिश कर रही है कि आखिर ये कैसे हो गया। देखिए आपको तस्वीरों में नजर आ रहा होगा, सीसीटीवी भी वहां पर खंगाले जा रखे गए और उस हर चीज को देखा जा रहा है। जो फोटोज उस दौरान एफएसएल की टीम ने लिए गए थे, जो वीडियोस एफएसएल की टीम ने उस दौरान यहाँ पर बनाए थे, उन चीजों को भी यहाँ पर डीसीपी देख रखे हैं और अभी जब ये सीन पूरा रिक्रिएट हो रहा है उससे मैच कर रखे हैं कि आखिर किस तरह की चीजें रही होगी।
Priyanka Sharma from Gujarat, and this is Republic.
Recap of the top headlines at 11:30 this morning. Yogi Adityanath saffron robe spooks the Congress party. Leader says stop talking about religion for investment. Controversy over Pathan rages on. The Bajrang Dal tears down posters. Massive protests in Ahmedabad. Anger over inaction against an inebriated man. Cops forced to access passenger Shekhar Mishra identified the hunters on. In the dock for negligence and delay, the Delhi police is to be questioned in the hit and run case.
लाठी चार्ज हुई है,
होता रहता है वो, उसके इसका थोड़ी मतलब है, पहला बार हुआ है क्या लाठी चार्ज।
Brutal crackdown on job seekers by Nitish Kumar's cops, but the aide says lathi charge is normal.
6 महीने ट्रेनिंग करो, बंदूक पकड़ो, 4 साल रहो, फिर जूता मार के बाहर निकाल देंगे और उसके बाद बेरोजगार हो जाओ।
Rahul Gandhi is at it again. Fear mongering on Agniveers now.
Past 11, we cut across to breaking news coming in ahead of the Supreme Court hearing on the Haldwani case. Massive protests that are underway where protesters are speaking against the High Court's eviction order. Remember, the matter is all set to be heard in the top court in a short while from now. Protesters have been claiming that this is to target the minority community. And now the latest is that as the Supreme Court is all set to hear the Haldwani case, protests have broken out once again against the High Court's eviction order. Madhurima is joining us live on the broadcast. She has been tracking the story from day one. Madhurima, we see protests once again, and these are the same people on the ground who have been protesting against the High Court's eviction order, as we understand that the matters have been set to be heard in the top court very shortly.
Well, yes, absolutely, Swesha. We're reporting from the Banfulpur area here in Haldwani, and I request my camera person to move along and show you these visuals. You can see as far as my eye can see, as far as my sight goes, Swesha, the entire road has been blocked by the residents of this particular vicinity. You can see that the prayers are being offered loud on the loudspeaker for the entire area to hear. And as you can see that, the entire road has been blocked. The police had to intervene and put these barricades over here so as to make sure that the rest of the business does not get affected. The entire area has also been enveloped by police forces as well. Right on my right side are the police forces. Behind me are the police forces, and they are all taking cognizance of the matter, because today it's a crucial day for these people, as the Supreme Court is going to hear the matter, and if it does not give a stay on the demolition that needs to be conducted, that could be conducted on the 8th of January, as the eviction notice that was published in the newspaper clearly said was published on January 1st, and in accordance to the guidelines of the Delhi High Court, it said that just give 1 week time to the residents and then the demolition will happen. So once again, they are praying, they are protesting and have blocked the entire road. You can see women, men, children, they all have poured out onto the streets. The entire businesses, shops, I beg your pardon, have been closed shut, and the only thing that is happening is prayers on the loudspeakers, as these people have come down on the roads. They are protesting and they are expressing their anger and just hoping with their fingers crossed that the Supreme Court will stay on the matter, because if it does not happen, then from January 8th, the demolition drive of this entire area, as you can see, there are multiple pakka houses, there are multiple shops, there are businesses, and this entire vicinity, not just the slums of the Gafoor Basti, but this entire area will also be demolished. And as you can see, that one miscreant has also been taken up by the police officials. One miscreant has been taken by the police officials over here. We're bringing you the live visuals from the area. He was trying to create unrest, and so he has been picked up by the police officials. We are moving towards it, and the police have pulled him out of the crowd and taken him to, they have detained him, taken him into custody. These are the visuals that we are bringing you live from the Banfulpur area, where the police officials have taken cognizance, and if anybody is trying to create unrest, they are being picked up and they are being detained. So we take you back to the visuals over here, that the entire security deployment is also heavy, not just here but at every nook and corner of the 78 acres that is under the scanner of the railways. The entire line that has been demarked has been enveloped by heavy police deployment. Barricading has been done through and throughout, and as you can see that the number of people that are gathered here is in thousands. Around 50,000 people will be affected by the demolition, and it appears so. As far as I was saying, my sight can go. The entire road, the entire vicinity has been blocked. People have come out on the street. It's a chilly winter day, and once again we see these protesters coming out and now sitting on the road with loudspeaker, prayers going on, speeches being delivered by the mosque over here. There are 12 mosques, 2 temples, and you can see the kind of people, the kind of crowd that has poured out here on the streets. It is quite sensitive situation today, and the court is going to hear the matter in another half an hour or 1 hour at the maximum. It's matter number 39 in court 2 of the Supreme Court, where the matter will be heard. Salman Khurshid and Prashant Bhushan advocating from the side of of these people living in the area. So we have to wait and watch, Suesha, as to see what the court says. But this is the entire situation. We're bringing you the live visuals, a massive blockade at the Banpurpur area that is under the scanner, as the Delhi High Court had already given the orders to the railways to carry out the demolition. Eviction notice has already been given, but the people here believe that it is their land. They have been living here for past multiple decades, and that they are not going to vacate it. We've been speaking to people here from past multiple days, and they continue to echo just one sentiment, Suesha, that we are not going to vacate. It is our land. And at the same time, a lot of politics has also been happening around here. Yesterday we saw a Samajwadi Party delegation came here with HT Hassan meeting the people, wrecking the area, and then we exposed those CPIML and Bhima workers. They were trying to provoke the people against the government, whereas the government has no participation whatsoever, Suesha. So we have to wait and watch as to how this entire blockade will go. Will they continue? Will they resume their work, or is it going to be like we have been seeing? It's kind of a Shaheen Bagh 2.0 kind of a picture appearing from Haldwani. So we have to see as to what the court says. In just an about hour or so, it will be more evident as how this entire case is going to be. Suesha, back to you.
Oh yes, absolutely. All eyes on what the Supreme Court now says on this matter, because Salman Khurshid is representing the parties. But one thing is very clearly getting reflected, Madhurima, that they are building a strong resistance on the ground to exert pressure on the authorities, to exert pressure on the larger decision of the fact that they must be allowed to retain their land. But fact still remains that this has been possessed illegally, and the railways is very much within their right to take back their land. Then again, these families are not saying that they will vacate it and they need time to do that. They are saying that they don't want to leave this land at all. Like you're saying, it's also taken a political turn. Now there is the Congress and the SP involved in it. So a lot of angles now to this story, and waiting for the Supreme Court's decision on this.
Well, yes, absolutely, Suesha. You pointed out very rightly that these people are not requesting for a relocation. They are saying that this place is their home, and that they are going to fight it tooth and nail and not going to vacate this place. And right behind me, the pictures show, because today is a hearing at the Supreme Court, there is no reason why you should come out on the roads and let the court do its business. But you can see the resistance is on display over here on the roads in Banpurpur area, and you can see the way they are sitting in, they are standing, they have blocked the entire road. And it is just not this, the entire 78 acres of it has been blocked, and this is only to show their determination, their grit against anything that happens against their will. They have made it clear that they are not going to abide by a negative order, because the Delhi High Court has already given the order. The Uttarakhand High Court has also in the past given the order and made it abundantly clear, and both the times they have ruled it in the favor of the railways. But we can see that they do not wish to comply by any orders, though they have come together, a show of unity, and through that unity they are trying to send out a message that it is their way or it is no way, because they are going to sit here. The kind of protest that has been staged just a couple of hours ahead of the Supreme Court hearing, and you can see that the way the speeches are going on, the way the prayers are being going on since morning here. It all began around 10-11, and then it will continue to do so. The people here will continue until unless Supreme Court comes out and puts a stay, because that is what they are saying, that if a stay is not given by the Supreme Court, they are going to aggravate the entire momentum but will not vacate. Because as you can see, this is not some temporary encroachment, Suesha. The pictures we are showing you, these are pakka houses. You can see there were bungalow-sized houses over here, entire route, and just not this particular lane, but the entire Banpur area, the 78 acres, specifically the 50 acres, 28 acres is slum, and around 50-51 acres is these concrete buildings, these concrete houses, and multiple businesses. All of them, all of it will be taken down. There are around 12 mosques in this area, 2 temples in this area, colleges, school, everything needs to be taken down. But then we see a targeted protest over here that they are showing the kind of resistance they have, though it has been said that for rehabilitation, the SDM has said that preparations have been done. If need be, the kind of paramilitary forces as per the court order will be deployed here, because it is around 50,000 people that will need to be evacuated, Swesha. So we have to wait and watch as to
because
what
Madhurima, these people are saying that the minority community is being targeted. They are making it look like their forefathers came in 1940s, they've been paying the electricity bill, the water bill, and they are saying that now suddenly they are being asked to move. But fact still remains that the railways is well within its right to recover its land, and it is really looking like a 2.0 model of what had happened in Shaheen Bagh. The important thing now is that in whichever side the Supreme Court may rule, these protesters must abide by that decision. We are tracking every development on the ground very closely and what eventually happens. For the moment, Madhurima, thank you for joining us.
अच्छा, एक रास्ता था युवाओं के लिए अग्निवीर वाला, उसमें क्या था? सुबह युवा उठते थे, 4 बजे उठते थे, दौड़ते थे। यूपी में आपको हर सड़क पे दिखेंगे, देश की रक्षा करने के लिए दौड़ते थे, और सपना था एक दिन बॉर्डर पे जाके देश की रक्षा करेंगे, तिरंगे की रक्षा करेंगे, सपना था। युवा 15 साल सेना में सेवा कर सकता था, उसके बाद उसको पेंशन मिलती थी। नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने कहा नहीं भाई, ये 15 साल वाली बात छोड़ो, पेंशन वाली बात छोड़ो, ऐसे करते हैं 6 महीने ट्रेनिंग करो, बंदूक पकड़ो, 4 साल रहो, फिर जूता मार के बाहर निकाल देंगे और उसके बाद बेरोजगार हो जाओ। नया हिंदुस्तान। और जब युवाओं ने कहा कि हमें यह अच्छा नहीं लगा, और जब युवा सड़क पे उतरे, नरेंद्र मोदी ने क्या कहा? नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने क्या किया? उन्होंने उनसे कहा कि अगर तुम्हारी फोटो ले ली गई सड़क पे तो तुम्हें सरकारी नौकरी नहीं मिलेगी।
And it's a big lead in the Delhi hit-and-run case. More CCTV footage that Republic has been able to access. We'll just put out that latest video and what this now indicates. Remember, a lot of these videos that have really helped the police piece together what had happened. And even in its report, the police has indicated lapses on its part in that report to the Home Ministry. I'm yet to get details of the timestamp on this video, but this is the latest CCTV footage that Republic has been able to access in the Delhi hit-and-run case.
है अंजलि का जो बर्बरता जो उसके साथ हुई है, क्यों दिल्ली पुलिस 90 सेकंड की प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके तुरंत उठ जाती है? क्यों वो मीडिया के सवालों के जवाब नहीं दे पाती? कल अनऑफिशियल वे में कुछ सवाल मैंने एसएचओ साहब से पूछे कि सर जो 5 अक्यूज्ड हैं उनसे आप क्या बात कर रहे हैं, उनने आपको इस मैटर के बारे में क्या बताया है? तो एसएचओ साहब का यही कहना है कि हम उन्हें बार बार लोकेशन पे ले जा रहे हैं, उनसे पूछ रहे हैं क्या हुआ था, कैसे हुआ था। मैंने निधि के बारे में भी उनसे पूछा कि पुलिस को ऐसी क्या जल्दबाजी लगी थी कि तुरंत जो है निधि उन्हें मिल भी जाती है और 164 में मजिस्ट्रेट के बयान भी हो जाते हैं। तो ये सब चीज जो है ये अब मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि दिल्ली पुलिस की कार्यप्रणाली पे शक पैदा करती है। मैं दिल्ली पुलिस को यही कहूंगा, मैं भारत सरकार, अमित शाह जी, मोदी जी से ये निवेदन करता हूं कि सर इस मैटर को आप ये मान के चलिए कि महिला सुरक्षा का मैटर नहीं है, ये आपकी छोटी बहन का मैटर है और इसमें इंसाफ मिले। क्योंकि अब मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि कुछ गुत्थी दिल्ली पुलिस ने सुलझा ली है, पर बहुत सारी सीसीटीवी फुटेज शायद वो ओपन नहीं कर रहे हैं और इस पूरे मामले को सिर्फ एक एक्सीडेंट का रूप देने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
निधि पर आप 302 की मांग कर रहे हैं, 304?
नहीं सर, निधि पे हम 304 की मांग कर रहे हैं और बाकी 5 आरोपियों पे हम 302 की मांग कर रहे हैं। और इसका मेन पर्पस सर हमारा ये है, अगर निधि ये कहती है कि मैं मौका वारदात पे मौजूद थी, मैंने देखा कि कैसे कार उसके ऊपर पहले घुसी, फिर उसने आगे होने का कोशिश की, कार ने फिर पीछे, तो ये सब अगर वो अपनी आंखों से देख रही थी। सर मुझे एक बात बताइए, निधि सामने आके कहती है कि उसका पैर एक्सेल में फंस गया था, यही सब उसने मीडिया में कहा है। सर शी इज अ स्क्रिप्टेड हीरोइन इन दिस फिल्म। सर ये सब बात, मतलब इतनी बुरी स्थिति थी, उसकी सहेली, जिंदा सहेली जो 2 मिनट पहले तक जिंदा थी, वो सडनली कार में फंस गई और निधि को यह भी पता है कि उसका पैर एक्सेल में फंस गया। अरे बड़े बड़े फॉरेंसिक वाले, बड़े बड़े मीडिया वाले, बड़े बड़े पुलिस वाले, कल मुझे पता चला कि जब यहाँ पे जो अमित शाह जी के डिपार्टमेंट से जो स्पेशल सीपी, क्या शालिनी नाम है उनका, शालिनी सिंह मैडम आई थी, तो यहाँ डीसीपी वगैरह आए थे, उनने बलेनो कार में अंदर घुसने की कोशिश की। तो मुझे अब ये जो मामला लग रहा है, ये मर्डर का मामला तो है ही है, बट ये सुयोजित मर्डर है। क्योंकि मुझे ये सर एक लॉजिकल नहीं लग रहा ना, कैसे एक 5 फीट 2 इंच की बॉडी बलेनो कार में, जिसका ग्राउंड क्लियरेंस 170 mm है, लगभग 6-6.5 इंच, कैसे किसी का शरीर इतने प्रॉपर तरीके से वहां चला जाता है और बर्बरता होती जाती है, 13 किलोमीटर तक वो घिसताती जाती है। तो इन सब चीजों पे जो है मैं दिल्ली पुलिस पे, अब मुझे लगता है, देखिए मैंने दिल्ली पुलिस को 2 तारीख को हम गए, वहां पर मीडिया का जमावड़ा था, कुछ अनसोशल एलिमेंट्स भी थे। दिल्ली पुलिस ने कहा कि आप इन सबको साइडलाइन करिए, आपकी सारी बातें हम सुनेंगे। जब 302 का मुकदमा उस दिन दायर हो गया था और आज अगर दिल्ली पुलिस इस केस को 304 में चला रही है, तो ये दिल्ली पुलिस जो है अंजलि को और उसके परिवार को धोखा दे रही है। तो मैं दिल्ली पुलिस के आला अफसरों से, अमित शाह जी जो हमारे भारत के होम मिनिस्टर हैं, उनसे ये फरियाद करूंगा कि आपकी दिल्ली पुलिस गलत इन्फॉर्मेशन क्यों दे रही है पेरेंट्स को, जब 2 जनवरी को ऑलरेडी ऑन द टेबल ये बात हो गई है कि 302 में आप मुकदमा दायर कर चुके हैं, माता जी का बयान ले चुके हैं। तो बार बार ये दिल्ली पुलिस का जो यू टर्न है, ये बहुत चिन्हित करता है, बहुत प्रश्न लगाता है कि कहीं ना कहीं कुछ दाल में ऐसा काला है जिसको ढूंढना पड़ेगा। और मीडिया जो है इस पे लगा हुआ है, मीडिया का।
Tanisha, I want to come to you on this particular CCTV tape that Republic has been able to access. The timestamp is unclear, but in this tape, it is visible to how the accused got out of that Baleno and went and sat in an auto rickshaw and left from there. Can you give us details of what time it was?
Well, Suesha, the time of the CCTV has not been clear yet, but I am sure this is after the accident. But because if you look very carefully at the CCTV, the accused can be seen coming out of the car and getting a survey of the car, actually checking if there is something under the car or behind the car or something in the front, which is being clearly seen in the CCTV. And soon after that, they left in an auto. So clearly, their claims where they have said that they didn't know something was under the car has been debunked, because they have been caught surveying the car in this CCTV visuals. There are many more details coming forward. The accused will be produced in court, and all of those important details coming in right after a very, very short break.
खट्टर साहब, संदीप सिंह पे जो आरोप लगे उसका क्या करेंगे? जो संदीप सिंह पे आरोप लगे, 5 जन के बाद आप इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है।
Right now we are standing in the Madrovoil High Road where the accident took place yesterday, which took the life of a young IT engineer. You can clearly see the spot here. This is the exact place where the accident took place. There was a pothole here till yesterday, and now the local civic authorities closed the pothole
I'll just show you around that there's a lot of crowd right on the road, and this is only because of the SP delegation that has arrived here. Everybody has poured out on the streets here in Banbhulpura in Haldwani. All this is under the scanner. This is the part of the 78 acres of road that has been demarked by the railways, and they are contending it is theirs. So if the demolition drive happens, this is the entire area that's going to go down.
इस वक्त एफएसएल की टीम वहां पर पहुंची हुई है और ये जांच पड़ताल कर रही है, सीन को रिक्रिएट करके ये समझने की कोशिश कर रही है कि आखिर ये कैसे हो गया। देखिए आपको तस्वीरों में नजर आ रहा होगा, सीसीटीवी भी वहां पर खंगाले जा रखे हैं और उस हर चीज को देखा जा रहा है। जो फोटोज उस दौरान एफएसएल की टीम ने लिए गए थे, जो वीडियोस एफएसएल की टीम ने उस दौरान यहाँ पर बनाए थे, उन चीजों को भी यहाँ पर डीसीपी देख रहे हैं और अभी जब ये सीन पूरा रिक्रिएट हो रहा है उससे मैच कर रहे हैं कि आखिर किस तरह की चीजें रही होगी।
Bihar, the scooty was hit by Balino, and exactly this area, because we saw when the scooty was passing this entire road of Kishan Bihar, at that time there was no trail, there was no line in this entire road, but when Balino exactly crossed this path, there was a trail of blood, and just we saw a beam of light. That means gypsy police PCR van, that gypsy stopped at a point where scooty got hit by Balino.
And we are getting you this fresh tape that has been accessed by Republic in the Delhi hit and run case. In this tape, it is very clear of how the accused got out of that Baleno car and later fled in an auto rickshaw. Before doing that, they were searching the car in and out. They are surveying everything inside the car, looking at everything inside and outside the car before they flee in an auto rickshaw. Again, the timestamp on this video is unclear, but the date of that day when the 5 accused got out of that Baleno car and then fled in an auto rickshaw. Remember, all this while they have been claiming that they were not aware of what got entangled in their car and whether the victim was actually being dragged for 13 plus kilometers, but that claim has been completely busted in this latest video. We'll try and get you further details on this. For the moment, a short commercial break. We'll be back.
This is Mishra reporting from Mumbai, and this is Republic.
Right now we are standing in the Madrovoil High Road where the accident took place yesterday, which took the life of a young IT engineer. You can clearly see the spot here. This is the exact place where the accident took place. There was a pothole here till yesterday, and now the local civic authorities closed the pothole.
Right now I'll just show you around that there's a lot of crowd right on the road, and this is only because of the SP delegation that has arrived here. Everybody has poured out on the streets here in Banbhulpura in Haldwani. All this is under the scanner. This is the part of the 78 acres of road that has been demarked by the railways, and they are contending it is theirs. So if the demolition drive happens, this is the entire area that's going to go down.
इस वक्त एफएसएल की टीम वहां पर पहुंची हुई है और ये जांच पड़ताल कर रही है, सीन को रिक्रिएट करके ये समझने की कोशिश कर रही है कि आखिर ये कैसे हो गया। देखिए आपको तस्वीरों में नजर आ रहा होगा, सीसीटीवी भी वहां पर खंगाले जा रखे हैं और उस हर चीज को देखा जा रहा है। जो फोटोज उस दौरान एफएसएल की टीम ने लिए गए थे, जो वीडियोस एफएसएल की टीम ने उस दौरान यहाँ पर बनाए थे, उन चीजों को भी यहाँ पर डीसीपी देख रहे हैं और अभी जब ये सीन पूरा रिक्रिएट हो रहा है उससे मैच कर रहे हैं कि आखिर किस तरह की चीजें रही होगी।
Bihar, the scooty was hit by Balino, and exactly this area, because we saw when the scooty was passing this entire road of Kishan Bihar, at that time there was no trail, there was no line in this entire road, but when Balino exactly crossed this path, there was a trail of blood, and just we saw a beam of light. That means gypsy police PCR van, that gypsy stopped at a point where scooty got hit by Balino.
खट्टर साहब, संजीव सिंह पे जो आरोप लगे उस पर आप क्या कहेंगे? जो संजीव सिंह पे आरोप लगे, पांच जन के बाद आप इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है।
Right now we are standing in the Madrovoil High Road where the accident took place yesterday, which took the life of a young IT engineer. You can clearly see the spot here. This is the exact place.
And we are getting you this fresh set of pictures that Republic has been able to access. This is the latest CCTV tape, which shows you how the accused left from the Baleno and fled in an auto rickshaw. Remember, all this while the accused have been claiming that they were not aware that the victim was getting dragged under their car and she was entangled in their car, where she was dragged for over 13 kilometers. But that claim has been completely busted, because in this video it is very clear that the accused come out of the Baleno, they survey the Baleno properly. One of the accused who checks everything under the car, the others who are looking inside the car to check for any traces that they leave behind, and then they leave from that Baleno and flee in an auto rickshaw. We are slipping into a very short commercial break, but we're keeping our focus on this video. On the other side, stay with us.
I am Priyanka Sharma from Gujarat, and this is Republic.
Right now I'll just show you around that there's a lot of crowd right on the road, and this is only because of the SP delegation that has arrived here. Everybody has poured out on the streets here in Banbhulpura in Haldwani. All this is under the scanner. This is the part of the 78 acres of road that has been demarked by the railways, and they are contending it is theirs. So if the demolition drive happens, this is the entire area that's going to go down.
इस वक्त एफएसएल की टीम वहां पर पहुंची हुई है और ये जांच पड़ताल कर रही है, सीन को रिक्रिएट करके ये समझने की कोशिश कर रही है कि आखिर ये कैसे हो गया। देखिए, आपको तस्वीरों में नजर आ रहा होगा, सीसीटीवी भी वहां पर खंगाले जा रखे हैं और उस हर चीज को देखा जा रहा है। जो फोटोज उस दौरान एफएसएल की टीम ने लिए गए थे, जो वीडियोस एफएसएल की टीम ने उस दौरान यहाँ पर बनाए थे, उन चीजों को भी यहाँ पर डीसीपी देख रखे हैं और अभी जब ये सीन पूरा रिक्रिएट हो रहा है, उससे मैच कर रखे हैं कि आखिर किस तरह की चीजें रही होगी।
Bihar. The scooty was hit by Baleno, and exactly this area, because we saw when the scooty was passing this entire road of Kishan Bihar, at that time there was no trail, there was no line in this entire road, but when Baleno exactly crossed this path, there was a trail of blood, and just we saw a beam of light. That means gypsy police PCR van, that gypsy stopped at a point where scooty got hit by Baleno.
खट्टर साहब, संजीव सिंह पे जो आरोप लगे उस पर आप क्या कहेंगे? जो संजीव सिंह पे आरोप लगे, पांच जन के बाद आप इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है।
Right now we are standing in the Madrovoil High Road where the accident took place yesterday, which took the life of a young IT engineer. You can clearly see the spot here. This is the exact place where the accident took place. There was a pothole here till yesterday, and now the local civic authorities closed the pothole.
Right now I'll just show you around that there's a lot of crowd right on the road, and this is only because of the SP delegation that has arrived here. Everybody has poured out on the streets here in Banbhulpura in Haldwani. All this is under the scanner. This is
Good afternoon and welcome. You are watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We begin with a look at the top headlines at noon. Yogi's saffron robe spooks the Congress party. Leader says stop talking about religion for investment. Controversy rages over Pathan. The Bajrang Dal tears down posters, protests in Ahmedabad. Anger over inaction against an inebriated man, the cops forced to act. Passenger Shekhar Mishra has been identified. A hunt is on to nab him. In the dock for negligence and delay, the Delhi police is to be questioned in the hit-and-run case.
छात्रों पे लाठी चार्ज हुई है सर।
लाठीचार्ज हुई है, होता रहता है वो, उसके इसका थोड़ी मतलब है, पहला बार हुआ है क्या लाठीचार्ज?
Brutal crackdown on job seekers by Nitish Kumar's police, but aide says lathi charge is normal.
6 महीने ट्रेनिंग करो, बंदूक पकड़ो, 4 साल रहो, फिर जूता मार के बाहर निकाल देंगे और उसके बाद बेरोजगार हो जाओ.
And Rahul Gandhi is at it again. He's now fear-mongering over Agniveers. We are now getting an update in the Air India case. Sources are telling Republic TV that the Delhi police has sent a notice to all Air India crew and called them for interrogation in Air India incident. The aircraft was the Boeing 777, which was travelling between JFK and IGI, that's the Indira Gandhi International Airport in Delhi. We are also learning that the Delhi police have been able to ascertain the identity of this passenger. They have in fact also given it out. He's been identified as Shekhar Mishra. He's a businessman who hails from Mumbai. The police have said that they have lodged an FIR against the man who allegedly urinated on a female passenger on board the flight from New York to New Delhi on the 26th of September. Harsha is joining us live right now from New Delhi. She has more details now. Harsha, we're now learning that the Delhi police has also now sent a notice to all the staff that was on board that flight from JFK to IGI.
Exactly, Nupur, we are getting to know that it was Boeing 777 which was coming from New York to Delhi. The flight took off from New York in the morning hours and reached Delhi on the 26th of November. Now we are getting to know there were almost 10 to 12 staff, the crew members in that JFK to New Delhi flight, and Delhi police have sent the notice to all the crew members. And right now I'm at IGI Airport Police Station only. Nupur will give you a sense of the visuals, because this is the very place where all the crew members have been called for interrogation. The statement of each and every crew members will be recorded at the police station. So we can clearly say that DCP Ravi Singh is investigating this entire issue. The teams have been constituted, and teams are in Delhi and in Mumbai as well. They are conducting the raids to search for to nab the accused. While this is the place where all the crew members and the staff members of the Air India have been called for the interrogation. A proper investigation in this will be done, and each and every statement will be recorded to have more sense that what exactly happened in the airlines, why didn't the crew members react, and what is exactly the say of the crew members on this entire incident. So we are expecting that the crew members, some of the crew members according to their shifts, will be coming here at the International Airport Police Station to record their statements. Nupur, back to you.
All right, Harsha reporting on that. Thank you very much for joining us. So Harsha is bringing us the latest details in terms of the probe that is currently on. Well, Republic TV has accessed a cabinet note on the DJ Halli and the KG Halli riots. The magisterial inquiry has concluded that and points out to the fact that STPI members acted as a terrorist gang. An inquiry also mentioned that STPI members conspired to strike terror among the minds of people and police authorities. It has given a clean chit to the police action of lathi charge and firing. The Cabinet on the 22nd of December accepted the magisterial inquiry report submitted by the Bengaluru Urban Deputy Commissioner on the sequence of incidents, circumstances and the reasons for the death of 3 miscreants during the violence at KG Halli and DG Halli in August of 2022. Prajwal is joining us on the phone line. He's got more details on this. Prajwal, tell us more.
Now we are getting to understand that during the course of the investigation, it was revealed that the accused persons conspired with each other to form an unlawful assembly and to protest against the decisions of the courts and also the government in cases mainly relating to the CAA, the National Minister of Council, that is the NRC, and the Muslim Women Protection Act, and also on the final judgment of the Ayodhya Ram Janmabhoomi. And this not only happened because of a Facebook post which was posted by the nephew of the Congress legislator Akhanda Srinivasa Murthy, but now it is being stated that as a part of the larger conspiracy, the SDPI decided to go on and strike terror in the hearts of the people in Bengaluru, and it was quite inevitable for the cops to go on and fire here. And also secondly, it is stated that the SDPI went on to fan and fuel these riots, which might have taken an ugly color over here in Bengaluru, which happened on the 11th of August in 2020 in DJ Halli and KJ Halli, where many police personnel were also injured and many innocent victims too were injured. It is also pointing out to the role of the SDPI, who are more of acted as a terrorist gang over here. And it is now stated that the cabinet has taken note of this and they have accepted the magisterial inquiry which was conducted here in Bengaluru. Now more and more details tumbling out, where it is also pointing out that the SDPI's larger role is being investigated over here. And this comes at a time when the Congress had always been blaming, stating that SDPI is the B team of the BJP. But now the state government has given a befitting reply, stating that the role of the SDPI is clearly mentioned over here, and they want a ban on this particular political party out here in Karnataka.
All right, so give us more details in terms of the evidence that was presented. We are given to understand that the magisterial inquiry, in fact, also gave a clean chit to the police over the action they had taken at that time.
Absolutely, because what exactly happened was, initially the note also mentions that there was tear gas shells which was fired and rubber pellets too which were fired, and there was firing by the cops in the air, and they warned the agitators to step back, but they wouldn't listen, and immediately they went ahead, they get out the police station, they mobbed the police station and lit a patrolling van on fire, and that is when the cops had to go on and make sure that they had to fire. And in this particular incident, 3 of the people died, and they were all SDPI members over here. But it is also mentioned that they came with a nefarious motive, because it was also found out that they had come with stones, that come out with petrol bombs over here to go on and target the police over here, and it was a malicious intention, and it was not only based.
Well, I'm sorry, I'll have to interrupt you there. We'll come back to you, but we're cutting across to the Delhi Police press conference right now.
और 5 एक्यूज्ड हमारी कस्टडी में हैं। उनका कस्टडी के दौरान इंटरोगेशन हो रहा है। उनका जो वर्जन है उसको कोराबरेट और कॉन्ट्राडिक्ट किया जा रहा है। उनके इंफॉर्मेशन के आधार पर नई जो क्लूज डेवलप हो रहे हैं उनको वेरीफाई किया जा रहा है। और इसमें हमें अब तक जो सफलता मिली है उसमें ये है कि जो एक्यूज्ड हैं उनका जो वर्जन था उसमें कुछ हम कंट्राडिक्शन ला पाए हैं, और सीसीटीवी फुटेज के आधार पर और जो सीडीआर के आधार पर हमें ये पता लगा है कि इसमें 2 लोग और इन्वॉल्व थे, और उनके लिए पुलिस अभी रेड कर रही है। इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी जारी है। इसमें एक सस्टेन्ड इंटरोगेशन के आधार पे ये पता लगा है हमें कि जो दीपक था वो उसने अपने आप को ड्राइवर बताया था, लेकिन इंटरोगेशन के दौरान हमें पता लगा है कि एक्चुअली जो गाड़ी थी वो अमित ड्राइव कर रहा था और ये इसके हमारे पास साइंटिफिक एविडेंस हैं और 2 लोग जो जिन्होंने ये आइडेंटिटी किसी की कंसील करने की कोशिश की थी, ये ड्राइवर नहीं था अमित, उसके जो सहयोगी हैं उनको इस केस में एक्यूज बनाया गया है। अभी हमारी टीम इन्वेस्टिगेशन रेड्स कर रही हैं। इसके साथ साथ जो तमाम पहलू हैं, नई नई चीज़ें इसमें डेवलप हो रही हैं, जैसे सीसीटीवी फुटेज हमें मिल रही है, उसका एग्जामिनेशन हो रहा है। आई विटनेस जो हमें मिली है उसकी स्टेटमेंट 164 की हो चुकी है। इसके अलावा जो फॉरेंसिक की रिपोर्ट है अभी उसका हमें इंतज़ार है। इन्वेस्टिगेशन में अभी कुछ पहलू हैं जिन पे अभी काम चल रहा है और पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट जो है उसकी फाइनल रिपोर्ट अभी आनी बाकी है। और इसके अलावा जो हमारे जो सीसीटीवी कैमरा के कुछ टाइमिंग्स हैं जिसमें जो कहीं पे सिंक्रोनाइजेशन लगता है कि टाइमिंग अलग अलग है, उसकी प्रॉपर मैचिंग जारी है। और जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन हुआ है उसके जो कुछ महत्वपूर्ण बिंदु ये हैं कि जो एक्यूज्ड पार्टी है और जो इसमें डिसीज्ड है उसका कोई कॉल डिटेल के आधार पर और जो अब तक इन्वेस्टिगेशन हुआ है कोई पुराना लिंक नहीं है, कोई पुराना कनेक्शन इसमें अब तक हमें नहीं मिला है। इसके साथ साथ जो एक्यूज्ड हैं और इसमें जो हमें आई विटनेस मिली है उसके भी जो सीडीआर का एनालिसिस है और जो अब तक हमारी एविडेंस है उसके आधार पर कोई पुराना कनेक्शन नहीं मिला है। पोस्टमार्टम एग्जामिनेशन में आपको पहले ही बताया जा चुका है कि कोई भी इस तरह की इंजरी नहीं मिली थी जो कि सेक्सुअल असॉल्ट को इंडिकेट करती हो। इसके अलावा इसमें जितने भी पहलू हैं उनको जल्दी ही पुलिस रैपअप करने की कोशिश कर रही है। कुछ जो इसमें इन्वेस्टिगेशन बकाया है उसके लिए आज हमारे पास जो एक्यूज्ड हैं उनको दोबारा से पीसी ओपन करने के लिए दिल्ली पुलिस पेश करेगी और दोबारा से कस्टडी ऑब्टेन करेगी। 2 एक्यूज्ड हैं उनको अभी हम अरेस्ट करने के लिए कोशिश कर रहे हैं, जल्दी ही हमें इसमें कामयाबी मिलेगी। और इसके साथ साथ जो जितना एविडेंस है उसका एनालिसिस करके बहुत ही जल्दी लीगल ओपिनियन, हाई लेवल की लीगल कंसल्टेशन करके बहुत ही जल्दी इसमें पुलिस चार्जशीट तैयार करेगी, एक स्ट्रॉन्ग चार्जशीट बनाएगी ताकि जो एक्यूज्ड हैं उनको कड़ी से कड़ी सज़ा मिल सके।
आरोपियों का बयानों में विरोधाभास है तो क्या लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट भी करवा सकती है दिल्ली पुलिस?
इन्वेस्टिगेशन एक ऑनगोइंग और डायनेमिक प्रक्रिया। अभी मैंने बताया कि इसमें कुछ पहलू बाकी हैं, इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी जारी है और अगर किसी तरह की हमें रिक्वायरमेंट हुई तो जो जितने भी इन्वेस्टिगेशन की रिक्वायरमेंट हैं जो वो प्रोसेसेस हैं उसके तहत हम कार्रवाई करेंगे। एक हाँ, क्या क्वेश्चन प्लीज? निधि खुद या पीड़िता के बारे में जो आई विटनेस है, वो आई विटनेस का जो स्टेटमेंट 164 में हमने दर्ज कराया है उसके जो कंटेंट हैं वो मैं आपको रिवील नहीं कर सकता। उसने कहीं कोई प्राइवेट स्टेटमेंट दी है उसके बारे में मेरे लिए कुछ कहना संभव नहीं है। इसके अलावा जो पोस्टमार्टम एग्जामिनेशन की फाइनल रिपोर्ट आएगी उसके आधार पर हम कह सकते हैं कि पी थी या नहीं पी थी। वैसे भी अगर कोई ड्रिंक करता है या नहीं करता है इस केस में कोई रेलेवेंस नहीं रखता क्योंकि 304 आईपीसी का केस है तो वो एक फैक्ट इरेलेवेंट है और वो हमारे लिए कोई बहुत रेलेवेंट फैक्टर इस केस में।
जो 2 आरोपी हैं जो नए ये कौन लोग हैं और कैसे इनके नाम सामने हैं? दोनों का नाम
ये एक आशुतोष है और दूसरा आशुतोष खन्ना है।
निधि को लेकर के जो 3 सवाल है,
पहला मैं
एक सेकंड
देखिए, जैसे कि मैंने बताया कि इसमें इन्वेस्टिगेशन काफ़ी आगे बढ़ चुका है। जो प्राइमरी चीज़ें थी हम कर चुके हैं लेकिन बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ें भी अभी बची हुई हैं तो हम पीसी लेंगे, उसके बाद हमारी कुछ रिपोर्ट्स आएंगी, कुछ कैलिब्रेशन होगा, एनालिसिस होगा, लीगल ओपिनियन ली जाएगी। उसके बाद पूरी तरह से एविडेंस कलेक्ट करके हम इसको चार्जशीट करेंगे। लेकिन हमारी कोशिश है जल्दी होगी। जैसे कि आपको मालूम ही है कि 1 तारीख का इंसिडेंट है, आज 5 तारीख है। 5 तारीख की सुबह तक हमने क्या क्या काम किया, हमारी 18 टीम लगी हुई हैं, बहुत ही एक्सपीरियंस्ड ऑफिसर्स की। डीसीपी खुद एसआईटी हेड कर रहे हैं, जॉइंट एडिशनल सीपीयूज को गाइड कर रहे हैं, और डीसीपी द्वारका भी इसमें हमें सहयोग कर रहे हैं। तो बहुत ही स्ट्रॉन्ग एंड कैपेबल ऑफिसर्स की 18 टीम है जो दिन रात काम कर रही हैं, आप सभी को मालूम है। तो मुझे उम्मीद है कि हम जल्दी ही इसमें चार्जशीट फाइल करेंगे।
नाम आपने लिया, उनकी क्या भूमिका थी, कैसे वो इसकी क्लियरिटी कर दीजिए कि दीपक अमित का क्या है, आशुतोष और उनका क्या है, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, ये होने से छुपाया।
देखिए, इसमें जो 2 नाम आए हैं नए हमारे एक्यूज्ड हैं, एक जो एक्यूज्ड है उसका भाई है ये, तो उन्होंने ये देखते हुए कि इसके पास ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस नहीं है और ये एक एक्सीडेंट का ही केस है, किसी दूसरे आदमी को सजेस्ट किया कि तुम कहो कि मैं गाड़ी ड्राइव कर रहा था। तो ये उन्होंने एविडेंस को डिस्ट्रैक्ट किया, क्रिमिनल को स्क्रीन करने की कोशिश की है, तो वो हमारा इस केस में एक्यूज्ड बनता है। इसके साथ जिसकी गाड़ी थी उसको भी मालूम था कि गाड़ी कौन लेकर गया है। गाड़ी दीपक लेकर नहीं गया था, गाड़ी दूसरा लेकर गया था। तो उसने भी जो पुलिस है उसको एक तरह से मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन दी है और इसमें अक्यूज्ड को हेल्प करने की कोशिश की है। मैं सभी का जवाब दूंगा, आप रिलैक्स कीजिए, पहले इसको कंप्लीट करने दीजिए, ठीक है ना।
इसका एक मिनट से कंप्लीट, जब ये एक्सीडेंट हुआ और जहां गाड़ी लास्ट तक गई, उस दौरान ये दोनों कहीं थे या बाद में ऐड हुए? 2 कैसे ऐड हुए? ये 2 लड़के जो नए आए हैं, इनका रोल क्या सिर्फ नाम छुपाया ड्राइविंग के चक्कर में, या जो भी इंसिडेंट हुआ एक्सीडेंट का उनमें कहीं इनकी इन्वॉल्वमेंट की, बीच में उतर गए, कार में बैठे थे?
मैं इसको कंप्लीट कर लेता हूँ। इसमें इन दोनों में से कोई कार में कहीं हमारे पास अभी तक एविडेंस नहीं आया है। इन्होंने एक तरह से इनको स्क्रीन करने की कोशिश की है, मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन किया है, इनको हेल्प किया है। जिन्होंने क्राइम किया, जिन्होंने इतना ग्रूसम क्राइम किया है, उनको प्रोटेक्ट करने की कोशिश की है, तो ये एक क्रिमिनल ऑफेंस अपने आप में बनता है। तो इसलिए हमारी बहुत सी टीम्स अभी लगी हुई हैं, इनको भी हम अरेस्ट करेंगे, फिर इनका फर्दर सस्टेन्ड इंटरोगेशन होगा और उसके आधार पर इन्वेस्टिगेशन आगे बढ़ेगा। इसके साथ साथ कि ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस नहीं था अमित के पास, अभी तक जो इन्फॉर्मेशन है वो नहीं था। अगर बाकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी जारी है, फाइनली कुछ उसमें होगा तो हम आपसे फिर शेयर करेंगे।
सर, निधि को लेकर के 2-3 सवाल उठाए। पहला सवाल, एक परिवार कह रहा है कि निधि का रोल सस्पिशियस है, 302 का मुकदमा दर्ज होना चाहिए। दूसरा सवाल, जब निधि की मां कह रही है, निधि ने खुद ये बताया कि ये गाड़ी को आगे पीछे करके पीड़िता के ऊपर चढ़ाया गया, मृतका के ऊपर चढ़ाया गया, क्या 302 का मुकदमा बनता है? तीसरा सवाल उसी से जुड़ा हुआ, निधि का स्टेटमेंट कितना रिलायबल मान रही है पुलिस, क्योंकि 164 का बयान दर्ज करवाया है। क्या निधि जो इस मामले में सिर्फ एक गवाह है या उसका भी रोल अभी कहीं पर सवाल की घेरे में?
अभी तक जो पुलिस का इन्वेस्टिगेशन है, इसमें आपको सभी को मालूम है कि आपके दिमाग में भी बहुत से क्वेश्चंस थे, हमारे दिमाग में भी बहुत क्वेश्चंस थे कि ये क्या कोई इसके साथ और था या कहाँ से ये आई थी, लास्ट सीन कौन था, ये सारे तमाम क्वेश्चंस आपके दिमाग में भी थे, हमारे दिमाग में भी थे। तो इसलिए पुलिस इस मामले में लगी हुई थी। सारी छानबीन के बाद एक हमें पता लगा कि ये लास्ट लोकेशन कहाँ आ रही थी लड़की की, हमने वो स्पॉट आइडेंटिफाई किया, वहाँ से कुछ हमें क्लू मिले कि यहाँ से ये लड़की किसी और के साथ बैठकर कहीं आ रही है। तो उसके थ्रू हम आई विटनेस तक पहुँचे हैं, जो कि सीसीटीवी फुटेज है। इसके साथ साथ जहाँ पर ये दोनों लड़कियाँ थी, वहाँ पर जो होटल है उसका रिकॉर्ड है, उसका डॉक्यूमेंट्री एविडेंस है, किसके नाम बुक है, किसने बुक कराया है, उस तरह की डिटेल हमारे पास है। तो लास्ट सीन हमने इस्टेब्लिश किया, बिकॉज कहीं भी कोई भी जब कोई इस तरह का हादसा होता है, मिसिंग है या कोई मर्डर है, तो हमारे लिए ये बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है कि लास्ट में कौन था या कोई आई विटनेस है इसका। तो लास्ट सीन को ट्रेस करते हुए हम इस स्टेज तक पहुँचे हैं कि जो निधि है वो इसमें एक बहुत अहम विटनेस है। और आप सभी को मालूम है कि इस तरह के केसेस में जो विटनेस होते हैं उनको भी एक तरह से अच्छे से एग्जामिन करना, उसको हमारी बहुत ज़रूरी एक प्रक्रिया है। और जैसे ही हमें लगा कि ये एक हमारे पास अहम एविडेंस है और बहुत ही सही एविडेंस है, हमने 164 CRPC के तहत कोर्ट में एविडेंस कराया है, ताकि कोई ये एलिगेशन आए कि ये पुलिस की स्टेटमेंट है या पुलिस ने इसको ट्यूटर किया है। वो एक इंडिपेंडेंट एजेंसी है, आप सबको मालूम है, वहाँ का प्रोसीजर सबको मालूम है। मुझे खुद पर्सनली उस जो रिपोर्ट है उसके कंटेंट नहीं मालूम है, बट इतना मालूम है कि हमारा जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है उसमें सपोर्ट मिल रही है और इसमें इन्वेस्टिगेशन की प्रक्रिया जारी है। जहाँ तक उसको बताने वाली बात है या इसने क्यों नहीं रिपोर्ट किया, ये क्वेश्चन हमारे दिमाग में भी आता है कि नॉर्मली आप कोई भी हादसा होता है तो उसमें आप इन्फॉर्म करते हैं और या पुलिस को इन्फॉर्म करते हैं या किसी रिश्तेदार को बताते हैं। हमारे दिमाग में भी है, हमने भी काउंसलिंग की है, पूछा, समझने की कोशिश की है। कई बार कोई ट्रॉमा हो सकता है, कई बार कोई दूसरी वजह भी हो सकती है। तो सभी पहलुओं पर इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी हो रहा है, क्योंकि ये एक ओपन एंडेड प्रक्रिया है जब तक कि हम फाइनली चार्जशीट फाइल नहीं कर सकते। और इनफैक्ट उसके बाद भी सप्लीमेंट्री चार्जशीट का प्रोविज़न हम रख सकते हैं। इसके अलावा कि इन्होंने अपनी मदर को बताया कि ऐसा हुआ, उस पहलू पर भी हम इन्वेस्टिगेशन करेंगे, कि पूछेंगे कि क्या सिचुएशन थी, क्या वो सही बात है, नहीं है, और उसमें क्या क्या अटेम्प्ट हुई किसी को इन्फॉर्म करने की या नहीं हुई। वो एक इन्वेस्टिगेशन है, उस पर हम आगे काम करेंगे।
जो बुक था वो निधि के नाम पर था, तो क्या निधि ने इस लड़की को बुलाया था, जो मृतका है उसे बुलाया था निधि ने, या ये कहानी क्या है? क्योंकि 4 लोगों का भी इन्वॉल्वमेंट था पहले, कल परिवार की तमाम चीजों पे सवाल भी उठा रहा था।
देखिए,
परिवार यही मांग कर रहा है कि 302 का मामला बनना चाहिए, और जिस तरीके से जो चीजें सामने आ रही है, चाहे वो निधि की मां का बयान हो, क्या नया सेक्शन ऐड हो सकता है क्या?
देखिए, जो जिस तरह से हमारे पास अभी डिटेल आ रही है और इन्वेस्टिगेशन में हमें स्टेटमेंट्स के माध्यम से या दूसरा इंटरोगेशन के माध्यम से पता चल रहा है कि ये जो इंसिडेंट है, इट्स अ वेरी ग्रूसम इंसिडेंट। और इसके लिए कि सही मायने में जो विक्टिम है, अंजलि है, उसको जस्टिस मिल सके, तो हमारे लिए ये बहुत ज़रूरी है कि हम जो एविडेंस है वो कड़े से कड़ा एविडेंस, सख्त से सख्त एविडेंस इकट्ठा करें, और जो बिल्कुल सही एप्रोप्रिएट सेक्शंस हैं उनमें हम चार्जशीट तैयार करें। इसके लिए हमारे पुलिस अधिकारी, बहुत जो एक्सपीरियंस्ड लोग हैं, वो लगातार इस पे चर्चा कर रहे हैं, और जो लीगल एक्सपर्ट्स हैं उनकी भी ओपिनियन ली जा रही है, और इसमें एक स्पेशल पब्लिक प्रोसिक्यूटर भी अपॉइंट किया जा रहा है, ताकि किसी भी तरह से ये जो केस है हमारे कोई ये कोलैप्स ना करे, फेल ना हो, कोई इसमें कोई लूप होल ना रह जाए, इन्वेस्टिगेशन पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से एंड लीगल पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से। 302 लगना या 304 लगना ये एक लॉ का मैटर है। इसमें मेरे चाहने से या किसी और के चाहने से, बिना एविडेंस के, बिना फैक्ट एंड सर्कमस्टांसिस के नहीं हो सकता है। इसका पूरी तरह से उसके लिए, मर्डर के लिए आप सभी को मालूम है कि एक मोटिव होना बहुत ज़रूरी होता है, एक इंटेंशन होना बहुत ज़रूरी होता है। अभी तक का जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है उसमें हम इस स्टेज पे नहीं पहुंचे हैं। जैसे कि मैंने आरंभ में बताया कि CDR और CCTV के एनालिसिस से एक्यूज्ड और डिसीज्ड का कहीं कोई कनेक्शन हमें नहीं मिला है। इसके साथ साथ जो एक्यूज्ड हैं उनका और जो आई विटनेस है उसका भी कोई कनेक्शन हमें नहीं मिला है। कोई हादसा होता है और उसमें अगर कोई मोटिव या कोई कोई एक इंटेंशन क्लियर कट ना हो तो उसमें 302 इस्टेब्लिश करना पुलिस के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है। ये केस आप देखते हैं पहले भी इंसिडेंट हुए हैं, एक BMW का इंसिडेंट था, मैटर बहुत हाई लेवल सुप्रीम कोर्ट के लेवल तक जाता है। 304, 302, 304A ये लीगल इश्यूज हैं, पुलिस को जो लॉ के तहत कार्रवाई करनी पड़ती है। तो अभी तक का इन्वेस्टिगेशन क्लियरली इंडिकेट करता है कि 304 के लिए फिट केस है। उसके लिए भी हमें बहुत ही स्ट्रॉन्ग एविडेंस इकट्ठे करने हैं और वो काफ़ी कुछ हमारे पास आ चुके हैं और काफ़ी एविडेंसेस और अब हम इकट्ठा करेंगे।
304 कोर्ट में टिक पाएगा, इतने सबूत पुलिस इकट्ठा कर लेगी कि जो धाराएं लगाई हैं उनको कोर्ट में।
मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि जिस हिसाब से पुलिस ने इसमें इतना फास्ट इन्वेस्टिगेशन किया है और फर्स्ट कोई ही 5 अक्यूज अरेस्ट कर लिए गए थे और उसके बाद पोस्टमार्टम एग्जामिनेशन, उनका फॉरेंसिक एग्जामिनेशन, सारे जो एविडेंसेस कलेक्ट हुए हैं, पुलिस को पूरा विश्वास है कि हम इसमें एक बहुत ही स्ट्रॉन्ग केस बनाने में सफल होंगे। देखिए, जो पुलिस एक निष्कर्ष पर पहुंची है, जो एविडेंस के आधार पर, इंटरोगेशन के आधार पर, और जब हम 304 का केस अभी धारा इस पे लगी हुई है तो 304 का मायने ये होता है कि अक्यूज्ड को या किसी भी जो भी क्रिमिनल आदमी है जिसने कोई क्राइम किया है कि उसको नॉलेज होती है कि अगर मैं ऐसे गाड़ी को मारूंगा या इसको आगे ले जाऊंगा किसी के ऊपर के इंसान से तो उसकी डेथ हो जाएगी। तो ये नॉलेज है, इसमें कोई डाउट नहीं है हमारे हिसाब से, और इसीलिए हमने 304 का केस किया।
सर, जो आपने सेक्शंस लगाए 304 से एमएससीटी मतलब अप्लीकेबल होगा या नहीं?
देखिए, जो एमएससीटी की क्या सेक्शंस एप्लीकेबल होंगे, 304 में एमएससीटी बहुत रेलेवेंट नहीं रह जाता है, लेकिन एक ये है कि एप्लीकेबल इसमें रेलेवेंट सेक्शन एमएससीटी के वो भी होंगे। बट एक ये है कि एक ड्राइवर, एज ए ड्राइवर की भी ये रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी भी है कि अगर कोई इंसिडेंट हुआ तो उसको पुलिस को बताए। जो इस केस में इन अक्यूज्ड ने पुलिस को नहीं बताया कि उन्होंने ऐसे कोई एक्सीडेंट किया है, इन्फॉर्मेशन को छुपाया है। तो जितने भी स्ट्रिक्ट पॉसिबल एक्शंस, एक्ट्स हैं और सेक्शंस हैं, पुलिस वो लगाएगी। एक मिनट, आपको मैं मौका दे चुका हूँ मेरे को।
तो जो कॉन्ट्राडिक्शन आ रहा है का, वो किस पॉइंट का है और वो किधर की तरफ इशारा कर रहा है?
देखिए,
इन्वेस्टिगेशन किस तरफ अब जाएगा?
कॉन्स्पिरेसी इस चीज़ की नहीं है कि कोई मर्डर है। कॉन्स्पिरेसी है कि क्राइम किया है उसको छुपाने में, उसको उस तरह से कि किसी को पता ना लगे, उस तरह की कनाइवेंस से 120B या 34 IPC की जो भी फाइनली इन्वेस्टिगेशन के दौरान एविडेंस आएगा उस पर हम चार्जशीट करेंगे। लेकिन ये बिल्कुल सही बात है कि इसमें कहीं न कहीं उनको मालूम था कि ये ऐसा कोई ह्यूमन बॉडी है जिसके साथ एक्सीडेंट हुआ है। और
So the Delhi police over there making some statements. They have of course said that there could be 2 more accused in this case, and also that the driver who was driving the vehicle did not have a license. You're watching Republic TV. We slip into a very short break. We'll get you more details on this in just a bit. Stay with us. All right, we are now cutting across to the latest that we are getting on Haldwani. Do remember that the Supreme Court will be hearing the matter today. This after Prashant Bhushan, of course, approached the Supreme Court over this. Now, what we're given to understand is that even as that happens, the Aam Aadmi Party is joining the protest site in Haldwani, and I'm going to try and go across to our correspondent Madhurima with more details on this. I don't think we've got Madhurima yet, but The protests, of course, have been going on for a while. Do remember that today is the day that the Supreme Court also hears the matter. According to the High Court's order, of course, this administration over there has been asked to evict what is being said are illegal settlers in the area. This is railway land. This is about 2.2 kilometers of a large tract of land, which according to the court belongs to the railways. Now, the court, of course, had said that authorities who are evicting these people will need to give the people about a week's time.
And Madhurima is now joining us live on the broadcast. Madhurima, give us details of Aam Aadmi Party leaders there coming to the protest, because just a short while ago we were talking about how this has taken a massively political turn. There is the Congress, the Samajwadi Party and now the Aam Aadmi Party also extending support to these protesters.
Well, yes, absolutely, Swesha. We'll take you towards the visuals of the stage from where the speech and the prayers are being conducted just 2 minutes back from here. From now, there was a very inflammatory speech being given from the dais of this protest, where the speaker was saying that we will not let anybody give this a communal color. They are trying to, the government is trying to create a divide. Such statements are being made at this very protest, which is a very dense protest, as you can see. And they're saying that may it be Uttar Pradesh, may it be Uttarakhand, but we will not let anybody come between us. So such statements are being made, and as we got you the exclusive visuals of the Aam Aadmi Party convoy also, Swesha, we showed how around 3 to 4 cars and in that particular convoy came in, and then they went and joined the protest in the dais. There was an announcement that the Aam Aadmi Party leaders have joined them and that they are extending the support to these protesters over here. And where they were calling it a prayers, they themselves in the speech said that this protest will go. Though they are calling it a peaceful protest, but such speeches being given from the dais with political presence does not indicate a peaceful protest without any agenda. Now we'll have to wait and watch and see that how, if any more political parties come. But right now, Aam Aadmi Party delegation has already reached. They have joined the protesters on the site, and now they are extending their support, and they have said that until a verdict comes from the Supreme Court, they are not going to leave the protest as well. So, Swesha, we've seen, you've seen that how even in the past as well. Yesterday there was a Samajwadi Party delegation, then there were Congress leaders making remarks where they were trying to assert over the fact that this entire protest and this entire demolition is happening because of the government, and that a certain section is being attacked. We have busted that myth multiple times that there are temples as well in this entire vicinity that will go down along with mosques. It is not like that a certain community is being targeted over here. This is a demolition drive, and the orders have been given by the court, not by any government, and that is the fact that we've been pressing upon. And not just one court, it is the Nainital High Court, then it's the Delhi High Court, now the Supreme Court. They have knocked the doors of the Supreme Court. We'll have to wait and watch and see what does the Apex Court has to say. But multiple courts have already given the verdict in the favor of railways, and this particular, as you can see, that's a huge land, piece of land, 78 acres, 28 acres of slums, and then around 50 acres of the residential land over here. So you can see that the protesters are gathering more and more. The numbers are
Right. A very clear motive with building pressure ahead of the hearing in the Supreme Court, and that is evident, Madhurima. I'll keep coming back to you for further updates on this. For the moment, we are shifting our focus back to the Delhi hit-and-run case, where a short while ago, the Delhi police had just conducted a news briefing and put out important details of how far the investigation has reached. This is, of course, coming at a time when a lot of CCTV tapes are also now with us in public domain. And clearly the timings of the CCTV tapes are not matching with the versions that have come in so far.
4 मिनट और 2:06 के बीच हुआ होगा, तो हम यहाँ तक पहुँच गए। मैं ये भी कह सकता हूँ कि 2:05 पे हुआ है, तो आप उससे बहुत आगे पीछे नहीं जा सकते हैं। अगर हम 2:05 मानते हैं, तो अगर हम स्ट्रेच करते हैं जबकि बॉडी मिली है कहीं पर एक्चुअली, तो वो 4:15 के आसपास का टाइम है। एग्जैक्ट टाइम मैं रिमेंबर नहीं कर रहा हूँ। अनफॉर्चुनेटली बॉडी ड्रैग की गई है, और वो जो स्ट्रेच है आप सभी को मालूम है, वो हरियाणा को जाता है, वो रोड जोनती बॉर्डर है, तो रात का टाइम है, PCRs हैं वहाँ पर। तो जैसा कि मैंने बताया कि उस रिस्पॉन्स में जो भी अगर हमारे को इम्प्रूवमेंट की कोई गुंजाइश है, तो हम उसको इंटरनली स्टडी कर रहे हैं साइंटिफिकली, उसको हम इम्प्रूव करेंगे, और जहाँ कोई ह्यूमन एरर है और कोई है तो उसके ऊपर भी अप्रोप्रिएट एक्शन। देखिए, जो एरिया जो डिस्टेंस है वो लगभग 10-12 किलोमीटर का है, लेकिन कितने किलोमीटर एक्चुअल ड्रैग की मेरे लिए बताना अभी संभव है।
हम ये मान के चलें
क्या
दोनों अंकुश आप लोग की डिटेंशन में?
नहीं, अभी हमारी टीम्स लगी हुई हैं उनको अरेस्ट करने के लिए।
सर गाड़ी आशुतोष की थी, ये बात हमारे हम लोग भी गए थे उसके घर, आशुतोष के घर भी जा चुके हैं और उसके अंकुश के घर भी, लेकिन वो देवर मतलब ना पुलिस के पास है ना घर के किसी सदस्य के पास।
तो वही तो मैंने बताया कि अगर आप हमारे पास होते तो मैं बता देता, हाँ, और अगर आपके पास है तो आप बता दीजिए।
अंजलि का मोबाइल मिल गया सर? अंजलि का मोबाइल फोन मिल गया? मोबाइल फोन सर एक फुटेज में चारों लोग निकलते हुए दिख रहे हैं, क्या ये वही लोग 4 लोग हैं?
देखिए, फुटेजेस इमर्ज हो रही हैं, ठीक है, हम भी उनको एनालाइज कर रहे हैं, और उसी के फुटेजेस के आधार पर हमारे जो क्लू हैं वो डेवलप होते हैं, या कॉरपोरेशन या कॉन्ट्रडिक्शन होती है।
सर आशुतोष का एक बार रोल बता दें एग्जैक्टली क्या है, क्या उसने सबूत क्या जो ब्लड वगैरह साफ करी, क्योंकि उसी की गाड़ी थी, उसके घर पे गाड़ी लगाई लोगों ने और फिर वो लोग भाग गए पास।
देखिए, अभी जो इंटरोगेशन होगी उसके बाद ही हम आपको थोड़ा सा इसमें और बता पाएंगे।
मोटिव का कोई इंडिकेशन क्या मोटिव रहा होगा? 2 घंटे चलती रही गाड़ी, पता था उसके बावजूद।
देखिए, अब ये बड़ा मुश्किल क्वेश्चन है आपका कि वो जवाब देना थोड़ा सा डिफ़िकल्ट है। मैंने जैसे कि बताया कि इसीलिए हमने 304 IPC ऐड किया।
सर, जो कार पार्क की थी जिसके बहुत कम समय में एनएसएल की टीम वहां पहुंच गई, तो क्या कार से उस वक्त
अब आई थिंक
परिवार ने मना कर दिया कि वो पहले से निधि को नहीं जानते, अंजलि के साथ कोई संबंध नहीं थे, दोस्ती नहीं थी।
देखिए, मैं इतना कहूँगा कि उनकी दोस्ती कितनी पुरानी थी कितनी नहीं थी वो एक उनका पर्सनल इशू है, मुझे नहीं मालूम, लेकिन जो हमारे पास एविडेंस है मैं इतना कह सकता हूँ कि जैसे 31 का इंसिडेंट है और 30-29 इसके 20-25 कॉल हो रखी हैं, तो एंड द वेरी फैक्ट कि वो एक स्कूटी पे थी, तो वो फ्रेंड थी या नहीं थी ये मेरे लिए कहना मुश्किल है।
फिलहाल निधि सिर्फ एक विटनेस है इसके लिए।
सर मेरा एक सवाल है कि अमित का भाई क्या अंकुश है या आशुतोष है?
सर, निधि सिर्फ एक विटनेस है, फिलहाल निधि को एक विटनेस के तौर पर ही देखा गया है, उसके स्टेटमेंट को एज इट इज रिलाई किया गया पुलिस के द्वारा।
वो तो कोर्ट में उसकी स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्ड करेंगे। That's part of investigation. Thank you.
Thank you.
गाड़ी टकरी तो अब तक पता
Thank you so much. Can you share the updates later?
Investigation is going on.
Thank you.
All right, so the latest news briefing by the Delhi police, where they also responded to Republic Newsbreak over this video that Republic had access first of the PCR van that had come just 5 minutes after the Baleno car was spotted, and the Delhi police saying that disciplinary action will be taken against all those in the Delhi police on whose part negligence and delay is found. But this is the latest CCTV tape that Republic has. In that CCTV tape, you clearly see the accused who are coming out of that silver Baleno. They are inspecting the car thoroughly, both on the inside and even below the car. then they sit in an auto rickshaw and leave. So this is now very, very evident, and their claim so far that they did not know of what was below the car has been busted, because the moment they stop the car, the first thing they do is inspect what is below the car. And this CCTV footage, but the timestamp, I beg your pardon, is not very clear. But we are trying to get details of what time this happened. The accused who got out of the car and inspected it properly, then left from there. This even as the Delhi police has cleared that it was Amit who was driving the car, as opposed to the version of the accused who have been trying to derail the investigation. And also the possibility of two others, Ashutosh and Ankush, who were involved in this case. Piyush, I want to come to you because two sets of pictures that Republic is now playing on its screens. One is a different angle of when Nidhi had reached her house, and the other, of course, is the accused getting down from that Baleno, checking the car thoroughly, under the car, inside the car, because they were aware of what they did, and checking for any traces that they may leave behind, which bust their claim of what they have been saying so far, that they did not know that the victim was getting dragged under the car.
Well, Suisha, if we talk about this CCTV footage which we are right now showing, where accused are seen coming out of the car and checking if there is anything stuck under their car, is of the very point when they had parked their car there in a petrol pump in Rohini, in Sultanpuri area of Delhi. But before that, what Delhi police has told us, and that's a confirmation coming in from the top Delhi police officer, that the accused knew that there is a body under their car, but despite knowing all these things, they continued driving. What is more important here is that two more accused have been identified by Delhi police, and the search for them is going on. They are the one who knew that they have given car to accused who were drunk. In fact, police is also adding that out of these two accused are the one who are also relatives of these five accused. So police is investigating on that angle also. In fact, police is also telling us that these two accused are the one who tried to tamper with evidence, who tried to mislead accused to lie before the police, and that is why they're looking for these two accused. Now, what is more important, fact which has come out here, is that the accused knew that Anjali was stuck right under their car, and despite knowing that, they kept on driving. Remember that Republic had broken this a couple of days back, where our sources had confirmed that driver got to know that something was stuck, but the others who were occupants of that particular car, Baleno, they continued encouraging the driver to keep on driving. So multiple things have now come out. Delhi police has clarified. In fact, Delhi police has also spoken on the CCTV which Republic TV had accessed yesterday, where we showed to our viewers as to how, when the accident took place between Baleno car and Anjali's scooty, PCR went soon after that was spotted at the same location, at the same road. When we asked as to why PCR did not act on time, Delhi police is telling us that the moment they spotted the scooty, they looked at the number plate. They also went to the registered address, but they could not find anyone. But unfortunately, they did not have idea of any body being stuck right under the car. But now, as of now, they have corroborated all the CCTV footages. They have done the entire mapping of the area. They have looked into all the CCTV footage, be it about restaurant, hotel, petrol pump. Every angle has now been looked into, and after that, these accused were also caught. But there are many more who are on radar, and that is why Delhi police continues its investigation on different angles. In fact, Delhi police has not ruled out if it is going to add a section 302, these charges of murder. Remember that family member has been demanding that a 302 should also be added in FIR. Delhi police has not ruled out that, and they are saying that the investigation is still going on. In fact, they have added that they are still waiting for the final postmortem report, and also they are going to look for these two accused. In fact, they are also relying on their statements which have been given by Nidhi. They are saying that the statement which Nidhi has made before, given before the magistrate under 164, that is the only statement on which they are going to rely. In fact, they are also saying that Nidhi is the only eyewitness as far as this entire case is concerned. Two more accused are now on the radar of Delhi police. We'll have to wait and watch when they are going to be caught. Suresha.
Nidhi's role certainly needs to be looked into very, very strongly, Piyush, in this case. Also, the police saying that when it is about Section 304, they need concrete evidence to be able to back that charge. For now, saying that culpable homicide is the right charge that they have pressed. And also, as they continue to investigate the case, any more charges that need to be added will be done. For the moment, Piyush, thank you for joining us. We're stepping into a very short commercial break. On the other side, we'll also get you details over the big controversy that is now breaking out on the film Pathan, where Bajrang Dal had teared down posters and also staged massive protests in Ahmedabad. And India roars Agneepath, but Rahul Gandhi is at it again. He is fear-mongering on Agniveers.
First of all, for past 2 months, there have been various issues which has been popping up in Tamil Nadu. That is from BJP only. Okay. And sincerely, I would like to only question in which way Annamalai has supported any woman. In which way he has supported. Be it, there was a audio leak with Daisy Charan and Trichy Surya. He actually made a compromise and he actually suspended the person, Trichy Surya. But it just vanished away. The problem, he did not accept his resignation. Basically, he's a habitual offender, Trichy Surya. And he's not only done that to one person, he's done it to Alish Abdullah, which also came in the same month. Yes. And then that has also, she has also openly came out to the press and told that, you know, the person is spoken very badly. And he's apparently very close aide of Annamalai. Now, today, he's saying that I will not accept his resignation. And in which way is he voicing out for women? Where he has actually openly spoken about me in front of 150 people, speaking about Dubai in a very absurd way, in abusive way, inducing a very wrong idea about a woman, especially me. And then like now, he doesn't even have an answer to come out. He doesn't have an answer. Recently, I just saw a interview where he press meet. He's saying that let Gayatri Raghuram put more allegation on me, so I will become famous, popular, so people will talk about me. So is he using me as a for his popular agenda? So women are so he cannot answer a women's question for the abuse abusive comment he had made, but he wants to keep me as a agenda to make this issue as a popular. And how absurd is that? Which leader would come say something like that?
And a quick check of the other top stories we're tracking for you this morning. In the Delhi hit and run case, 5 accused are to be produced in Rohini court. Earlier, the court on January 2nd had granted 3-day police custody to all the accused. I am Suesha Sawant reporting from New Delhi. This is Republic.
हम शर्मिंदा है, तेरे कातिल जिंदा है। अंजलि हम शर्मिंदा है, तेरे कातिल जिंदा है। अंजलि के हत्यारों को फांसी दो, फांसी दो। अंजलि के हत्यारों को, अरे अजय भाई फ्रेम दे रखा है। अंजलि के हत्यारों को फांसी दो, फांसी दो। अंजलि के हत्यारों को फांसी दो, फांसी दो। अंजलि के हत्यारों को फांसी दो, फांसी दो। अंजलि हम शर्मिंदा है, तेरे कातिल जिंदा है। अंजलि हम शर्मिंदा है, तेरे कातिल जिंदा है। अंजलि हम शर्मिंदा है, तेरे कातिल जिंदा है। बेटी के हत्यारों को फांसी दो, फांसी दो। बेटी के हत्यारों को फांसी दो, फांसी दो।
Chorus is growing louder, seeking justice for Anjali and saying that there must be the strictest of punishment for those who have killed Anjali. Remember, that is now very clear from the news conference that the Delhi police had also just concluded, saying that the accused were very much in the know-how, that Anjali's body was getting dragged under their car. Also, a CCTV tape that Republic accessed, we just showed you how the accused were inspecting the car thoroughly, both from beneath it and even inside. And this as we hear louder chants across the streets of the national capital seeking justice for Anjali.
Massive protests have erupted here in Banpulpur area in Haldwani. The Supreme Court will be hearing the matter in less than an hour. We will be right back after a very short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV. We will be keeping you ahead of this very big story in Haldwani.
First of all, for past 2 months, there have been various issues which has been popping up in Tamil Nadu. That is from BJP only. Okay. And sincerely, I would like to only question in which way Annamalai has supported any woman. In which way he has supported. Be it, there was a audio leak with Daisy Charan and Trichy Surya. He actually made a compromise and he actually suspended the person, Trichy Surya. But it just vanished away. The problem, he did not accept his resignation. Basically, he's a habitual offender, Trichy Surya. And he's not only done that to one person, he's done it to Alish Abdullah, which also came in the same month. Yes. And then she has also openly came out to the press and told that, the person is spoken very badly. And he's apparently very close aide of Annamalai. Now, today, he's saying that I will not accept his resignation. And in which way is he voicing out for women? Where he has actually openly spoken about me in front of 150 people, speaking about Dubai in a very absurd way, in abusive way, inducing a very wrong idea about a woman, especially me. And then now, he doesn't even have an answer to come out. He doesn't have an answer. Recently, I just saw a interview where press meet, he's saying that let Gayatri Raghuram put more allegation on me, so I will become famous, popular, so people will talk about me. So is he using me as for his popular agenda?
And breaking news coming in, the Supreme Court has begun the hearing on the Haldwani case. Latest details of a bench of Justice Sanjay Kishan Kaul and Justice Abhay S. Oak, who are conducting the hearing. This is the latest coming in on the Haldwani case, where the Supreme Court has begun the hearing. Advocate Colin Gonsalves, who's reading out the order of the High Court. Remember this very order of eviction by the High Court that is being protested by the people in Haldwani, where they are saying that they will not evict the area. people in Banpulpura who are saying that they're living here since the 1940s. This is where their forefathers had come. And this is an attempt to target the minority community. We see protests being staged since this morning, loud chants, as they are protesting against the High Court order of eviction. And now the matter is in the Supreme Court. Madhurima, I want to come to you because all eyes now on the Supreme Court. We've been seeing how the protests have been getting stronger on the ground from all these people, how it took a political turn with the Congress, the Samajwadi Party, the Aam Aadmi Party all having stepped in. But important now to what the court decides and everyone abiding by that decision.
Absolutely, Swesha, because the last word will be that of the Apex Court, because we've seen in the past that the Delhi High Court's order and the Nainital High Court order has not been able to make way through these people living in the vicinity, because we're taking you to the visuals as I speak that the hearing is underway, and the updates that we are getting over here is that the advocate Colin has said that there are concrete houses here, there are schools, there are colleges. So all these facts are being highlighted over here, the concerns that are being raised by the people as well, that they're living here for decades. But yet again, the kind of rigidity that has been put on display is a matter of concern, because in the end of the day, the courts have found merit on the side of the railways and have allotted them time and again. Multiple courts have allotted the railways to carry out the demolition, and even an eviction notice has also been given, and according to that the date of demolition would be starting from January 8. But looking at the kind of construction in this area, it's going to be a Herculean task, but you can see the kind of blockade that has today has occurred on the road. The entire area has poured out on the streets, heavy deployment of the police officials, and as we have been pointing out, this again feels like a Shaheen Bagh 2.0 kind of an appearance. You can see that everybody has come out on the street, not just the blockade, but also the businesses over here. Everybody is standing out and they are looking at this entire protest. Everybody has come out on the streets. So this is the situation, and the situation is quite dire over here as the protesters have blocked the entire route. Now the state government in the court is saying that this entire land belongs to the railways, and this is a main point that needs to be highlighted in the court, because this entire case has been doing rounds at multiple courts since 2007, and time and again the people, even in the Delhi High Court, said that the people living in the vicinity have not been able to produce enough evidence to back their cause, and which is why looking at the evidence, the kind of evidence that the railways has produced, old maps, old architectural plans that defines that it is their land and that it has been encroached upon. But the people living here have been pressing on the fact that they have been living here for past many decades and that they are not going to vacate it. The hearing is underway in the Supreme Court. In just few moments we'll know what the court has to say, because if the demolition happens, Swesha, it's going to be a large scale and it's going to be a very vulnerable situation over here. Yes, Swesha.
In fact, let me tell you, Madhurima, similar are the arguments that are being made in the top court right now from the advocate who's representing the petitioners. Niranjan, if I can come to you, you have all the updates coming out of the Supreme Court and the arguments being made. Take us through it.
Well, the hearing has begun, and on part of the encroachers and those who are fighting this case in the Supreme Court, who have petitioned in the Supreme Court, right now Colin Gonsalves, the senior advocate, is arguing in court, and he's going on to read what the High Court had said in the Haldwani matter. And he says that the proceedings under the Public Premises Act is not valid. The argument of the petitioners has been that the order asking the encroachers to evict immediately is not valid under the Public Premises Act. And he also says that he goes on to read a passage from the High Courts talking about how the land belongs to the state government, talks about how the land belongs to the state government. And as we speak, he's reading the orders of the High Court ordering eviction. And we've been reporting from there over 4,000 families who've been protesting at this particular site in Haldwani. They've been accused of encroaching railway land. And an RTI reply that we have shown in our coverage in the last few days also shows that it was nearly 32 hectares of land, nearly 30 acres in some records. So it's a large parcel of land which has been encroached on. And just to give you an idea about what they've been saying, that is the encroachers and those who are fighting in the Supreme Court, they claim they've been paying house tax for years. They have Aadhaar cards. That's been their argument, saying that if it's government land, we have been paying taxes, and we have actually been giving our part to the government, and you can't really evict us now after collecting tax for all this while. Does that argument hold, Swapnil? Swapnil is also joining us on the broadcast. Swapnil, does that argument hold that they've been paying house tax for years and hence are not really encroachers?
Well, that argument shouldn't hold because it's not a Nazul land. If you read the Uttarakhand High Court judgment, in that there is a clear-cut distinction between the Nazul land as claimed by the petitioners. And Niranjan, let me tell you, I've asked your team to patch me live, but they haven't switched on my Skype video. So I'm giving you a phono now. But as and when they do the live, then I don't mind going live with you. But yes, the claims of the petitioner is that it is a Nazul land, which it isn't, because you have to show several proofs that are required to show that it's a Nazul land and that it was given to you in 1907 as per those kind of registration records and documentary records. Now, nowhere does it show that it is a Nazul land. If it was a Nazul land, then possibly the petitioners would have had a claim and would have been an appropriate claim, and all of this would have gone away, and the Supreme Court would have possibly considered their view, which I'm sure it will consider today, but I don't think it is going to bypass the Uttarakhand High Court judgment. It is going to rule in favor of the High Court, what the High Court has done. Unfortunately, the petitioners will have to vacate this because this seems to be an encroachment land. Tomorrow, in any encroachment proceedings of any nature, whether you call it, whether it's a forest land, whether it's a CRZ land, whether it's a Nazul land, whether it's a Waqf property, all of these things have to be shown with appropriate documentation so as to show that there has been a genesis of that. There was an actual registration in the land property cards, in all of those things, with that as a Nazul land or whatever. And then thereafter, it needs to go into the fact that all of these things then considered, then maybe the petitioners would have a proper say. But when they don't have appropriate documentation just to show that they have the Aadhaar card, everybody has an Aadhaar card. You say that you have some sort of a purchase document. Now, at that time, even if it was corruption at that end, Niranjan, let me tell you that when the thing was corrupt at that time, maybe this land ought not to have been given since it was a railway land. Now, whether the railway authorities acted in collusion or not is a separate issue. Now, if the petitioners, for example, are able to show, Niranjan, to the Supreme Court that it was the railway authorities themselves who gave this land to them to stay, then the case of the railway authorities becomes weak. Other than that, I think it becomes a little tad difficult for a encroacher to say that just because we've been staying here since a long period of time,
we need to be staying because our exams are there, or our family has been living here since ages, or our old people are there. It is unfortunate. I completely understand that, but it is going to be a very, very tough task for Mr. Prashant Bhushan, because I believe he's arguing on behalf of the petitioners here to put a claim to the contrary to what the High Court has ruled. It's a 176-page judgment. I have gone through that entire judgment. Let me tell you, it's a very well-reasoned judgment of the Uttarakhand High Court. Now, if the Supreme Court thinks otherwise, which it can, I don't have anything to say on that. But be that as it may, it's very clear, Niranjan, here that it is going to be very, very difficult for these petitioners to stake any sort of, should I say, adverse possession. Adverse possession is generally over a period of 12 years if you stay at a particular place with the consent of the owner and to the knowledge of the owner. Without his consent, to the knowledge of the owner, and he doesn't speak a word, you then stake a claim to that property. Now, this is, going on since several years. But the key thing is here that whether it was a railway land, the answer to that is that there are several documentations which the railway authorities have shown that yes, this was our land.
There's some updates from the courtroom. There's some update from the courtroom, if I can just, bring in the observations and the arguments being made from both the court's end and the end of the lawyers. In the court, schools, community health centers, banks are all built and 50,000 people will be affected by the order of the High Court is what the petitioners have said, saying that the state government is saying that the land belongs to the railways and that the side of the people affected was not heard earlier as well, and the same thing has happened again, adding that under the special act of the railways, the High Court took action and ordered the removal of the encroachment, and the court then goes on to ask who's from the side, who's from the Uttarakhand government or representing the railways. And ASG Aishwarya Bhati has said that some appeals are pending, but there is no stay in the case. Advocate Prashant Bhushan at that point saying that demarcation of the state government was done during the COVID period, but time was not given. Supreme Court then intervenes. There's an observation made. Supreme Court asks if people are living there for many years, is there any scheme for their rehabilitation? And if the state government is giving only 7 days time and saying vacate. So the Supreme Court is asking some questions as well. Asking questions on if people are living there for many years, is there a scheme for them to be rehabilitated, and whether actually only 7 days of time was given. The bench has also said certainly if it's your land, you're permitted to develop it. But if so many people have stayed there for so long, some rehabilitation must be done for them. And the Supreme Court at that point, Justice Oka says, people have stayed there for 50 years or more. Bhati says it's been projected like this, but it's not. This strip of land belongs to the railways. And Justice Kaul of the Supreme Court says, what is the stand of Uttarakhand? And the Justice Kaul, as we speak, also saying that some scheme will have to be run for rehabilitation. So the Supreme Court keen on the rehabilitation angle, saying that if so many people have been staying for so many years, that they should be rehabilitated. Supreme Court saying somebody has to do this exercise of rehabilitation. So I think that's a very big observation being made. Supreme Court also saying there should be some scheme regarding rehabilitation. We understand that work should not stop for the development of the railways, but think about the families and rehabilitate them. So far, as far as rehabilitation is concerned, quickly Swapnil, if I can get in a word from Madhurima on what the status of the rehabilitation is. On the ground, Madhurima, are they being given options for rehabilitation? Is that already on the table for them?
Well, Niranjan, we talk about rehabilitation. So temporary rehabilitation has been offered by the SDM over here. But what the Supreme Court is observing is that the kind of infrastructure that has been built here and that will be taken down if the demolition is ordered, that kind of infrastructure should be given to these people, because it is not just about their houses. They have businesses over here, they have schools, they have colleges, they have banks, and everything possible that you can expect in a local vicinity in a residential area, and everything is there. So this is what the Supreme Court has been pressing upon. And as far as the SDM is concerned, he has said that there is temporary rehabilitation. There have not been made permanent measures that these people could once again start their lives like they were living over here, Niranjan. So that is the status over here. The protests are still underway. The speeches are still being given over here. The blockade continues. But now we have to see all of a sudden the sloganeering has been happening. Again happening. You can see that the same round of people who keep on pressuring the media to push them back. Again, such sloganeering happening over here once again to push media back. And the protest when the blockade continues on the road, though people have stood up now, they have, they are roaming around. The blockade seems to be not that strong anymore as the court hearing has begun. This has been the MO for the past few days. Also, the police taking charge, dispersing people because one against the crowd getting angry and trying to disperse media over here. This was the situation yesterday as well, when we saw that the crowd came and they tried to disperse the media, but the police taking charge and dispersing these crowds who are trying to interrupt in our work, Niranjan. So the situation here still remains a little sensitive. People, yes, of course, because the kind of infrastructure specifically the 51 acres of the 78 under the contention holds is massive. There are businesses, like I've been pointing out, they have been carrying out their daily work. As you can see, I'll just request my camera person to show you around their pakka houses, their shops, their businesses. So all this will be demolished if the Supreme Court gives them
Just getting in some more observations. 1 minute, just stay with me, Madhurima. I'm getting in some more observations now. As the Supreme Court asks for a rehabilitation plan, also saying that someone has to do the exercise of rehabilitation, and that while the development of railways cannot stop and should not stop, rehabilitation should be considered. Supreme Court adding it's not that you're removing these encroachments for development, you're just removing encroachments. Somebody has to do this exercise of rehabilitation, adding that we understand that railway work must not stop. The bench is asking for some solution to be found. It's a human issue. And the Council for the Railways is saying this has not happened overnight, that due process has followed. Supreme Court is saying in harmony two things can happen at the same time. So just getting a word from Swapnil as well. Swapnil, so Supreme Court is talking about rehabilitation. I think that option is already on the table, albeit temporary, because you can't really give encroachers permanent sort of residency somewhere else, but they're being given options of temporary arrangements. And on the issue of the process itself, if the process has been ongoing for years, as the RTI replies show, do they really have an argument left?
Yes, Niranjan, I was about to come to that when you asked me the question, when you went to Badurima, and that is exactly the point that I was coming to. When you have these encroachment issues, especially in any of those lands, whether you call it, as I said, CRZ, forest, etc., and if you're going to displace a large amount of people, there is an issue of balance of convenience and equity that comes in. Then what is more at stake? Who will be more inconvenienced in this case? Obviously, the railway authorities, if they have to wait for another 3 months, they are not going to be inconvenienced. It is the people who are going to be displaced, they're going to be inconvenienced. So the Supreme Court, looking at the entire perspective of or the conspectors of facts, will ask for a rehabilitation, which you just then read that yes, they are asking for a rehabilitation on a larger scale or on a larger or on a more permanent basis rather than just temporary. Now, for the state government to say that this is already in process and this is already on the cards and this has been on the table since a long period of time, but these people have not accepted it, still the court will look at a larger perspective and say that it's a question of humans here being displaced. It is not the question of anybody else, who is going to, just 10 people or 15 people who are going to be displaced. It is going to be a lot many more people. So that is the reason why there has to be a rehabilitation scheme. So to my understanding, from the way the questions are being asked by the Supreme Court, this is not going to happen overnight. The Uttarakhand High Court judgment may be confirmed, but subject to an appropriate permanent rehabilitation scheme envisaged and or executed or planned to be executed by the railway authorities or by the government in question. Only in that the Uttarakhand government cannot lift off its hands and say, by the way, this is between the railways and the petitioners, nothing to do with us. It's not going to happen like that. They will have to step in, or they may be asked by the Supreme Court to step in to establish if the railway authorities themselves do not have a rehabilitation scheme in plan, which they cannot, because they will have to rehabilitate them somewhere at a place which may be owned by the state government. So the state will have to be a privy to this in that sense, and will have to put it on an affidavit saying that there has to be a rehabilitation scheme. So as of now, to me, it looks like the Supreme Court may adjourn this for another couple of weeks or months until there is
update. Supreme Court is passing an order. Swapnil, there's a breaking news update. Supreme Court is passing an order. Supreme Court is passing an order as we speak. I'm just, standing by as our correspondent types from inside the court. Suesha, Supreme Court is passing an order as we speak. So this is the breaking news update. Supreme Court has decided to pass an order on this issue. Supreme Court has told railways that some methodology must be applied, and as we speak, the order is being dictated. I'm going to read out what a correspondent from the Republic Bharat team inside the Supreme Court has said. Says Supreme Court has said, कहा है कि वकील ने कहा है इस मामले में कुछ लोगों ने नीलामी में ज़मीन को खरीदा है, which means some people have also purchased this lands. Supreme Court said that the lawyer has said that in this case some people have bought the land in the auction. Not sure of the outcomes because of this, but just waiting for the order to be passed. Just standing by as we wait for our correspondents to type that order. Supreme Court ने कहा कि 7 दिनों में लैंड को खाली कराने का फैसला सही नहीं है. Supreme Court ने नोटिस जारी किया है. Supreme Court has issued a notice. So that's the breaking news update. Supreme Court has issued a notice. Supreme Court has issued a notice. Supreme Court says that the seven-day notice is not enough. 7-day notice is not right. If I can get your view on that, Supreme Court says that the decision to vacate the land in 7 days is not right. I think there is some action there where Madhurima is. Madhurima, what's going on there?
Well, people are cheering, snow glaring. Niranjan, they are raising slogans of Hindustan Zindabad, and they are very happy and elated with the Supreme Court order. The issued eviction notice, as we are getting the update, the court has said that the decision to vacate the land in 7 days is not correct. Supreme Court has issued this notice, and the way the Supreme Court has sympathized with the human angle of the people living over here, you can see that there is cheer in the crowd. There is massive cheer.
Breaking news update. Supreme Court has stayed the order. Supreme Court has stayed the High Court order and has issued a notice. Supreme Court has stayed the High Court order and has issued a notice. Exactly what we broke a few minutes back, that the High Court order has been stayed, a notice has been issued, which means they will continue, they will get some time. What happens next, Swapnil? Supreme Court has stayed the High Court order and has issued a notice.
If you know the operative part of the High Court order, it said that the demolition should continue notwithstanding anything. So logically, if I have to give time to the government to say to come out with a rehabilitation plan, I have to stay the High Court order. Otherwise, the authorities will go ahead and start demolishing. So the Supreme Court is logically going by saying that yes, the order is right fundamentally, but I have to stay this because we need to know whether there is a rehabilitation scheme in place. And until then, these people will go on with their lives as planned or as they've been living, because it's a right to life under Article 21 of the Constitution, which supersedes every other aspect, whether of encroachment or rehabilitation or, of development. So fundamentally, the High Court order is right. If it's found that there was a High Court order was erroneous, it would have overturned it, it would have, quashed the order, which it did not. So it only stayed the order to the extent that it sends notice to the government to come out with a rehabilitation scheme and plan. So what next? The railway authorities have to come out with a rehabilitation plan. Alternatively, in consonance or in consultation with the state government, which also will have to come and join hands if it's already not a party to this. And then the Supreme Court will take a call as to what to do and how much time to give more if there is a proper rehabilitation plan in accordance with all the things that they've been enjoying thus far. Because 50 years is a tad too long.
Suesha has the full order. Suesha, can you take us through the order, please? The full order.
Yes. Just reading out from it. The order states that a workable arrangement is necessary to segregate people who may have rights versus no rights, coupled with schemes of rehabilitation which already exist while recognizing the need of the railways. The order also states that we put to the ASG that full rehabilitation of the persons in the area is needed, issuing a notice. In the meantime, there shall be a stay of the directions passed in the impugned order. There should also be a restraint anymore on construction or development of the land. That means it is a stay on the order, Swapnil. Detail for us, because we are also getting details, I beg your pardon, that the interim stay on both sides will continue, and the next hearing is on the 7th of February.
It's an interim
7th of
stay.
February
Basically, it's an interim stay.
The next hearing.
They get time till 7th of February. It's an interim stay till the 7th of
Yes.
7th of February.
Right.
So basically, the issue will be heard, right? The issue will be heard next on the 7th of February. Things haven't changed. They haven't stayed the entire order of eviction. They have stayed the order of evicting in 7 days. So that's the only stay that they have. It's a temporary reprieve. It's an interim stay. Swapnil.
Right. Yeah, Niranjan, what happens here is that, see, you cannot stay the entire order in the sense that you cannot quash the order. Because otherwise it's amounting to saying that, yes, since you've been encroaching on this land since several years now, so it's okay, it's legitimized. It doesn't work like that. The Supreme Court will not sanction an illegality. So what the Supreme Court is doing here is that the Supreme Court is saying that let us stay this order on both sides, no development, no encroachment, nothing for that. I mean, no demolition, etc., nothing of that sort. Until then, stay till 7th of February. 7th of February, you guys come back again to us. So show us that there is a rehabilitation plan. If the rehabilitation according to us is satisfactory, then you can go ahead with the demolition. And then also, I think the Supreme Court will give them still 3 weeks more time. I don't think they're just going to say that, okay, 7th of February, everything is all right, so let's start demolition from 8th of February. It doesn't work like that. So it's obviously going to be at least quite some time before the actual demolition starts taking place. But this is a proper order. As I was telling you, that the balance of convenience lies in favor of the petitioners because they are going to face more inconvenience. So the court at an interim stage employs the doctrine of balance of inconvenience. Who is going to have more inconvenience? Obviously the petitioners here, because they've been living here since 50 years like this. So that is how the Supreme Court operates, and the Supreme Court has in its wisdom said that 7 days is a tad too less, which I knew it would, and that's the reason, it's going to go ahead and say that come out with the rehabilitation scheme. Now to say that under RTI all of this was in place and all those things are basically hollow arguments given by those of the railway authorities, which no court is going to buy, even if they are true. So the court is going to say, look, it amounts to a disbandment of an entire township, basically as such. So we are not going to buy this. We are going to give it time. Heavens are not going to fall if the development starts after 3 months. When it's not taking place for 40 years or 50 years, it's not going to matter if there are 3 months more or 4 months more or 6 months more.
So Swapnil, really going by the observations of the top court, it is very clear that they're trying to find a middle ground, saying that obviously 50,000 people can't be uprooted in a night like this, and there needs to be a plan B for them. This is the time for the state, as you're suggesting, to come up with that plan B, and things will really depend on what happens on the 7th February, a basis what the state comes up with. Because the top court has made it very clear that there is a way of harmony with both options going hand in hand.
Yes, Suesha, that's exactly what the Supreme Court is doing. And also the Supreme Court is paving the way for future such demolitions of encroachments in any parts of the country. It is saying that, so this order will come across as a good precedent that Supreme Court did give time. It came across for a rehabilitation aspect. That's why you saw the cheer amongst the petitioners. It eventually also tells the petitioners that we are only granting you time. We are not reversing it. We are not sanctioning an illegality, even if it was by an auction. Because the Supreme Court is fundamentally convinced of the Uttarakhand High Court order. It's only as far as the process is concerned, that is where the Supreme Court has a variance or a disagreement with, because it's a tad too fast. And oftentimes it happens that the High Court is more seized of the matter because the High Court judges themselves could be resident in the Uttarakhand state and could be knowing, what's happening in the neighborhood. So that is the reason why they may have felt that this is too long. And so the Uttarakhand High Court is also not wrong. They may have felt that, no, this encroachment needs to go overnight and let us push this envelope so that they go to the Supreme Court, and then the Supreme Court eventually hastens this and also gives a little bit more time and draws the harmony aspect which you rightly pointed out. So the High Court basically knows what the next step of the petitioners is going to be, which is to approach the Supreme Court, and then it also knows what the Supreme Court is going to do. So that is why many times often the High Court passes orders in this manner, that fundamentally they are right, but as far as the process is concerned, it's only a hasty process. Let's give them more time. So nothing is going to change as such. These people are not going to be able to stay there for a long period of time. In a nutshell.
And, while Swapnil, the Supreme Court has also acknowledged that the railways needs to go ahead with the development work. For now, the Supreme Court has banned further construction work and development work on the land till the next hearing of the 7th of February, which is also the reason for cheer among the people who are on the ground. Let's get a quick word from Madhurima to what's happening there. Madhurima, they are celebrating, and it is certainly a sense of reprieve for them till the 7th of February. But crucial now also for the state to the plan B that they come up with.
Well, Suesha, absolutely. You've put it very amicably that it is an interim order and they will have to come up with a plan B. But what the reason of the cheer is that the way the Supreme Court has spoken about a rehabilitation plan, and the way the Supreme Court has said that it has a humane angle, it's an entire township. You cannot expect 50,000 people who've been living here with businesses to relocate in a jiffy. So I'll take you to the visuals to show you that now the protest, the blockade that was very heavy has reduced to quite an amount, but people still elated. The kind of speeches that were happening in the morning as well have changed. The tone has changed. There is more happiness in the entire speech where they're saying that the victory is theirs. But I believe that these people do not know the detail of it, like we have been deciphering for our viewers, that the Supreme Court has put an interim order and has asked for a exercise that could help in rehabilitation. But as you can see, that the people are now calm and composed. The kind of aggressive sloganeering that was initially happening has stopped, and they are congratulating each other, they're celebrating, they're clapping, and they are finally, for the past couple of days, they have been very tense. We've been reporting on ground, they all were very tense, and now a sigh of relief for these people living in Banpulpur area of Haldwani, because until 7th of February, and also they have this ray of hope that a rehabilitation plan, as and when it comes, will be as solid as the kind of provisions that they have over here, Swesha. So you can see that the people have all come out on the road. Right. They're all happy, they are calmed down, and now they're listening to the speech on the stage. But yes, a sigh of relief for the protesters, Swesha. We are getting these updates. There's much calm and much joy in the air right now over here, Swesha.
All right, Swapnil, I want to come back to you because it is equally important to understand that this is a temporary arrangement. This is interim relief till the 7th of February, which also means that the people or the protesters here need to understand that if the Supreme Court decides otherwise, and if they think that there is an adequate arrangement of rehabilitation, then they may just have to be moved from here. And that is also something that is very important for them to understand.
Yes, Swesha, it's very clear that the Supreme Court has given enough time to the state government to come out with the rehabilitation plan. Basically, what the Supreme Court is trying to tell the state and the railway authorities that, look, we've given you almost a month now, so you better come up with something feasible if you really want the Uttarakhand High Court order to be executed by us or to be confirmed and then executed by you or in consonance with the order. So if you don't come up with a satisfactory scheme even within a month, then it's your fault. Then we will still be inclined to grant more time to the petitioners. So it's only in the ball is in your court now. That's the short message that the Supreme Court has given.
Yes, because the Supreme Court has also told the railways that we understand your needs, but how can this be reconciled? The Supreme Court also saying to the railways that some methodology must be applied. So they are primarily telling them to understand that the needs of the people also needs to be looked into, and there needs to be a methodology which of course the railways will have to come up with and the state in case of rehabilitation. But all in all, this is only a temporary relief. This is only an interim relief till the 7th of February. So
yes, it is an interim relief. It's absolutely interim, and that's why you have in interim orders only you come across with the balance of convenience, as I pointed out, and here the balance of convenience lies in favor of the petitioners because they'll be more inconvenienced as far as this is concerned. And that's the reason why the Supreme Court has, said that, look, we are with you until some time, but it is an encroached land. Whether it was auctioned, whether you bought it is a separate issue. The fundamental of the High Court order is something which we don't want to get into. At least as of today. Maybe on the 7th of February you want to come and argue at length. As far as this is concerned, maybe we'll allow you that. But I don't think the Supreme Court will be more inclined to hear on the fundamental aspects of the High Court order. I think it will go more on the rehabilitation part because it's basically, shut aside any such arguments to say that there is some justification for encroachment upon the land, and then for people to say that yes, now that we've been living on these encroached lands in 40, 50 years, so you cannot displace us. I mean, just imagine somebody putting up something in the middle of the road. For 10, 15 years, the municipal authorities being in cahoots, and then saying that okay, now that they were in cahoots, let's sanction that and let their impediment be on the middle of the road. It doesn't work like that. There is a certain law to that, and certain regularization can be only done. We use the word regularization. Say it's a mezzanine floor. If the mezzanine floor was there since some time, you don't demolish it because it doesn't hurt. But mezzanine floor is different within the building, and some building itself is different. On the middle of the road or in a place like this, I mean, you look at this. I mean, right. I'm looking on the screen. It's going to be very hard. I mean, the demolition will be there, but after some time.
right. So, Apnil, we'll talk about its various aspects, and also, Madhurima, keep getting updates from you on how it is panning out on the ground. For the moment, we have to slip into a very short commercial break. We'll be back on the other side. Stay with us. And a quick check of the other big stories we are tracking for you. It is the Pathan controversy that has surfaced once again, where the Bajrang Dal staged protests in Gujarat. And Rahul Gandhi fear-mongering among the Agniveers once again. We'll get you details of it on the other side. Stay with us.
First of all, for past 2 months, there have been various issues which has been popping up in Tamil Nadu. That is from BJP only. Okay. And sincerely, I would like to only question in which way Annamalai has supported any woman. In which way he has supported. Be it, there was a audio leak with Daisy Charan and Trichy Surya. He actually made a compromise and he actually suspended the person, Trichy Surya. But it just vanished away. The problem, he did not accept his resignation. Basically, he's a habitual offender, Trichy Surya. And he's not only done that to one person, he's done it to Alish Abdullah, which also came in the same month. Yes. And then she has also openly came out to the press and told that, the person is spoken very badly. And he's apparently very close aide of Annamalai. Now, today, he's saying that I will not accept his resignation. And in which way is he voicing out for women? Where he has actually openly spoken about me in front of 150 people, speaking about Dubai in a very absurd way, in abusive way, inducing a very wrong idea about a woman, especially me. And then now, he doesn't even have an answer to come out. He doesn't have an answer. Recently, I just saw a interview where press meet, he's saying that let Gayatri Raghuram put more allegation on me, so I will become famous, popular, so people will talk about me. So is he using me as for his popular agenda? So women are so he cannot answer women's question for the abusive comment he had made, but he wants to keep me as a agenda.
Viewers, we're live and breaking this Thursday. Let's get in an update in the Air India case, viewers. Sources have informed that Delhi police has sent notice to all Air India crew and called them for interrogation in the Air India incident. The aircraft was Boeing 777, which was going from a couple of areas there, and it was on its way to Delhi. It was a New York to Delhi flight. Delhi police will now record the statements of the crew members of Air India. So far, the police sent notices to 4 people associated with the airline and asked them to record their statements. Police also informed that the passengers' statements will also be called in to record their statement, viewers. So right now, we are seeing that an update has come in. An update has come in where we can tell you, viewers, that the hunt is on to nab the accused businessman. The police will record the statement of the crew. Now, remember, inebriated passenger, a drunk passenger who allegedly urinated on a woman passenger in the business class of the Air India flight has been identified. He is a businessman hailing from Mumbai. The efforts are right now on to nab him. That's what the police is informed. The Delhi police also informed that if the suspect does not cooperate, then the police will send a lookout circular. Piyush Mishra is joining us. Piyush Mishra is joining us live. Piyush, good afternoon to you. Take our viewers through what we can expect next right now. We know that Delhi police will record the statements of the co-passengers and the crew to really decode what happened on that flight. All right, we'll get back to Piyush. We'll connect back to Piyush Mishra, our correspondent, who will get us more details. But viewers, let's tell you what's happened so far. What we can tell you right now, viewers, sources have informed that Delhi police, I repeat, sources have informed the Delhi police have sent notice to all Air India crew and called them for interrogation in Air India incident. The aircraft was Boeing 777, which was going from JFK to Delhi. Delhi police will record the statements of the crew members of Air India. So far, police sent notices to 4 people associated with the airline and asked them to record their statements. So we're getting these updates coming in, back-to-back updates coming in, viewers, right now. And Air India has imposed a 30-day ban on the passenger. On the part of Air India, the airline has imposed 30-day flying ban on the passenger who had urinated on a co-passenger on board a flight from New York to Delhi in November last year. An internal panel has been established to probe for any lapses on the part of the crew during that incident. The DGCA has sought a report from the airline on the incident as well. And DGCA has said that strict action should be taken against those who were found negligent. All right, I'm being joined by Harsha. Harsha is joining us live right now. Harsha, very good afternoon to you. Just take us through exactly what we can expect next right now. Now, this incident, it's a horror story in a way that a passenger urinated on another passenger. What can we expect next in this case?
Exactly, Shivangi. What we are learning is that the DCP, Ravi Kumar Singh, the IGI, DCP is right now meeting on this entire issue. Just a second, Shivangi, I'll check my audio. Exactly. Shivangi, what I was telling is that the DCP IGI, Ravi Kumar Singh, is having a meeting in PHQ regarding this entire Air India issue because a team from Delhi has left from Mumbai. It is in Mumbai, but we are being told that the accused have fled
away from his residence. He is the resident of Mumbai in Mira Road. Right now, he's not at his residence. So a team has been constituted who is searching for the accused. He's few kilometers away from Mumbai and the location is being traced through his contact details, and the people who are close to him are being interrogated by the police officers. Right now, I'm reporting from IGI police station, Shivangi. The crew member and the staff of Air India has been called here at the police station for the interrogation to inquire about the entire incident, exactly what happened on 26 November inside the airlines Air India, which was traveling from JFK to New Delhi. It landed in New Delhi on 26th of November. The incident was reported 39 days later. The female, the lady, the victim advocated for herself. She wrote to the chairman of the Tata Group. Till then, before, Air India didn't take the cognizance of this entire matter. In fact, DGC also landed in this entire issue when the letter came in public. Now we are getting to know the formal FIR has been registered in this police station, and what we are getting to know is the crew members and staff members of the airlines of the Air India of that particular flight will be coming here at this police station to record their incident about the entire incident which has happened. Only 30 days punishment which has been on the accused. Only 30 days punishment. He has been banned from the airlines, and the more serious punishment is being asked by the victim, the female passenger. We are being told that she's a foreign national. She came to Delhi. Now her whereabouts are very sensitive, because of which police have not shared any whereabouts, like where is she right now, where she resides, or for what purpose she was here in the national capital. All such details are not shared because police are saying it is really sensitive issue, but we are expecting that police have already constituted a team, and sooner the accused will be nabbed. And if he doesn't support with the probe, or he still goes missing, police will issue LOC, lookout circular, for the accused. So these are all the details, Shivangi, which we are getting in this entire matter of the Air India. Back to you, Shivangi.
Right, Harsha. Stay on with us. I'm being joined right now by Sandeep and Piyush as well. Sandeep and Piyush are joining us. I just want to go across to Piyush Mishra, who's joining us first. Piyush, let's take our viewers through exactly what happened on that flight, because the incidents which took place are quite shocking. It's something that you would not expect on a flight, an international flight from New York to Delhi.
Well, certainly it is a very shocking incident which has come to the fore, and the letter was also written by the victim to the Tata Group, where the victim is now demanding actions. In fact, the victim has also narrated as to how she went through a horrific ordeal there while the flight was coming from New York to Delhi. Now, what we are learning is that Delhi police has registered an FIR. What we are also told is that Delhi police is in constant touch with the victim and is also, updating her about the kind of investigation which Delhi police is doing. In fact, Delhi police team has also gone to Mumbai, to Maharashtra to look for this very, very accused, where the Delhi police most likely is going to arrest him. And if, what sources are telling us, that if this accused is not arrested today, then Delhi police is likely to likely to take more stringent action, and LOC is likely to be issued against him. So we'll have to wait and watch how Delhi police further investigate the entire case. But this shocking incident has come to light. So far, it is any statement has not been issued by the Aviation Ministry, but sources within the Aviation Ministry have confirmed to us that yes, they have taken note of this incident and they will take proper action at the required time. But this is a very shocking incident which has now come to fore. We'll have to wait and watch how Delhi police further investigates this case, but not only in Delhi but also in Mumbai. The investigation is going on. A team of Delhi police is already there in Maharashtra.
Right, Piyush. Let's go to Sandeep. Sandeep is joining us live too. Sandeep, now we know the sections added. Okay, so the sections are 294, obscene act in a public place. 354, assault or criminal force to woman with intent to outrage her modesty. 509, word, gesture or act intended to insult the modesty of a woman. What details are we picking up, Sandeep?
See, as you rightly mentioned about the IPC sections that have been in fact pressed against the said person Shekhar Mishra. Now, apart from that, Shivangi, what we've been informed by our sources that Delhi police team have in fact left for several locations across the country, not only just within Maharashtra, but they are also looking out for the accused in Uttar Pradesh and also at the border areas of Gorakhpur and Nepal. Now, we also been we had got few leads in Mumbai, and we also tried searching out few locations when we got to know that he no longer resides in Mira Road, but most likely that police will also come and do a basic inquiry out here in Mira Road. Apart from that, search operation is in fact been carried out by Delhi police across country. Most possibly that he may be nabbed in a day or two. That is what being claimed by Delhi police. It will be very much crucial to see what comes out in his statement, and by when Delhi police will in fact be able to nab him.
Right, Sandeep. So Sandeep is getting us all the top updates. So we have Sandeep, we have Harsha, we have Piyush who are getting us top updates. I just want to go back to our reporters right now. Harsha, let's go back to you. Harsha, now let's talk a little bit about what really happened, because there's a statement which has been given by the victim, and she has said a couple of things as well. She has written to the chairman of Tata Group, and she has said a couple of things. Let's take our viewers through what she has said, because kind of details emerging from that statement, they're quite descriptive of what she really had to go through on that flight.
Exactly, Shivangi, one thing. She's a lady, she resides in Manhattan. She took a flight from JFK to Delhi. She's a foreign national. She was in that flight. She was sitting in the business class just next to that unruly passenger. It was the afternoon time when the lunch was served to all the passengers, and as lunch was served, after it the lights were dimmed. And it was at that time, the unruly passenger, the accused passenger was so much drunk, he just stood up, he exposed himself and urinated on the fellow passenger, on that female. She's a 70 years old female. At that time, it was so shocking that she was complaining to the airline staff and crew member, but none of them took cognizance of this entire incident. They just came, and in fact the accused was not getting aside after he did this. After he did this, he was not setting aside when a passenger from behind came and asked him, "Ki sir, please go away," and that female was given another seat. The crew member just came in, they just spread the disinfectant and they left. They didn't take any action. And then when the flight was landing, they didn't even complain about this entire incident to the police station, the IGI police station from where I am reporting, or to the airlines, the staff or the management or any of the senior officials, to the DGCA. No one. The accused walked scot-free. He just stood up and he walked free when the airlines landed in National Capital on 26th of November. After that lady started complaining to Air India on the mail ID she was provided. She was continuously complaining and she thought that any point of time her letter will be noticed. She was waiting for the entire thing for long. And it was outraging the modesty of a woman. It was about the safety and comfort of that woman, which the airlines didn't took cognizance of. The crew members were completely negligent towards the comfort of that lady. They didn't file any complaint, no action against the accused, and it was then, after so many days, that lady thought that she has to advocate for herself when she exactly wrote to the chairman of the Tata Group, Natarajan. She wrote, and after that the response came on.
I'll come back to you. I'll just come to you in a moment. I'm being joined by Advaita Kala, women activists, joining us on the phone line. Thank you so much for joining us here. Now, this is a story that we are discussing here, and a lot of demands being made right now about that action should be taken on this man. Now, this man is missing right now. What is your reaction to this story coming in?
It's absolutely appalling that an incident like this could take place almost 2 months ago and nothing has come of it. It has only been brought out into the public domain now. And this person gets just 30 days off. Imagine what he's done on this flight, on this long-haul flight, where you're actually trapped in this situation with this pervert. He's exposed himself, he's urinated on this woman, and imagine being stuck, locked into a situation with a person like that, how traumatic it must have been for this woman. And the fact that the Tata Group has not responded, I'm appalled. I mean, they run hotels like the Taj. What are they doing with Air India? How can a person get away with this kind of behavior?
Right. And many questions being raised on what this lady had to go through. And, you know, this is the big question coming up on anybody who's watching the story is that while this incident happened, while someone comes to the seat of a lady sitting there who's on the flight, how could he do this with nobody even reacting?
Absolutely. I mean, where was the crew? Were they asleep? What did they do post this incident? Did they move him out of the business class cabin and put him somewhere else, put some physical distance between him and this lady? These are all things that the Air India has to answer, because this is traumatic for anybody to go through this.
Right. Well, thank you so much for joining us here. Women's activist Advaita Kala joining us here. Thank you so much. And our reporters are getting us all the details. I would like to thank Harsha and thank Sandeep as well for joining us at this point of time. We'll continue tracking the story. Right now, the big demand which is being made is hashtag arrest the airborne creep. That's a hashtag running right now. Much more coming up on the other side. Yogi Saffron, Row spokes Congress leader says, stop talking about religion for investment. Big controversy over Pathan. Bajrang Dal tears down posters. Massive protests in Ahmedabad. Stay tuned.
First of all, for past 2 months, there have been various issues which has been popping up in Tamil Nadu. That is from BJP only. Okay. And sincerely, I would like to only question in which way Annamalai has supported any woman. In which way he has supported. Be it, there was a audio leak with Daisy Charan and Trichy Surya. He actually made a compromise and he actually suspended the person, Trichy Surya. But it just vanished away. The problem, he did not accept his resignation. Basically, he's a habitual offender, Trichy Surya. And he's not only done that to one person, he's done it to Alish Abdullah, which also came in the same month. Yes. And then she has also openly came out to the press and told that, you know, the person is spoken very badly. And he's apparently very close aide of Annamalai. Now, today, he's saying that I will not accept his resignation. And in which way is he voicing out for women? Where he has actually openly spoken about me in front of 150 people, speaking about Dubai in a very absurd way, in abusive way, inducing a very wrong idea about a woman, especially me. And then like now, he doesn't even have an answer to come out. He doesn't have an answer. Recently, I just saw a interview where press meet, he's saying that let Gayatri Raghuram put more allegation on me, so I will become famous, popular, so people will talk about me. So is he using me as a for his popular agenda?
हत्याकांड हुआ था ना, ऐसा ही ये हुआ है, क्योंकि वो भी उन लड़कों को नहीं।
In the Anjali accident case does not seem to end. And now what we are seeing over here at Sultanpuri police station is host of protesters who are demanding that the killers of Anjali should be given strictest of strictest punishment, and if required, they should be hanged. Now it is important to note that in what sections the Delhi police is going to charge these 5 people under. We are speaking at a time when there are several CCTV images that are surfacing in which you understand that yes, there are several twists and turns which have happened in this case. Now, it is going to be interesting to note that over here, these host of protesters, what turn of events is this entire case going to happen? From day one, ever since this incident has happened, there have been several twists and turns. It began with a normal accident, but then suddenly we realized that there were several aspects which met the eye. The pressure from the media and the pressure from the protesters have resulted in Delhi police to relent and add several sections and also take a proactive approach in this case. Will the proactive approach adopted by Delhi police now ensure that finally Anjali and her family members get justice? Let us also talk to these protesters whom we are talking from day one to just get a sense of what exactly they are feeling. क्या नाम है अभी आपका?
अंकित बैनीवाल।
क्या डिमांड कर रहे हैं आप?
हमारी जी यही डिमांड है, हत्यारों को फांसी मिलनी चाहिए।
हत्यारे मतलब दिल्ली, मतलब उनको तो दिल्ली पुलिस से बोल रही है एक्सीडेंट है
ये जो जांच का विषय है, दिल्ली पुलिस जो अपनी जांच कर रही है, बाकी हमें सीबीआई की जांच की मांग करते हैं, और जो हत्यारे उनको फांसी मिलनी चाहिए, यही हमारी मांग है बस।
मेरा नाम गीता है, मैं उसके पड़ोस में रहती हूँ। हम ये डिमांड करते हैं कि उसके हत्यारों को फांसी होनी चाहिए। ये इस तरह से जो मर्डर किया गया है, एक बहुत ही जो है ना सोची समझी साजिश।
आपको क्यों लगता है मर्डर है?
हमारे को इसलिए मर्डर लगता है क्योंकि जो अभी तक हमारे सुनने में भी आया है, इस तरह से जो है ना, जिस तरह लड़की के बदन पे एक भी कपड़ा नहीं है, तो इस तरह से नहीं हो सकता कि उस तरह से रगड़ में कपड़े फट जाए सारे।
एक चीज मुझे बताइए जरा, क्या ये आपको लगता है कि ये आरोपी अंजलि को जानते थे? नहीं जानते थे। तो फिर
ये निर्भया हत्याकांड जैसा है, ये सारा बिल्कुल सेम टू सेम वैसा ही है। ये जिस तरह से निर्भया हत्याकांड हुआ था ना, ऐसा ही ये हुआ है, क्योंकि वो भी उन लड़कों को नहीं जानती थी और वो उसको नहीं जानते थे। इसके साथ में रेप भी हुआ है, प्लस का मर्डर किया गया है। ये हम कॉन्फिडेंस से बता सकते हैं।
So as you can see that the protesters over here are saying that there is a lot of similarities between the Nirbhaya rape and murder and as well as Anjali, so far an accident case. From here on, it is again going to be dependent on the thorough and impartial investigation of Delhi police that what turn of events is this case going to take place. With video journalist Mishra, this is Piyush Ori reporting for Republic TV.
All right, much more coming up on the other side. Big controversy over Pathan. Bajrang Dal tears down posters. Massive protest in Ahmedabad. India rose Agneepath, but Rahul Gandhi is at it again. He is now fear-mongering on Agneeveers. Stay tuned.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,700 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
First of all, for past 2 months, there have been various issues which has been popping up in Tamil Nadu. That is from BJP only. Okay. And sincerely, I would like to only question in which way Annamalai has supported any woman. In which way he has supported. Be it there was a audio leak with Daisy Charan and Trichy Surya. He actually made a compromise and he actually suspended the person, Trichy Surya. But it just vanished away. The problem, he did not accept his resignation. Basically, he's a habitual offender, Trichy Surya. And he's not only done that to one person, he's done it to Alisha Abdullah, which also came in the same month. Yes. And then she has also openly came out to the press and told that, the person is spoken very badly. And he's apparently very close aide of Annamalai. Okay. Now, today, he's saying that I will not accept his resignation. And in which way is he voicing out for women? Where he has actually openly spoken about me in front of 150 people, speaking about Dubai in a very absurd way, in abusive way, inducing a very wrong idea about a woman, especially me. And then now, he doesn't even have an answer to come out. He doesn't have an answer. Recently, I just saw a interview where press meet, he's saying that let Gayatri Raghuram put more allegation on me so I will become famous, popular, so people will talk about me. So is he using me as for his popular agenda? So
now it seems as though Bajrang Dal has taken the religion in their own hands, become custodians of the religion, and now they're also creating hooliganism in the name of it by saying that they have taken offense on the movie Pathan, and they had in fact just here at the theatre come yesterday, and you see several posters of the movies that have been put up, and one such poster was that of Pathan, and that's exactly what we saw, that several such posters of Pathan movie had been torn, and the Bajrang Dal workers had come here and they had created ruckus, and they had also threatened the multiplex owners, and they had stated that if you release this movie here, there will be consequences, and that they will be stopping people from coming here and watching this movie as well, and that you are not allowed to do any promotional events of an anti-national movie is something that the Bajrang Dal workers have also stated, and that is why we see hooliganism in the name of protecting the religion that is being perpetrated by Bajrang Dal, and no cognizance as of now by the police has been taken. With video journalist Vipin Mori, I'm Priyanka Sharma for Republic.
This is Alisha Ajaynar reporting from Mumbai, and this is Republic.
Bihar, the scooty was hit by Balino, and exactly this area, because we saw when the scooty was passing this entire road of Kishan Bihar, at that time there was no trail, there was no line in this entire road, but when Balino exactly crossed this path, there was a trail of blood, and just we saw a beam of light. That means Gypsy police PCR van, that Gypsy stopped at a point where scooty got hit by Balino.
First of all, for past 2 months, there have been various issues which has been popping up in Tamil Nadu. That is from BJP only. Okay. And sincerely, I would like to only question in which way Annamalai has supported any woman. In which way he has supported. Be it there was a audio leak with Daisy Charan and Trichy Surya. He actually made a compromise and he actually suspended the person, Trichy Surya. But it just vanished away. The problem, he did not accept his resignation. Basically, he's a habitual offender, Trichy Surya. And he's not only done that to one person, he's done it to Alisha Abdullah, which also came in the same month. Yes. And then that has also, she has also openly came out to the press and told that, you know, the person is spoken very badly. And he is apparently very close aide of Annamalai. Now, today, he's saying that I will not accept his resignation. And in which way is he voicing out for women? Where he has actually openly spoken about me in front of 150 people, speaking about Dubai in a very absurd way, in abusive way, inducing a very wrong idea about a woman, especially me. And then like now, he doesn't even have an answer to come out. He doesn't have an answer. Recently, I just saw a interview where he press meet. He's saying that let Gayatri Raghuram put more allegation on me, so I will become famous, popular, so people will talk about me. So is he using me as a for his popular agenda? So women are so he cannot answer a women's question for the abuse abusive comment he had made, but he wants to keep me as a agenda to make this issue as a popular. And how absurd is that? Which leader would come say something like that?
And a quick check of the other top stories.
We're reporting from the Bandipur area here in Haldwani, and as far as I can see, the entire road has been blocked by the residents of this particular vicinity. And the only thing that is happening is they're expressing their anger and just hoping with their fingers crossed that the Supreme Court puts a stay on the matter. Because if it does not happen, then from January 8th, the demolition drive of this entire area.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ankit Prasad. It's a Thursday mid-afternoon and we're tracking a number of key stories. There are key pieces of visual evidence in the vandalism of the Vande Bharat Express as well as in the Delhi hit and run case. There is a court order in the Haldwani eviction versus encroachment issue, and there is also a controversy, a political controversy over Yogi Adityanath, Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh's business-oriented visit to Mumbai. We'll get you all that and more on this bulletin. Let's start off with the headlines. Inebriated man urinates on a 70-year-old woman on an Air India flight. India demands his arrest. Yogi Adityanath's saffron robe spooks the Congress. The leader says, stop talking about religion for investment. It's a big controversy over Pathan. The Bajrang Dal has torn down posters and there are massive protests planned in Ahmedabad. Anjali's family fights for justice as lapses by the Delhi police become the top focus. A massive protest ongoing in the national capital. In the dock for negligence and delay, Delhi police to be questioned in the hit and run case. And the Supreme Court puts an interim stay on the Haldwani eviction drive, matter to be heard next on February the 7th. Viewers, we start off in Mumbai, the financial capital of the country, where Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath is on a 2-day visit to spur investment for his state. While Yogi Adityanath is here, he's meeting top business leaders and corporate heads. The Congress party seems to have an issue with it, and particularly with his clothes. Yogi Adityanath, the chief pontiff of the Gorakhnath Mutt, who's famed for wearing his saffron robes, has not got a good response from the Congress. The Congress wants him to dress in more business-like attire. There is a leader of the Congress named Hussain Dalwar who has taken issue with this, and he has mocked Yogi Adityanath for attempting to spur investment in Uttar Pradesh by visiting Mumbai in his traditional garb. Let's listen in to what this Congress leader had to say.
ते उद्योग उचलून कुठेतरी नेण्याचा प्रयत्न करण्याऐवजी आदित्यनारायणला मी असं सांगेन, तुम्ही हे का नाही करत की तुम्ही तुमच्याकडे वेगळे उद्योग का नाही तयार करत, ते करा आणि त्यासाठी वातावरण तयार करा. त्यासाठी रोज काही धर्माच्या आणि ह्याच्या गोष्टी करण्याऐवजी आणि भगवे कपडे घालून फिरण्याऐवजी जरा मॉडर्न व्हा, आधुनिक व्हा. उद्योग हे आधुनिकतेचे असतात, ते आधुनिक विचार घ्या तर उद्योग येतील.
So we just heard this statement by the Congress leader Hussain Dalwar, who seems to have a number of issues. He wants Yogi Adityanath to be modern, and by modern he means to dress in a different manner, and he thinks this is what will spur investment. Now there has been a lot of response and a lot of backlash. We spoke to Ram Kadam earlier, to Atul Bhatkalkar. They said it betrays the Congress mentality, and Congress being anti-Hindu and suffering from this colonial hangover. There has now been a clarification also from the Congress party. Let's listen now to the clarification, how the Congress has justified or defended the statement.
मैं योगी आदित्यनाथ के नाम के ऊपर जो बयान दिया, उसमें कोई भगवे रंग या केसरी रंग के खिलाफ बोला नहीं. मेरा कहना ऐसा है कि इंडस्ट्री ये आधुनिक बात है. आकाश में रेनबो देखेंगे तो उसमें 7 रंग है, उसमें भी भगवा रंग है. तो मैं भगवे रंग के खिलाफ नहीं. मेरा कहना ऐसा था कि अगर यूपी में या इस देश में इंडस्ट्री आनी है तो आधुनिक विचारों के जरिए आएगी. सब लोगों को साथ में लेके अमन पैदा करके समाज में एकता है ये दिखाएंगे तो ही लोग इन्वेस्ट करेंगे, तो ही बाहर के लोग आएंगे. आज आने के लिए हिचक रहे हैं, इसका कारण ये है. तो आदिनाथ जी ने ये विचार करना चाहिए कि खाली ड्रेस डाल के नहीं चलेगा, दिमाग भी आधुनिक होना जरूरी है.
So first, after taking umbrage at what Yogi Adityanath was wearing, his well-known saffron garb, the Congress has taken a U-turn and is now very keen on clarifying that it is not anti-Hindu and its remarks are not to be perceived that way. It has spoken about communal harmony and things of that nature. This has not cut ice with the BJP. We have a number of key responses. Let's listen in to Shehzad Poonawala, to Ram Kadam and some other leaders of the BJP on what they have to say.
Hussain Dalwar has made this statement attacking saffron color and the saffron clothes of Yogi Adityanath ji. He says saffron is not modern. This is the same Congress party which said Hindu terror, saffron terror, Hindutva is like ISIS, Gita ji mein jihad hai, Ram Mandir should be opposed, Shri Ram does not exist. This was their stand on affidavit. They opposed the Bhumi Pujan of Ram Mandir. Hindu is a dirty word is what they said. And now they are attacking saffron color. Saffron is a pratik, is a symbol of sacrifice. Saffron is part of our tricolor. Does the Congress party oppose that also? Today Rahul Gandhi must tell us, because he claims to be a Janyudhari Hindu, does he stand with these anti-Hindu comments of Hussain Dalwar, or will the Congress party take action on Hussain Dalwar and sack him?
कांग्रेस के नेता मुख्यमंत्री योगी जी से कह रहे हैं कि वे भगवे रंग के वस्त्र न पहने, मॉडर्न वस्त्र पहने. क्या यह बयान देश के साधु संतों का, भगवा पहनने वाले हमारे पूजनीय वंदनीय संतों का अपमान नहीं है? कांग्रेस दल और उनके नेताओं को क्या हो गया है? भगवे रंग से इन्हें क्या आपत्ति है? हिंदू धर्म के ध्वजा का रंग और केवल साधु संतों का पहराव का रंग नहीं है भगवा. भगवा रंग त्याग, बलिदान, समर्पण, ज्ञान, शुद्धता एवं अध्यात्म का परिचायक है.
कांग्रेस ने देश को बहुत बर्बाद किया. आजादी के बाद जिस प्रकार देश को जिस रास्ते पर ले जाना चाहिए, कांग्रेसियों ने बहुत अपमान किया. राम सेतु राम नहीं है, शंकराचार्य की गिरफ्तारी, भगवा का अपमान करना, मंदिर का अपमान करना, टीका लगाकर लोग चलते हैं तो उसका अपमान करना, धोती कपड़ा पहनना, यानी सभी के वस्त्रों पर या भारत की संस्कृत सभ्यता पर आक्रमण करना, सनातन धर्म पर आक्रमण करना, ये उनकी परंपरा बन चुकी है। और कांग्रेसी कल्चर ने देश को बहुत बर्बाद, भ्रष्टाचार दिया उसने, जातिवाद में लड़ाया, धर्म में लड़ाया। आज नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में 8 सालों में एक परिवर्तन दिख रहा है, लोग राष्ट्रवाद के लिए आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, दुनिया के अंदर भारत माँ का जय जयकार हो रहा है। आदरणीय योगी जी 6 साल में उत्तर प्रदेश को न्यू यूपी बनाया, न गुंडागर्दी न भ्रष्टाचार, मंदिर का निर्माण हो रहा है, काशी विश्वनाथ कॉरिडोर हो रहा है।
कांग्रेस पार्टी की ये मानसिकता है, ये भगवा रंग से चिढ़ते हैं, जानबूझ करके भगवा आतंकवाद शब्द गढ़ने का काम करते हैं। हिंदुत्व और भगवा से इनको इतनी नफरत है, इसलिए जानबूझ करके एक साधु संत महंत जिनकी इस प्रकार की वेशभूषा जिसका पूरी दुनिया आदर करती है, उनको लेकर के अपमानित करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। उत्तर प्रदेश में योगी आदित्यनाथ जी ने एक मॉडल खड़ा करने का काम किया है, जिसकी आज दुनिया भर में तारीफ हो रही है, लेकिन वो जानबूझ करके उनके कपड़ों पर चर्चा करके हिंदू भावनाओं को ठेस पहुंचाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं।
There a barrage of BJP statements counters to what the Congress had said and has now taken a U-turn on a number of reasons being provided for why the clothing and the color of Yogi Adityanath is not what determines what kind of investment comes in, and also firing back at Congress's claims over any kind of communal disharmony. The BJP says that Uttar Pradesh is in its best state, it has been for a long time, and it is primed for investment. We are tracking this very closely. The Chief Minister of UP is in Mumbai. We'll get you more on this.
As the film Pathan attempts to hit the theatres for its screening in Gujarat, Vishwa Hindu Parishad and Bajrang Dal tore up posters and other publicity material at a mall in Ahmedabad. Vastrapur police rushed to the mall that also houses a multiplex and detained 5 activists who were released later. Watch now. The Bajrang Dal members shouted slogans and tore posters. This comes days after Gujarat VHP had warned it would not allow the screening of the film anywhere in Gujarat. The activists have warned that the protest staged in Ahmedabad must be considered as a stern warning by all the theatre owners across the state of Gujarat. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Viewers, for our next story, we have updates in the obscene, the bizarre, the frankly horrifying episode that transpired on an Air India flight in late November this year. The flight was traveling from New York, JFK Airport to New Delhi, and there was a passenger aboard it who urinated after getting inebriated on a 70-year-old elderly woman co-passenger who was sitting next to him. Now, at that time, the passenger who was the victim here had issued a complaint. She had complained to the Air India staff. However, no action appears to have been taken. It was only a month later when the passenger, the victim, when she wrote to the chairman of Tata Sons, Natarajan Chandrasekhar, only then was action taken. Now, the police has launched into action. There is a manhunt ongoing to trace down this man, this creep who had urinated on his co-passenger. After doing so, he had refused even, we are told, to extricate himself from that position. He had been asked by a fellow passenger to move from that spot and to sit elsewhere. So we are being told now that there are a number of police teams that are out looking for this person. He is said to be a resident of the north areas of Mumbai in Mira Road is what we are given to understand, but his current location is unknown. Alongside, Air India wants to interrogate its staff who were party to this incident, on whom the onus of escalating this complaint falls. So Air India is going to be speaking to all of the staff who were a party to this, who were aboard this flight. This was a wide-body Boeing 777 airliner. It was flying just about as long as it's possible to fly from New York to New Delhi, and the Delhi police is on the hunt. The police has also informed that fellow passenger statements will also be taken amid the demand to arrest this gentleman. We have Harsha joining us right now. Harsha, what is the Delhi police currently doing about it? And what action are they going to take, A, against this man who urinated on a fellow passenger, as well as if it's going to happen on any laxity on Air India's part to help them with it?
That this was a one-month-old incident of November 26. The police, Air India
Air India sent a complaint to Delhi police official on December 28, and it was in December 28 when a small complaint was sent by Air India to the Delhi police official. When the more information Delhi police seeked from Air India, at that time they only shared the mobile number of the female passenger, and after that the FIR was registered on Wednesday only. Right now we are at IGI police station. We are trying to gather more information from here, but we have got to know that the crew member and the staff member of Air India, the same airline, the same Boeing 777 which was going from JFK to New Delhi, the crew members and staff members have been called by DCP Airport, who is Ravi Kumar Singh, and the inquiry will be done. The interrogation will be started with the crew members and with the staff members. Till now, nothing of certain, because teams of Delhi have gone to 3 different locations. We have been told one is in Mumbai, and there are 2 different locations where accused is thought of because he has fled away, he is absconding, he is underground, he has gone MIA. So now Delhi police officials are on the verge of searching for the accused, and Delhi police is very confident that they will arrest the accused anytime soon. But right now the details of the female passenger, because she is a foreign national, has yet not been shared by the Delhi police. They are saying this matter is very sensitive, but yes, after 39 days, Air India told Delhi police officials, this IGI airport Thana, that something like this has happened in the airlines. They didn't took the cognizance of this entire matter, this entire nasty incident. They didn't took the entire cognizance till 39 days. The woman advocated for herself. She wrote to the Tata Group chairman. After that, her complaint was registered. Ankit, back to you.
Right. Stay with us, Harsha. Even as you bring us this information, there are a number of question marks, particularly with regards to what Air India did or did not do. Did they escalate the matter to the DGCA, for instance? To tell us more, Suesha is now joining us from the Noida newsroom. Suesha, what did Air India do? What did they not do? What is the police doing? Why was there a delay? Could you share some insight?
Absolutely, Ankit, and that is the very question that is now being asked to Air India as to how could there be such a lapse on an incident as grave as this. Because let's understand that the man urinated on that elderly woman, and he continued to do so. He continued to flash his private parts in front of her until a co-passenger had to intervene. Why is it that the crew did not come out in full force? And most importantly, for an incident as severe as this one, why was it not reported to the DGCA? Now, this is exactly what is being said by the DGCA also, as per our sources, because usually when something like this happens, an airline is immediately supposed to report the matter to the DGCA, that is the aviation regulator. But in this case, sources in the DGCA say that an airline is bound to report an incident to the aviation regulator immediately, but the same was not apparently followed with respect to the November 26th incident. So the incident that happened on the 26th of November, why has there been such a strong delay? Why hasn't been there no strict action against the man? Why only a 30-day ban that has been imposed? And most importantly, this man has been identified now. Ankit, he is Shekhar Mishra. He is a resident of Mumbai. He lives in Mira Road, according to our sources, and a team of the Delhi police that has already left. They are in Mumbai to search for that man. So is what the Mumbai police is doing. But we really see action on this front catching pace now. Why is it that a matter as severe as this, as grave as this, was not reported in full force? Because the airline has said that we have also constituted an internal committee to probe the lapses on part of Air India's crew and address the deficiencies that delayed quick redressal of the situation. This is the very point that is being raised against Air India, because they are now saying that they've formed multiple teams and they built an internal team to look into this matter. But this should have been done at a much earlier stage, and most importantly, stricter action that should have been taken. Because, Ankit, let's understand, there has to be a precedent on this.
this cannot occur, that too in the business, these were business seats that both the passengers had, and there is a reason that you pay an elevated price because you want that kind of luxury, but that doesn't mean that somebody can misuse it like this. And how much alcohol had this man consumed? He was in an inebriated state. Were all these things noted at that time, and had action been taken on time, appropriate consequences that that man would have to then face?
Suyesha, absolutely. We hope we'll get a sense of where this goes.
लेकिन इंडस्ट्री बंद नहीं होनी थी, सप्लाई चेन बंद नहीं होनी थी, एक्सपोर्ट को हमने थमने नहीं दिया। परिणाम रहा कोरोना जैसी महामारी ने हमारी गति को थाम नहीं पाया था, और उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर कोविड प्रबंधन का एक बेहतरीन मॉडल भी हम लोग देने में सफल हुए। ये सभी कार्यक्रम हम लोग जहां आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं, हम सब जानते हैं औद्योगिक निवेश के लिए जो सबसे अच्छा बेस चाहिए वह एमएसएमई का एक क्लस्टर। यूपी के पास आज के दिन पर 96 लाख एमएसएमई की यूनिट है, ये रजिस्टर्ड हैं, और इसने यूपी के अंदर जो अनंत संभावनाओं को आगे बढ़ाया है। वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन प्रोडक्ट की उत्तर प्रदेश शासन की वह अभियान, जिसने अपने परंपरागत उद्यम को प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए उसकी अच्छी डिजाइन हो, अच्छी तकनीक हो, उसके लिए अच्छा मार्केट मिले, उसकी ब्रांडिंग हो, इसे लेकर के हम लोगों ने जिस कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाया है, आज वह देश के अंदर प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में आत्मनिर्भर भारत का ही आधारशिला बना है, और उस दिशा में हम लोग बहुत अच्छा कार्य कर सकते हैं। और इसीलिए विगत 4 वर्ष के अंदर आपने इस बात को देखा होगा, 5 वर्ष के अंदर उत्तर प्रदेश ने 4 लाख करोड़ रुपए से अधिक के निवेश को आसानी से जमीनी धरातल पर उतारने में सफलता प्राप्त की। मुझे लगता है कहीं नहीं हुआ होगा कि अगर एमओयू हमारे पास 4,68,000 करोड़ रुपए के हुए थे और उनमें से 4 लाख करोड़ को हम लोग जमीनी धरातल पर उतार रहे हैं, यह उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर ही हुआ है। कोविड-19 जैसी महामारी के बावजूद हुआ है, और मैं इसलिए आज आप सबको आमंत्रित करने के लिए आया हूं। उत्तर प्रदेश ने अपनी 25 सेक्टोरियल पॉलिसीज बनाई हैं। औद्योगिक निवेश के लिए जिस प्रकार का वातावरण चाहिए, बेहतर कनेक्टिविटी, हमारे पास जितने भी हमारे प्रदेश के अंदर इंटरस्टेट कनेक्टिविटी, नेपाल से हमारी सीमा मिलती है लगभग 550 किलोमीटर की। बिहार, झारखंड, थोड़ा सा छत्तीसगढ़ में, मध्य प्रदेश, राजस्थान, हरियाणा, उत्तराखंड और दिल्ली, ये उत्तर प्रदेश की सीमा इन राज्यों से और नेपाल अपने पड़ोसी मित्र देश से भी मिलती है। ये सभी कनेक्टिविटी हमारी आज के दिन पे 4 लेन की है। उत्तर प्रदेश में राजधानी लखनऊ से पूर्वी क्षेत्र को जोड़ने के लिए पूर्वांचल एक्सप्रेसवे, बुंदेलखंड को जोड़ने के लिए बुंदेलखंड एक्सप्रेसवे, पश्चिमी उत्तर प्रदेश को पूर्वी उत्तर प्रदेश से जोड़ने के लिए गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे, राजधानी दिल्ली से प्रदेश की राजधानी लखनऊ को जोड़ने के लिए यमुना एक्सप्रेसवे और आगरा लखनऊ एक्सप्रेसवे, ये कनेक्टिविटी के हमारे बेहतरीन माध्यम बन चुके हैं। हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट हेडक्वार्टर को हम लोगों ने 4 लेन की कनेक्टिविटी के साथ जोड़ा है। प्रदेश की राजधानी लखनऊ से ये सड़क इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की स्थिति उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर है। देश का सबसे अच्छा रेल नेटवर्क भी उत्तर प्रदेश के पास है, 16,000 किलोमीटर का। ईस्टर्न एंड वेस्टर्न डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर भी उत्तर प्रदेश से होकर के जाता है। दोनों का जंक्शन भी उत्तर प्रदेश के जेवर में ही मिल रहा है। यह उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर रेल नेटवर्क है। एयरपोर्ट के बारे में आपके सामने अभी बताया जा रहा था। 17 तक केवल 2 एयरपोर्ट हमारे पूरी तरह उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर क्रियाशील थे। आज हमारे पास 9 एयरपोर्ट हमारे पास पूरी तरह क्रियाशील हो चुके हैं। 10 नए एयरपोर्ट पर हम लोग कार्य कर रहे हैं, जिनमें से 5 एयरपोर्ट हम लोगों ने एयरपोर्ट अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया को सौंप दिए हैं एक MOU के तहत कि आप इनका संचालन करिए। इनके मेंटेनेंस आदि में जो खर्चा आएगा राज्य सरकार उसमें सहयोग करेगी। 5 एयरपोर्ट हमारे बहुत शीघ्र तैयार होने जा रहे हैं, जिनको भी हम एयर कनेक्टिविटी के साथ जोड़ने के कार्य करेंगे। लैंडलॉक्ड स्टेट से भी हम ऊपर उठ चुके हैं। देश का पहला वाटरवे हल्दिया से वाराणसी के बीच में प्रारंभ हो चुका है और इस दिशा में हम और भी कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर ढेर सारी संभावनाएं हैं और इसलिए 25 सेक्टोरियल पॉलिसीज आपके सामने है। मैं आप सबको आमंत्रित करता हूं कि ग्लोबल इन्वेस्टर समिट के लिए उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने, यानी वैश्विक व्यापारिक समुदाय को हम लोगों ने इसके लिए आमंत्रित किया है। तो स्वाभाविक रूप से जो उत्साह दुनिया के अंदर देखने को मिला है, लगभग 7,12,000 करोड़ रुपए के प्रस्ताव हमें प्राप्त हो चुके हैं और हम लोगों ने इस पे तेजी के साथ अपने कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाना प्रारंभ किया है। स्वाभाविक रूप से देश की आर्थिक राजधानी कही जाती है और इसलिए मैंने स्वयं इस बात को महसूस किया है कि मुझे घर के अंदर तो आमंत्रण देने के लिए स्वयं ही जाना चाहिए और इसीलिए मैं आज स्वयं मुंबई में आया हूं आप सबको आमंत्रित करने के लिए कि उत्तर प्रदेश की इस अपॉर्चुनिटी का लाभ लीजिए। ढेर सारी संभावनाएं हैं। आपको भी, आपकी निवेश को भी सुरक्षा की गारंटी राज्य सरकार देगी। मानवीय हस्तक्षेप 0 है। आपने MOU किया, वहीं से मुख्यमंत्री कार्यालय इन सब की मॉनिटरिंग करना प्रारंभ कर देगा। उसमें फिर आपको कहीं जाने की आवश्यकता नहीं। कोई भी आपके किसी कार्य में हस्तक्षेप नहीं करेगा। आप फिर देखेंगे निवेश मित्र, निवेश सारथी के साथ साथ इंसेंटिव देने की कार्रवाई भी ये सभी DBT के माध्यम से सीधे आपके पास जाएगा। आपको किसी कार्यालय के पास जाने की आवश्यकता ही नहीं पड़ेगी। हम लोगों ने टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग करते हुए ह्यूमन इंटरफेरेंस को 0 करने का प्रयास किया है और उसी दिशा में मैं आप सबका सहयोग चाहता हूं कि उत्तर प्रदेश
coming in from New Delhi, from the Rohini court, where the accused in the hit and run case are being produced. This is the latest information that we are picking up from New Delhi. All of the 5 accused are being produced currently in the Rohini court. We know that they had been sent to police remand. The police is bringing them now to court for further hearing, even as it continues to investigate the case and as it itself comes under the lens for lapses on its part. Remember viewers, it was New Year's late at night when this totally horrific incident, this ghastly, gory crime had taken place, wherein a 20-year-old named Anjali had lost her life after the scooty she was riding on was hit by a grey-colored hatchback car which was being driven by these 5 people. She got lodged on the undercarriage of the car and they proceeded to drag her 13 kilometers. She died in the process. She suffered horrific injuries. The post-mortem report was accessed yesterday and it revealed the kind of trauma that was inflicted on her body as she was dragged under this car for such a long distance on the outskirts of Delhi. Consequent to this, we found out ample CCTV evidence which raises questions over what the Delhi police was checking for on New Year's night, a night on which it should have been on high alert, and certainly no such car dragging a human person along should have been able to go unnoticed for 13 kilometers. The accused are now being brought to the police, to the Rohini court for further remand hearing. We'll wait to find out how many days remand is sought for them, if the police wants to interrogate them any further, or what is the latest development. Alongside viewers, we have a lot of news we're tracking today. There is a big controversy over the film Pathan. The Bajrang Dal has torn down posters and massive protests are ongoing in Ahmedabad.
And a quick check of the other top stories we're tracking for you this morning. In the Delhi hit and run case, 5 accused are to be produced in Rohini court. Earlier, the court on January 2nd had granted 3-day police custody to all the accused. Delhi police personnel, including those from the PCR unit, will be questioned as part of the inquiry in the Delhi hit and run case. The inquiry will be looking into all standard operating procedures and what not was followed by the police. Supreme Court will be hearing petitions challenging the Uttarakhand High Court's decision ordering the state authorities to remove encroachments from railway land in Haldwani's Banbhulpura area.